What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks for joining us for this quasi-impromptu interaction between Tony and the one and only Snake Was Right. They're going to be discussing the one and only Dr. James Tour, and I think Snake is planning on unveiling some things that he thinks they're going to debunk some of Dr. Tour's positions. I believe Tony's going to counter them, and we're going to kind of review some different videos of interviews and interactions with Dr. Tour and other folks, and should be fun. So keep your hands on the wheel, everybody. I'm sure we will get into some entertainment this evening, and should be some fun time. So Tony and Snake, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good night so far. Had a good weekend. Had a Merry Christmas. Snake, thanks for joining us. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell people what you're wanting to accomplish tonight.
Well, I think the title of the debate is a little mislabeled. I never once told Tony I was going to debunk anything that James Tour said. What I did say, well, essentially I was challenged by Tony to go watch the James Tour and Lee Cronin debate and give my thoughts on it, and so that's what I'm going to do. Obviously, he thought James Tour debunked abiogenesis and possibly would convert me to Christianity. And I don't know how many times I corrected Tony in our email exchanges. I never said I was going to try and debunk James Tour, but, so I'm here to debunk Tony and his idea that James Tour somehow helps any of Tony's arguments. And so I'm not surprised that he also did not understand what happened during the Tour and Cronin discussion either. And then I guess we can get into that, but that's about brings us up to speed right there.
Okay. Tony, welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you doing?
All right. Thanks for having me.
Give me a response to that, since we might as well kick things off with some fun. So what are your thoughts on what Snake just said?
Well, we're all in agreement with Tor, so Snake is delusional as always. But yeah, we can get into some clips, and then Snake can, I don't know, debunk them and try to make his abiogenesis fantasy land sound more plausible.
Okay. So before we get into all that, and I've got the, I guess we'll pull up the Cronin and Tour interaction over on Unbelievable first. Before we get into that, so Snake, do you, since we're talking about PhDs at this time, do you accept the response by Dr. Seigart earlier tonight about the genetic code, or are you still holding the position that it's not a code?
I'm working on that response right now. It's not a code in how you guys use it. That was my whole point.
So you don't think, from an information and communication theory perspective, you do not view it as a code?
You're going to have to give me your definition of what a code is. Are we having that debate now?
No, I'm just asking because that happened earlier today. I'm just asking a direct question. Like, do you claim that from information communication theory, there's like gigantic papers on like the code, and are you stating that the genetic code does not fulfill those requirements?
There's a genetic code. It's not the kind of code that you guys want to make it out to be. And
what am I making it out to be exactly?
Like a programming language.
Okay, so code is different than a programming language, although programming languages are dependent upon code and from a communication theory perspective. Now, that said, there are you can go down the rabbit hole of it also being a programming language, but that's separate from whether or not it's a literal code from a communication theory perspective first. So what I'm asking you is, are you debunking that it is a code itself? There's programming languages. Being a coder and coding from the modern sense is different than what a code is. So separating from programming language, are you saying that it is or is not an actual code?
There's a genetic code, but it depends. A genetic code is different from programming codes.
Well, we're not talking about programming codes. We're talking about literal codes.
So the point is, so disagree on some of the semantics that Sai would use, but overall he's mostly has good points, and I mostly agree with him. The point that I want to a lot of us get stuck on is pointing out the differences in genetic code and these other codes that are being equated to genetic code and DNA, and they're often confused.
So are you? So hang on. So are you saying that from a communication theory perspective, that Morse code and the genetic code are not the same type of code?
There are differences, but it's more equivalent to an alphabet genetic code.
So you do realize that one of the fundamental requirements of code is that there's a source code and a translated code, right? Like there's two finite sets. Like every single code that's ever existed has to have that in order to be considered a code function.
Sure. So are we having this? I thought we were having a different debate.
I'm just intrigued because I'm just fascinated that a PhD biochemist weighs in on the conversation, and you're still not wanting to concede that point.
No.
Well, interesting. Well, yeah, this will be fun.
It's not a point that he contradicted, so.
It's not a point. Okay, whatever. Okay, so Tony, which video we wanted to get into first?
I did want to do the first one I sent you, the 22-minute one. The first 6 minutes, we can do it in 2-minute segments, and then Snake can comment, and then we'll go to the Cronin one.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
Every chemist, by the way, is in agreement with Tor. They disagree with him on there's a God or not, but as far as the chemistry being highly contrived and manipulated, there's no disagreement. So
did you not listen to me? I told you this multiple times in emails, and I just said it again. I'm not here to debunk anything Tor said.
We're all in agreement with Tor.
You're not, but that's
great.
We're
not.
Hopefully,
how are we not in
you
agreement
have
with
that
him?
on record, and we can go back to that.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go. Let's go ahead and get this video started, and then we'll get into more detailed stuff. Come on. Whoa, what's up there? That's not what I wanted to share.
I'm a synthetic organic chemist. Origin of life is purely synthetic organic chemistry. There's no way around it. I'm perfectly situated to be commenting on this, to be critiquing the origin of life research. It is abiological. It is before biology takes over. This is purely synthetic organic chemistry. And making these compounds is very simple. 4 classes of compounds. You have to make them from what's available on a presumed prebiotic Earth. And so the chemistry is not hard for a synthetic organic chemist to follow. And any trained synthetic organic chemist can follow me on this. And I've never seen a synthetic organic chemist disagree with me on this. In fact, the people that disagree with me are biologists because they've never made anything. The only thing they may have made is they buy a kit and they make it, which is made by chemists, but they've never made anything ab initio. And so it's the synthetic chemist that can critique origin of life research better than anyone else. So go ahead, ask your synthetic chemist friends to listen to what I have to say. If they have anywhere a master's degree or beyond in synthetic organic chemistry, have them critique what I say.
You want to stop it there?
Do not know how to build even a simple bacterium. The simplest.
Go ahead, Snake.
What do you want me to say about it?
I don't know. You tell us. That's what you're here to do.
I'm here to talk about the James Tor Lee Cronin discussion.
Yeah, we're going to get to that, but you just heard what he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead. Are you in disagreement with any of that?
No, really.
Wow. Okay. I guess keep playing it. You have nothing then to say.
Are we just going to be watching this video, or are we going to get to the video we came here to talk about?
Yeah, we're going to get to the Tor Cronin, but you're the one that doesn't agree with us, and we agree with Tor. So, what are you here to show?
Don't, but we'll get to that.
Oh, I don't agree with Tor?
Not fully.
On what exactly?
We'll get to that as soon as we get to the actual discussion we came here to talk about.
This is all part of it.
It's not. It's literally not the discussion we're here to talk about.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm here to talk about. This is what we've been emailing back and forth.
No, it's not. We've been emailing back and forth about the Lee Cronin and James Tor discussion.
And we're going to get to that shortly. This is all part of the origin of life chemistry and all the problems.
That's categorically not what we were emailing about. But
dude,
go on.
You are truly delusional.
Is this the discussion we've been emailing about?
This is all part of the origin of life problems.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I mentioned Tor. I mentioned his other videos.
This is a completely different video, and it does not.
I mentioned his other videos.
You're categorically wrong,
dude. You are a fool.
Okay, guys, calm down. All right, let's let's continue on.
Bacterium with its 256 protein coding genes, we have no idea how to build it. First of all, we don't know how to build the molecules, the 4 classes of molecules that are needed for it. We don't know how to, even if we had those 4 classes of molecules, assemble them even into the simplest of bacteriums. We don't know how to do that. One can do that with the technologies we have today. We can make technologies, but we can't even make the simplest bacterium. Anybody who would say something contrary does not know what they are talking about. Show me the demonstration. Nobody has ever done it. And it's not because of lack of effort. It's not because of lack of will. First of all, they haven't been able to get the molecules to do this. And if they could make the molecules, even if we were to give them the molecules, they wouldn't have the information. There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together because of the sophistication within a cell. The interactomes, meaning that the interactive connectivity between the molecules, the van der Waals interactions, all of these have to be in the right place and in the right order for a cell to function. We don't even know how to define life, let alone knowing how to spark it to begin.
Do you think that any origin of life scientists claim that they've solved the origin of life?
No, but what you're trying to
put forth is... Do you think that I believe that?
You believe in abiogenesis, correct?
I believe it's the more likely answer, yes.
Okay, well, it's plagued with problems.
I do not believe that it's been demonstrated.
Right, and it's plagued with problems, and no one has ever even come close to it.
Okay, so and therefore it's impossible? So you think that because we don't know something now, that we can never figure it out?
Okay, you're gonna compare this to what? Your space shuttle?
I asked you a question.
Yeah, no. They're not making any progress.
They're not making any progress.
No.
So when they make progress and publish a paper on it, that's not progress?
What papers? Because everything has been failing.
They publish papers on this every year.
On what? On what scenario?
They learn more and more about abiogenesis.
The unstable RNA world that hasn't gone anywhere.
Are you actually denying that they haven't published any papers on origin of life?
Hypothetical bullshit that's gone nowhere. Hypothetical nonsense that's been failing for decades. Be specific.
Have they or have they not published papers on origin of life?
Of course, all the time, and it's not working.
So that's progress.
No, that's not progress.
That is. We know more about it. That's progress.
Guesses that haven't developed into anything is not progress.
So are you saying that if we don't know everything, if we can't do it now, we'll never be able to do it?
You have high hopes for it.
That has nothing to do with it.
They're not making progress.
What is your answer to my question?
I already told you. No, it's not making progress.
No, you didn't. Quit beating around the bush. Quit avoiding.
No, you're the one tap dancing because you know there's no evidence.
Answer the question.
I already did. Yeah, no, they're not.
It's a yes or no question. Do you believe that if we don't know how to do it now, that we'll never know how to do it?
Yeah, we'll never know how to do it. That's my position. And actually, Tor says the same thing.
That's not what I asked.
That's my answer. So if you want to disagree, listen. If you want to live in your delusional
question until you answer it.
I said no. It's impossible due to the chemistry.
I'm not talking about abiogenesis. I'm talking about in general. Do you believe that if we don't know how to do something now, that we'll never know how to do it?
With abiogenesis, yeah, never. It's failing.
That's not what I asked.
You can believe in the future that it's going to be proven. That's your belief.
That's not what I asked, is it?
Dude, if you want to play a game for 2 hours, I'm not going to. I already answered you. The chemistry has been shown to not work. If you want to believe it can happen in the future, that's your belief.
All right, okay, guys, let's continue on.
I'm not going to continue until he answers the question.
He's giving you his answer.
No, he hasn't. That's
When
not
one
an
looks
answer.
at a typical
All right, dude. If you want to act like a little mental case and not listen, then there's nothing else to discuss, Snake. I've already answered you. It's
You
impossible.
haven't answered me.
I said it's impossible today
You
and in
said
the future.
abiogenesis is impossible.
Yes.
Do you believe that if we don't know how to do something now, that it's impossible that we'll ever know how to do it?
Yes, because it's made no progress whatsoever.
I didn't ask you about abiogenesis.
I don't believe it's ever going to be
And
solved.
we already established. that it's
Okay,
made
hang on.
progress.
Hey, both of you be quiet. I'm gonna, Tony. I believe what he's asking is he's asking a hypothetical and not necessarily in relation to abiogenesis. He's asking just because we don't know how to do something now, in general sense, does that mean that we might never know how to do it? Is what he's asking.
Yeah, it's always going to be impossible. That's my answer. I'm going to fly to the moon with just flapping my arms, and I'm going to write a paper on it. I can't do it today, but I might do it in 10 years.
Okay, let's continue.
You
on.
realize that we haven't known how to do things, and then we learned how to do it.
Okay, guys, we're gonna move on now.
Yeah, with intelligence, with lots of intelligence. That's how we got into the moon, not by accident.
Some prehistoric pond, and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that. We don't even know how to make the molecules. We are lost on how to do this. We can't even make the basic building blocks. But even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 lipids have been identified in cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have this huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers. Even in the simplest bacterium, we have no idea how to put this structure together. It's not there. So not only do we not know how to make the basic components, we do not know how to build the structure, even if we were given the basic components. So the Gedanken experiment is this: even if I gave you all the components, even if I gave you all the amino acids, all the protein structures from those amino acids that you wanted, all the lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted. So I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids, can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area.
Yeah, no one disputes that. We haven't created life from scratch. Do you think that anyone is arguing that?
Well, I think what he was Tour was talking about right there was the lipids in the cell membrane, which are very commonly spewed talking points. But I'm pretty sure I've heard them out of your mouth. So
no, you haven't. The problem there is he's talking about complex cells, and origin of life researchers are focusing on like simple cells.
They can't do that either. You had this same nonsense with Otangelo.
He specifically stated simple lipids in terms of the simple cell membrane. That's what he was referring to.
And we can
he was talking about a bacterium, which is a very complex cell.
In that little segment that just ran, he literally was talking about how having a simple membrane that didn't have all the other stuff was still
of a modern cell. Yeah.
No, that's being referred to in terms of the. Okay. Do we need to rewind it?
Yeah, rewind it, because that's the right. What he was saying was the minimal amount.
About bacterium, he'll say it.
And we can give Kevin's all the amino acids and everything's needed.
A prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory. And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area.
Yeah, like Snake, who doesn't know what he's talking about.
This is how far the misunderstanding.
No one claims that we've solved
hang on, I can go back for it.
The origin of life, except for you guys, at least.
But we're nowhere close.
All the protein structures from those amino acids that you wanted, all the lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted. So I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids, can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area.
Where was the piece he was just talking about?
Even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 over 40,000 lipids have been identified in cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have this huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers. Even in the simplest bacterium, we have.
Okay, so you may have missed it, but he literally just said, "Oh, you want simple membranes."
No, he said he's talking about cells that exist today.
No, he's saying no.
Yes,
he said no. Then he said, "Do you want to let's just take simple," and that he's referring directly to we just have this one that doesn't have to have portals, doesn't have to have anything else, just has to be enough to protect. What the point he's making about the inside and the outside have to be different is to solve the water paradox. Like that's what he's talking about. Even if it's
said there's over what did he say? 40,000 lipids in a.
No, what? Okay, see, obviously we're not paying attention to what he said.
I don't remember.
He then said, he's like, they said, okay, you don't want that? Let's look at a simple membrane. That's where he made a transition from the 40,000 that are required in the modern cell to, okay, let's just have a simple one. That's all you want. You just want something to protect. That's to solve one of the many paradoxes. Is if we have a membrane, then we can escape. We can escape the we can escape the sunlight, the UV problem, and all those other different things. If we just have all we have to have is a simple membrane. That's the point that's spewed many times, and I'm pretty sure you brought this up in the debate with me.
The only time he said simple was when he said the simplest bacterium, which is a modern organism.
Actually, he said that after. Man, you really aren't paying attention. Let's go on to the next. I'm going to stay out of this and let you guys keep going.
Go back. Seriously. If you want to be proven wrong.
Okay.
That is fallacious. There is no truth in that. We don't even know how to make the molecules. We are lost on how to do this. We can't even make the basic building blocks. But even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 lipids.
Oh wait, let's look at the.
Did you say
you want to take some simple ones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
What's he talking about?
He's talking about membranes.
What is he talking about, though?
Membranes.
Play it.
In cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have.
Okay.
He's going to say back to simplest bacterium.
That's after he's talking about just a simple membrane.
This huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers.
Okay, so transmembrane proteins, okay, and the carbohydrates on the surface, the identifiers in the simplest bacterium. Okay, that's after talking about just having the simplest membranes, which in the context of abiogenesis research, which is the entire point of this video that he's talking about, it is claimed ad nauseum by you yourself, Snake, on multiple occasions that all you have to have is a simple membrane. Doesn't have to have any of this stuff that he's talking about, and it can survive.
No, I said that's what they're looking into as the starting point. And he's not talking about a protocell. Yeah, there aren't protocells with 40,000.
Okay, he literally annihilates protocells on many occasions. So
I'm sure he does.
Protocells aren't even alive.
We haven't made protocells living.
We do the same thing. Let's go on to the next stage, guys.
Lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted. So I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids. Can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area. This is how far the misunderstanding has gone. Even science professors, even biology professors, think that there is a near building of life, that we understand all the ways to build life. We do not. Not only have none of the molecules been made ab initio under prebiotic-like conditions to make the homochiral molecules that are made. Remember, we need 4 classes of molecules. We need the nucleic acids, and then the homochiral systems that for the amino acids, which then need to be built up into protein structures. We need the carbohydrates, which have to be built up into the polycarbohydrate structures. And then we need the lipids, which also are chiral. All of these we need in homochiral form. We don't know how to do this in any prebiotic type scenario at all. These have not been made. And then to assemble these into a cell, it's never been done. So there's a gross misunderstanding. And this misunderstanding has come because of the projections of those who work in the area of origin of life. They do one little thing and then they extrapolate it And then they work with the press to ramp it up even more, and they project as if they really know it. And so the layperson reads this and says, you see, scientists understand. And then it's not just the layperson. Scientists think that other scientists understand all of this, but they do not. There's a great negative outcome of this beyond just leading the audience, leading the general public astray. What happens ultimately is you end up with 100 million people in the United States that no longer believe this. And then you have the scientific elite saying, why is there 100 million people that don't buy into this? And that distrust will go beyond just that particular topic. It will extend into other topics. And so it yields a distrust of science.
Yeah, that's a great point. There shouldn't be misinformation about science because that leads to people not believing the real science.
Tony, do you have anything you want to weigh in there? Any questions?
It's been exaggerated by the media, of course.
Yeah, very exaggerated. Also by internet atheists.
I'm sure there are some, yeah.
Why don't you James Torr's email is public. You should just debate him, man.
I don't have much to
I have
disagree
his
with him
email.
on.
Okay, well, you can debate him on protocells or all this progress that you think is making such advancements.
Does he really have nothing better to do than talk to me?
You're a waste of time, I agree, but he might. Go on, man. Maddox.
Some people argue that since there's been hundreds of millions of years available, the probability that there's the chance that these things could happen in hundreds of millions of years. But that's not true. Time actually can be an enemy when it comes to organic synthesis. Prebiotic synthesis is before biology. So one has to make chemicals. Many of the chemicals that need to be made for life are kinetic products, meaning that they're not the most thermodynamically stable form. For example, carbohydrates, which is the main class of compounds. These are the units that hook together DNA. These are the units that have identifying aspects on cell structure. These are the units that the cell is going to need for the energy of life. Carbohydrates are kinetic products, meaning that if they should form, they would decompose. They decompose over time. And relatively short amounts of time, they decompose. The very reactions that make them, unless somebody is there to pull them out, to fish them out, to stop the process and put them in a bottle under inert conditions in a freezer. And not just one, there's many, many different types you have to do this. They end up going through a process of what's referred to as caramelization, meaning that they polymerize. They polymerize. The very aldol reactions that were used to make them just continue. And you get polyaldols, you get polycondensation reactions, and they caramelize. Or they undergo, with formaldehyde, which is a presumed prebiotic chemical, they undergo rapid Cannizzaro reactions. So the aldehyde is oxidized to formic acid, and this nice carbohydrate that you made has just been reduced. So the aldehyde from the carbohydrate has gone back to an alcohol. So there's competing reactions. So time does not solve the issue. The other problem is if you had 400 million years to get to a certain point in a synthesis of a particular class of compounds, now you run out of material. Anytime you do synthesis, you run out of material, even when you've optimized the yields, and you got to go back to the beginning. Well, say it took you 400 million years to get to a certain point on a synthesis. Now you have to go back and make more. But how do you go back and make more? Because nature never kept a laboratory notebook. Doesn't know how to go back. Never kept a record. So even if it could make more, it doesn't know how to. So it's got to start all over again somehow. But it doesn't know how to start over again. Doesn't know why to start over again because it doesn't know what it's going toward. So if you look at it, people have been trying for a long time. If we just take Miller-Urey as the first example, where Miller and Urey took some basic chemicals that are presumed on a prebiotic earth, hydrogen cyanide, formaldehyde, and CO2, and they put those across a high voltage, simulating lightning, you can get some racemic amino acids out of those. But those racemic amino acids were racemic. Okay, that was in 1952. That was 2/3 of a century ago. What has happened in 2/3 of a century since Miller-Urey in other fields? Well, we've had human spaceflight. We have satellite connectivity. We have the internet. We have the entire silicon era of microchips, and we have computer technology. We have all of this. In the same 66 years, 2/3 of a century, we are still exactly where Miller and Urey were. We make a barrage of stereo-scrambled chemicals, nowhere close to even knowing how to make them and hook them together. They got to get hooked together in the proper order. We are clueless on this, clueless, because time doesn't solve this. Even with all our ingenuity, time is not going to solve the problem. You let these chemicals that have been made, you let them sit around, even for months, and you can look even in the origin of life researchers themselves. When they've let these go for weeks, they show the degradation of these in a period of weeks. Weeks is the twinkling of an eye when it comes to prebiotic timescales. The chemicals decompose. The environment for the chemicals, environment rich in ammonia, is going to turn carbonyls into imines. This is going to cause further destruction. The ammonia environment itself is quite basic. You're going to have extended aldol reactions coming on. So to think that the molecules could be made and sit there waiting for other molecules to come in, it doesn't happen. Organic chemistry doesn't work that way. Any student that is lazy enough to set up reactions and like to go home for the weekend without working them up pays the price for that. with a depressed yield generally. As soon as the reactions are done, or as soon as what you want is the optimized yield, you have to stop that reaction, get it away from the starting materials, or else what happens is it goes on to polymerize product, especially when you're making kinetic products, which is not the thermodynamically most stable product, which is exactly what you get in many of the chemicals that are needed for life. So time is actually the enemy.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, and that's the point of, if we don't know how to do something today, we might
Yeah, we're
know how
gonna
to
do
do
it.
it later on.
Okay, let us know when
so-
that happens. Let us know, man.
Yeah, should we just
Okay.
not look into it because we haven't figured it out yet?
Keep
Should we
looking
just-
into it.
Should we just stop?
No, but the problem is all they're showing is intelligent agency is required. But yeah, let me know when you can do it under,
Well,
a prebiotic environment.
intelligent agents haven't even done it. So,
Sure, but what they have
So
shown
the-
requires it.
the
Yeah, go
other
ahead.
point is degradation is brought up as this huge roadblock, and it sounds nice at first, but if there's a chemical system that's creating these chemicals, it can just keep creating it, even though the ones that it created like 5 minutes or 10 days ago, if those degrade, well, it's still pumping out new ones all the time.
And they're constantly turning.
sometimes
Yeah, boy, you don't
sometimes
listen.
it'll run out
Yeah,
of that fuel source.
you don't listen.
There's
I know.
other
Yeah.
places on the
What I'm
planet.
gonna do,
doing it.
yeah, in all my power, I'm gonna email James Tor tomorrow, and I'm gonna try to set up a debate directly with him and maybe
What
you
am I
just
going to
think-
do? What do you think I'm going to debate him on? What's the topic?
just all this stuff that you think is going to be
What's the
proven and it's so
proposition?
plausible.
What's the proposition of the debate?
Are you scared to talk to him?
No, I'm asking you what the proposition of the debate would
I
be.
just told you, don't tap dance.
Okay, well, maybe I didn't catch it. What's the proposition?
Well, then you got something wrong with your ears, man.
What's the proposition?
Snake,
Okay,
if you think I'm going to do what you did with Otangelo for 2 hours, dude, you really got some problems. You need to go play with your little Star Wars toys or something.
Do you have a problem with movie memorabilia?
All right, this is.
Okay,
What's the
all right.
proposition? You didn't tell me. one, did
Okay,
you?
guys. Okay,
That's why you
hang on.
won't tell me.
You
Okay.
said the molecules are not going to degrade and disperse. They just they're pumping out into the earth. All this stuff is plausible someday. Why don't you debate this one-on-one with Tor?
What would be the proposition?
Abiogenesis problem is what we've been discussing for 34 minutes, man.
That's not a
Why do you-
proposition.
Well, I think what the real point that needs to be made here is, and the question would be, in that last segment, Tor just explained why the time factor works against abiogenesis, and then he put it into context of actual real-world chemistry, and how if you aren't stopping things at the specific points, then they just degrade and you have to start over again. So even if you are pumping more things out, you still have to have everything timed perfectly, which is the entire point he was making.
But if it happens over millions of years, then
He just said it couldn't.
perfect timing might be actually
Oh, it might.
not as rare as you think.
Yeah, it might. Okay, right. Okay, Snake. You want to go on, Maddox? Yeah, what a moron.
Yeah, you can't just tell me that it can't
There have
happen
been
just
many people
because
that
it
have tried
degrades.
in origin of life research to make the chemical building blocks for life.
I was
The vast
saying
majority
something,
of
but
the
whatever.
building blocks are chiral, which means that they have a non-superimposable mirror image, just like our hands. The left hand and the right hand are non-superimposable mirror images. They're mirror images, but they can't be superimposed, and that's why a left-handed glove doesn't fit on the right hand. The vast majority of biological molecules are handed like that. To make them handed is difficult. We know how to do that in synthetic chemistry. It's never easy. Using prebiotic environment, it's never been successful. Some have said, well, this could happen on a chiral crystal. One can get small enhancements, but not nearly what you need, and it's never been demonstrated, even with all the intellect that people have put behind trying to do this with chiral crystals and chiral layered environments and chiral clay environments. The chemicals that are needed for life are more than just carbon and water. The structures that are needed, one needs the amino acids. The amino acids then have to hook together to form proteins. It's not easy to get amino acids to hook together. One can get very small amounts if you just add a catalyst to it, but the yields are extremely low. There are many activation steps that are needed to get this efficiently. In nature, in biology, once you have life, this is all done with nature's little nanomachines called enzymes. But what we're talking about is prebiotic, long before enzymes themselves are made, and the enzymes themselves are made out of amino acids and proteins. Then after we have the amino acids, we've got to have the carbohydrates. The carbohydrates are another class of molecules. And then you have to hook the carbohydrates together. The carbohydrate hooking together pattern is extremely complex. Just the carbohydrate, the simple carbohydrate, D mannose, if you just make 6 units of that D mannose can be hooked together in over 1 trillion different combinations, depending on how they're branched and what the constitution is of the primary linkage point. Over 12 trillion combinations, and only one works. Only one will work. How do you get that? Now, you also have to have the lipids. The lipids have to have 2 tails, not 1. If you have the monoacyl lipid, that destabilizes any lipid bilayer. And these also have chiral centers. Again, how is that done in a prebiotic system? Nobody knows. And then you have to have the nucleic acids. So you have to have the nucleobases, and those nucleobases have to somehow hook very cleanly to a carbohydrate that had to independently be made. And then you have your nucleotide that then had with a phosphate group on there that then has to hook together. Again, that's only done by enzymes. We don't know how to do that cleanly before there's enzymes. All of those pieces we don't know how to make, let alone hook together.
You want to go to the Cronin?
It's more just we haven't figured it out yet, so.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out. I know. You want to go to the Cronin video, Maddox? I know, someday. 20,000 years.
How about I respond to it?
Sure.
Yeah, so we don't know how it's done, and we're looking into it, but fortunately we know it is done. We have meteorites that have overwhelmingly one type of chirality. So we know that chemistry can do this.
They don't hook together, though.
We don't know how.
No, they're actually racemic. Did you listen to him?
Did you listen to me?
You don't know anything. Did you listen to Tor? Are you a PhD chemist, by the way?
No. But,
okay, so shut your mouth and listen. How about that?
How about you let me speak?
You just did, and he just explained to you how that doesn't work.
You just ignored it because you're not capable of
Dude, you know what? Snake, you take classes just to argue. That's what you do. No. I'm gonna act like you. No.
Cut me off.
No. I'm gonna act like you, little retard boy. No.
Okay, guys. Hey.
Yeah, it's dumb, dude. You don't have anything. There's no evidence being shown here.
I know that's what you have to keep saying when you cut me off.
No. I'm gonna act like you.
All right. Hey, okay. Let's move on to Cronin.
No, I was in the middle of something. He cut me off.
Okay, make your point, Tony. Let him make his point, and we'll move on to Cronin.
Okay. Did you miss the fact that we have meteors that have predominantly one chirality of these chemicals?
They don't hook together, and no, they're not. They're actually racemic still. There's been higher and lower yields, but there's never been 100% purity.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be. So we know it can. So we know it can produce different levels of chirality.
Yeah, you live in.
We don't know how. We don't know how to do this, but I know. But we know it happens.
You live in such an incredible fantasy land. It's really great, isn't it, Snake?
Oh, so I just made that up.
You don't listen to anything that Tor said, but I'm gonna try everything to get a debate with him. You can discuss the chirality problem and everything else.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the current thing that you guys.
Origin of life problems.
That's not a proposition. You can't. You don't know anything, dude.
All right, guys, we're moving on to Cronin and Tor.
Build systems that can function and operate as machines where we use, for example, a light input and have those machines operate. More recently, we're having them drill into cells and do cancer treatment in that way. Plus, we have a large program in graphene and carbon materials by this. But professors themselves don't know, and professors themselves are lost in these issues. They think that all of this has been figured out, that carbohydrates came from the foremost reaction and life built up from an RNA world. Because they've never studied it. They were just like me. I had never studied it, and I took these things for granted. I trusted people, and I see that I shouldn't have trusted them because when I looked at the data, it wasn't there. And I wrote one article on the topic, calling people out on it, and then that snowballed from there. I started being invited to give talks on this, and it's interesting that none of my colleagues privately would disagree with me. They'd all agree with me that they didn't know. But I don't personally work in the area of origin of life. Now, you ask whether I'm a Christian. Not only am I Christian, but I love Jesus tremendously. He is the best. He is everything to me. I am much more than just a Christian in name. I come from a Jewish background. So when I came to the Lord at the age of 18, and I came to see that Jesus was the Messiah, it was a huge change. For me, it is not just something in name. So you asked, how does it affect my research? But it affects my research in the way I interact with people. I'm held to a higher standard because of Jesus Christ. I ask God to give me insight, to give me wisdom, to give me creativity in my work. The scriptures are filled with people like Bezalel, where God specifically filled them with the Holy Spirit and gave them wisdom.
Is this relevant?
Exodus chapter 31, across many different disciplines. And so in that sense, I pray and I seek the Lord. But still, that doesn't mean that I have to neglect the bookwork. I mean, I have to study the work. And for me, it's just asking God for wisdom is what it is.
Sure. Let's turn to you now, Lee. So welcome back. We didn't scare you off too much in the last show, I'm glad to say. And it's great to have you back on the program. Just be interested to know what sort of reaction you got from being on the show, whether you kind of heard back from any of your colleagues in the area or others.
All right, so real quick, guys. It appears that the one and only Sal Cordova will be debating the infamous Matt Dillahunty over on Modern Day Debate coming up very soon. Sal just posted a link in the chat, so you definitely want to give yourself a notification for that one. Kudos, Sal. That should be definitely be an interesting debate. Looking forward to watching that one. All right, let me see if I can find out where these guys are actually debating their real topic.
Justice to the origin of life. There's too much improbability, too much complexity. Unquote. That's what you were suggesting that I speak on. And that's just not true. And then Lee's response to that was, quote, "I'll give you one word, nonsense," unquote. Okay. So you set up this straw man of who Jim Tour is, and then Lee came in and kicked the thing down.
Well, I should just come in there and say, I mean, I think we can discuss about, because you do design what you call nano machines, but they're not machines. And we can talk about narrative and design and what that means. And I think we can do that in a very productive way. And I think, I mean, Justin can talk about his mischaracterization or not, but what I was saying is actually the whole idea that intelligent design has any scientific basis is, for me, the answer is not just nonsense, but demonstrable nonsense. And we can discuss the reasons for that. And I think actually from some of the things that you're discussing, I think we agree a lot on that. And it's quite important, I think, from both our point of views, whether you're religious or not, to have a fair and well-grounded debate. And so we can actually make progress.
Well,
I think
and I will hold my hand up wholeheartedly, Jim, if any misrepresentation took place. I was speaking off the cuff, and in a sense, that's exactly why I've got you on the show today, so that you can speak for yourself and make and be clear on what you actually do believe, what you are saying about the research. Before we come to that, could you, for the sake of people who maybe can't remember or didn't catch the first time round, Lee, just very briefly, what your research essentially boils down to and is saying about how life got going on Earth?
So I'm an organic chemist, and I'm always been faced with the complexity of crazy kind of reactions and understanding what goes on in a reaction vessel in an experiment. And what I was trying to convey in the last discussion is that although the presence of life on Earth seems like it's a miracle of complexity, what I was trying to convey is I think that we have begun to develop a pathway to understanding how that, not only how that complexity arises, but creating that process in the laboratory, not identically, because not about identically kind of trying to check a historical count of a time machine, but showing the laws of what law of the universe allows life to come into being, and to explain that that's just a gradual process. And also, I think we might vigorously agree, but we'll wait until Jim and I discuss, to express some frustration in the origin of life community, where people set themselves up for an improbable discussion to say, if this molecule was present at this concentration on this day, and then this would happen, and scientists want to have mechanistic control. And I would argue it's not. People aren't being disingenuous. They're just using a narrative to explain their experiments. And this actually is happening in nanotechnology. People building nanomachines? No, they're not. They're looking at the formation of architectures from the top down and bottom up. Same in the origin of life debate. Lots of people are going top down. I think this happens. I imprint my narrative on it. Rather than going bottom up, how do we actually see what features of the universe allow complexity to develop such that evolution can get going? And I think what I can do today is carry on the discussion about how those experiments can be used productively to kind of have a new debate, because it's important for the young scientists coming into this that they don't get sucked in by a narrative, that we ask the question in a new way. And I think, again, I don't want to speak for Jim, but I think he and I might agree on there is a need for displacing a narrative with more interesting and unifying questions.
Let me come back to you first then, Jim. It might be helpful for you to sketch.
Okay, you guys have anything you want to weigh in at this point?
Well, I have some clips that I would want to specifically go to. I think that's a good point, and I'm not sure if James actually does agree with that, but that we need to replace the narratives of, oh, it's oversimplified, the primordial ooze. It's not how anyone thinks it happens, and no one should be claiming that they know how it happened. And Lee Cronin makes a great point in saying we have to ask different questions instead of try and prove or tell some sort of narrative.
Yeah, and he basically tells his own narrative. Go on. If you play the video. Everyone in the comments, by the way, agrees with Tor, but go ahead.
He's asking questions of how information arises naturally and how
what he seems to be saying in it.
Okay. And and what life actually is at the chemical level, what it means, because we don't really know what life is. That's why there's debates over whether viruses are alive or not. They're kind of in that gray area.
and equally use this time. Feel free to obviously address any other issues that came up in that first recording we did, where you feel either the research or yourself were not being represented adequately.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just address that. I think that I was not being represented adequately by you, Justin, and I just corrected that. But also by Lee. Lee's said of me, quote, number one, he's just trying to provoke people to see how they will react, unquote. And that's just not true. That's absolutely not true. I think now that I've sent him my papers and he's read them, he might say, yeah, I'm putting forth arguments. I'm not just trying to elicit a reaction from people. So, but I really want to say also, I respect Lee for coming on here. He is the first origin of life scientist willing to speak to me in a public forum. And others have spoken to me in private, but he's the first one willing to speak to me in a public forum. And I think that that's telling in and of itself that the community is avoiding me, in the sense that they'll avoid a discussion with me on the very topics in which they are publishing. And it's not that I haven't tried to speak with them. So first of all, let me thank Lee for being willing to stand up and do this. And I'd like to just go through and go through step by step the things that I heard in the last program and address these. Okay. Because Lee spoke for about 45 minutes in the last program. He said a number of things, and I tried to track with him. I really did want to understand. I tried 4 times to go. I went through 4 times that program. 4 times. That's 4 hours I went through this program to try to understand where he's going. And then he kindly sent me 5 papers, which I've gone through, to try to understand where he is on the origin of life and what he's trying to do. And then I'd love to be able to discuss with him the things that he's trying to address and give my critique on it.
Well, let's start just maybe with one of them. Let's say, tell us what you understood to be the basic thesis of Lee, and just, this will obviously have to be a sketch, but just generally where you find it problematic ultimately.
Yeah, I find it problematic in that there's an extrapolation from a very small experiment in a laboratory. There's an extrapolation to giving people an idea that we really understand more than we do. And what I appreciate about Lee is that he said he's a scientist and he likes to have discussions where he can, and he says, and I like to have discussions where I can have arguments about evidence, unquote. That's what he said. I'm all for that. So Justin, you then said that you, in GCSE biology, which I had to look up because I didn't know what GCSE is. And I figured, I found out that that's sort of like equivalent to our high school.
Yeah.
You said there was some kind, quote, there was some kind of primordial soup billions of years ago on the surface of the earth, chemicals swimming around, maybe bolts of lightning going off, and somehow something happened and poof, you got your first sort of very simple cell or something swimming around in the ocean. And then you asked Lee, am I right? And Lee said, you asked Lee, you said, is this view essentially correct or fundamentally wrong, unquote. And Lee said, you're not wrong. Your GCSE chemistry is not too bad at all. And I'm like, what? Where is the evidence for this? Here's a man who just said that he likes to discuss evidence. You tell him that there's a primordial soup and somehow things sort of got going and that's how life formed. And you ask Lee, is that right? And Lee, being the authority on origin of life, says, you're not wrong, quote, you're not wrong. Your GCS chemistry is not too bad at all, unquote. And I'm like, this is the type of extrapolation that I'm talking about from one of the premier people in the world in origin of life. And I'm saying, okay, you got evidence for me? Help me. Give me the evidence for that, Lee. Give me the evidence. I'd love to have it.
There's plenty of it. So, okay, well, let's just take a step back. So it's clear that chemicals on Earth before life were simpler because there was no machinery to make chemicals. The debate that I think you're digging into a debate that origin of life people have that I was giving just in a GCSE, not a degree in chemistry, and that I don't care whether the atmosphere is oxidizing or reducing. We simply don't know. We can look at the fossil record, geological record, so on and so forth, and ask those questions. However, from meteorites that we have from the solar system, from where the birth of the solar system is, we know what type of chemicals are present. And basically, when you look at, say, Murchison or other meteorites, carbonaceous chondrites, we find very simple organic molecules with some nitrogen, oxygen, some carbon, some hydrogen, maybe a bit of sulfur, the elements that we'd expect we find on Earth, very simple versions. So all I was saying was that. Now, I think that, Jim, you've got to be careful here because you are trying to build a narrative, and building narratives and what I'm not interested in. His GCSE chemistry was fine. GCSE high school chemistry, was there simple chemistry on Earth? Was there some energy on Earth? All those things. To the best of our knowledge, yes, there was energy. There was a lot of things going on. There's a great deal of evidence for the late heavy bombardment and all that stuff. But if you want concrete evidence, you can get meteors that are 4.7 billion years old, which have simple chemistry on them. And I think the thing that you're maybe creating a straw man here, because I think we basically agree that in the past, chemistry looks to have been simpler. We have seen no evidence of complex chemistry emerging before life on Earth. And complex, I would say, large molecules that you can hold in your hand, maybe that you can manufacture in your lab. And there is good evidence for that. There's plenty of peer-reviewed publications which talk about that information. Now, it doesn't suggest there is not evidence for what the lifetime is of erasure and the half-life of that complexity. However, we are beginning through very radioactive carbon dating, heavy atom carbon dating, and looking at the entropy of material, the disorder of the material, to kind of piece together if there was something complex there. But that is a very, very hard problem. So I disagree with you that Justin's chemistry is just fine. I don't know what the precise nature of that is, and maybe what you're getting at is some origin of life people says, look, it was reducing, then it was oxidizing, then there was phosphorus, and then there was sugar, and there was RNA. No, I would agree with you, there is no evidence about what sequence of small molecules were there, but Was there a super simple molecules there on Earth at the beginning? Yes. And we can trace it back to the Big Bang, where there we have proof that there was a Big Bang, and then we have stars forming, and those stars explode, and when those stars explode, they produce elements in their elemental form, and when they accrete on a planet, they then gain complexity.
Okay, yes, feel free to respond there, Jim.
Okay, so Lee, that's not what you said, and that's not what you put forward. I agree. We have small molecules that might be oxidizing.
No, I did not say anything else. That's exactly what I said. Justin said, was there a prebiotic soup? And I said, yes, the evidence says so.
No, and Justin said, then cells came forth, life came forth from that. All right, so
that is indeed
you were a little bit,
correct.
Let's get more specific. But what I'm saying is, you are the authority here. When you tell him, he asked you specifically, he says there was a primordial soup and life came forth, and your very simple cells came forth from this. We have no evidence how this thing happened. Lots of small molecules, you know, a cell's pretty complex.
We don't know how it happened, but the evidence on Earth says in the fossil record that life appeared very, very quickly, okay, after the late heavy bombardment. So that is evidence in the fossil record. That is not disputable. I think we both agree, planet Earth formed, rocks, simple chemistry, no life. Right? We don't know all the details of that, but then within a few 100 million years, there's evidence in the fossil record that life formed simple cellular life. Those two facts are not, as far as I know, disputed by
those are not contestable. How we got from the point A to point B?
Absolutely, but I did not say we knew.
So we're agreeing. So we keep you and I.
Yeah, Tor's going to go on to explain how it's just been greatly exaggerated.
So
Autocatalysis and other experiments.
There was a lot there. What do you disagree with what Lee said?
No, nothing. Go on. That's fine. I want to get on to what Tor's going to say.
You don't disagree with anything Lee said during that clip?
Simple molecules and chemicals being on the early Earth? Sure, you can have everything you want, but what Tor's going to say next is going to...
All right, well, this was one of the clips I wanted to bring up, and this is what proves that you do not agree with James Tor. Yeah,
I do agree with James Tor. Yeah.
No, you don't. So at about 22 minutes, 40 seconds...
Snake, don't tell me what I agree or disagree with. I am in full agreement with James Tor.
No, you're not.
He's about to actually address...
No, you're not. Let me quote it.
Dude,
Lee Cronin says, Earth formed, rocks, simple chemistry, no life. Right. We don't know all the details of that, but then within a few 100 million years, there's evidence in the fossil record that formed simple cellular life. Those two are facts. Those two facts are not, as far as I know, disputed by science. And James says those are not contestable.
Let's hear what he has to go on to say.
So you don't agree? So you agree that with old Earth and that life formed on Earth?
I'm not here to debate the age of the Earth with you. This is the simple chemistry that would have been available on the early Earth.
Yeah, we're not debating it. We're debating whether you agree.
Right. No, I want to hear what Tor has to say right now.
Yeah, and the rest of the clip is also very telling.
It's not in your favor, Snake.
Neither is it in yours.
No, we're not making advancements with origin of life.
Simple molecules to life. It happened, but we don't know how. Okay, exactly. So now I'm trying to understand what you were teaching us here. You said there's nothing magical about the emergence of life. It's really simple. That's what you said. And so I looked up, because I'm not a biologist. So I looked up what are the characteristics of life. So I just Googled it. What are the characteristics of life? Is it responsive to the environment, growth and change, ability to reproduce, have a metabolism and breathe, maintain homeostasis, which I can give you a definition for that if you need it. Being made of cells and passing traits on to offspring. Now, we may or may not agree on that definition. That is a textbook definition of the characteristics of life. And you said that if you have information, you have life. You said, quote, universes without life are universes without information. So I just want to understand you. I'm asking you a question. Information itself is not life. Would you agree with that? Life has information, but information itself is not life. I can have a piece of paper and write on that piece of paper. That piece of paper bears information, but that piece of paper does not have life.
No. So that information on the paper is as much alive as you are, actually. But let me frame that properly, because I think, again, we're going to end up, I think most of our argument today may be semantic. If you did not exist, you would not be able to write on that piece of paper. So if someone brings to me a piece of paper with words on it, that just tells me that's evidence of life somewhere. The problem we have with life and the origin of life and definitions, we don't actually know what life is. And that's a problem. So so that's why I made that very well thought out statement that universes without life that can't have information, because there's no syntactic information. There's no encoder, no decoder. Universes without life, of course, have the laws of physics in them and the laws of chemistry. But I'm really interested in that transition to a agency or a decision-making entity, like how many chemicals do you need in a pot? And we've begun to see in my laboratory how that can be steered. And I think that's counter all the debate, counter what you're saying is possible, counter what the origin of life says is possible. But we're just doing experiments to ask those questions. But so I would say, the piece of paper you write on isn't alive, it's not metabolizing, not in your definition, but you put that there. Therefore, if I found that piece of paper on another planet and I was able to discount that from background entropy, I would know that a living thing had put it there. And that's all I can do right now. I know so little about what life is. I'm able to understand. I think I kind of view myself a bit like before Isaac Newton wrote down how gravity worked. I know that gravity exists. I can see it, but I don't yet have the equation for it. And isn't it interesting that, it took Newton and then Einstein to quantify the law of gravity, and then obviously people can then apply that everywhere in the universe, but we knew it existed. And I'm kind of excited because we're doing this like pre-quantum mechanics world for biology, pre-understanding the equations, the physical laws that give rise to biology. But confident I am that we'll find them. And I can give you many reasons for that, but confidence is nothing without evidence. And what we have to discuss today is the evidence trail that's leading me down this track. Obviously, it's not finished yet. I haven't made life in my lab yet. I will. The argument will be that life that I made in the lab, did it just come from me, and where did I come from? And so what we have to work really hard to do is not obsess about the origin of life, but how can we create complex chemistry from simple chemistry, and what are the laws that turn that complex chemistry? And one comment I'll say is like in nanomachines, we're never ever going to make nanomachines deterministically. We have to evolve them. The cell is a good example of that. And even today, with all this work in nanotechnology, Jim, that you work in, there is not one functioning nanomachine in our technology made from the chemist up. It's all from the electrical engineer down.
Well, look, I'm just going to go to a quick break, and we'll return.
Do you have any problems with that? Are we still on?
Yeah. I'm waiting for him to actually answer. This is where he gets into some of the chemistry problems.
What am I supposed to answer? What do you want me to talk about?
You can comment on Tor as he continues, I guess. Whatever you want, man.
Okay. Well, continue, I guess. There's some... We might have to go back because there's a few quotes that I want to talk about that happened earlier. So go on, I guess.
No, you want to tap dance. You don't have any real evidence for abiogenesis, but go ahead.
There's plenty of evidence. There's no demonstration of it.
Wow.
No one claims that the entire problem is solved.
It's nowhere close either.
It depends on what you mean.
Yeah,
by
right. Yeah, okay. Go on.
We know a lot about it. There's a lot we don't know. How close we are, we don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, Snake, do you have a timestamp you wanted to go to, or should we just continue?
Are we just going to go through mostly the whole thing?
No, we'll go through the next 5 minutes or so because Tor gets into some specific things, autocatalysis and how all this stuff has been greatly exaggerated, all the research and experiments. It's not leading to anything.
Yeah, let's just go on then.
With Jim responding. Fascinating discussion. So glad I'm able to bring both Lee and Jim together for today's conversation on the origins of life. It's a part two, really, to the conversation that Lee took part in at the
It is not founded on the same
origins of life. This was following a session we did on this with Lee as one of the guests last year on Unbelievable, origins of life research and whether it really is. The theories are behind this, what we're seeing happen in the laboratory. Yeah, what are your responses here to all of this, Jim?
Right. So Lee said that we may come down to a matter of semantics in our discussion. I don't disagree with that. Let me just say also upfront, the reason I have never supported intelligent design, although I'm sympathetic to the arguments, is the first line on my website under the evolution creation page. I don't support intelligent design because I have no tool to measure it. I have not a tool to measure that something has been intelligently designed. So I hold my colleagues to the same
tool. So do you agree with that?
I don't have to hold myself. That's why I don't support it, because I have not a tool to measure it. I'm not against it. I just have not a tool to measure it. Secondly, I've never said that this cannot happen by naturalistic explanation. In fact, I've gone on to say is I have no idea what we're going to discover in 50 years, 100 years, 300 years from now. If 150 years ago you asked somebody where's information stored in a cell, they would have said, I have no idea. It must be God. No, well, we understand that the information is stored in the cell and the DNA. So we learn things with time. And that's what I'm saying. As of now, there's many things that we just don't understand. So to project as if we understand them, and to project as if we understand them, whether we're speaking about high school students or professors, is wrong. We just have to say, this is an open discussion. We can't address this. Now, as far as information that Lee was talking about, that life has information, and
can you pause it?
Piece of paper written on it, you know that life was there. I agree. But life has.
So do you agree with him that we might learn something new about it?
Yeah, but I personally think it's...
Is he saying that we'll never figure it out?
He's emailed me and said that personally, yes, and I can bring up that email. In the debate, he leaves it open. You want me to bring up that email and post it?
Okay, so why is he speaking out of both sides of his mouth?
Well, because the chemistry is not making any advancements, and he was being very generous to Lee Cronin, and I have the email of that if you want me to post that.
It objectively is making advancements.
No, it really isn't.
It really is.
With what? Protocells that are dead coffins?
Every time they publish something new about it, that's making advancements.
No, they can publish all kinds of things. That doesn't mean it's making progress.
It literally does. If
You're
you know more
delusional, dude.
about it, then you're making progress.
No, they publish papers on all kinds of. They still publish papers on the Miller experiment from '52.
Okay, so if we learn more about it, then we're making progress.
It's a total failure. I know you're stubborn and dense and totally delusional, and you don't really want to understand that, but it's not making progress. But go ahead, Maddox.
Well, every time we learn something new, it's progress. I know you're stubborn and dense and don't want to understand that.
Wow.
This information, life has
child.
matter. We have to deal with both of these. We have to deal
I'm
with
the
information,
child.
and we have to deal with matter. Matter is a huge, huge
Fucking
problem.
Jeff.
99% of what I talk about in my papers is the matter. I might have a paragraph on information. Lee says, my biggest problem is I don't understand information. That's what he said in the last thing. And I will confess, I am not I'm not an aficionado of informatics. That I am not. You had Perry Marshall on there. He is. I don't deal with information. Most of my argument has to do with the matter. In order to have life, you have to have the matter around life. It is not merely information. And so Lee has said biology, all that biology is chemistry with history. And I look at this and I'm thinking, well, biology is really complex. Biology has chemistry with history, but it is not chemistry with history. It is enormously more than just chemistry with history. It's extremely complex. And what I feel that Lee is doing is that he is putting out a definition of life that would allow him to try to get at, say, this Evolution 2.0 prize. But it's not a definition of life that any biologist would look at this and say,
Oh,
this is
wow.
life.
Exactly.
Now, maybe I'm wrong, and Lee can correct me on this, but biology is the science of life and living organisms. An organism is a living entity consisting of one cell, for example, bacteria, or several cells, for example, animals, plant, fungi. That's what biology is. And that definition that I just said is something.
Pause that right there. Yeah, I wanted to actually discuss.
You guys have a cell in order to have life. You just want to say that I have a.
Can you pause that, Maddox? Sai in the chat. Sai just brought up a. Can you bring up Sai's comment? Because I talk about show stack every now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think is Sai. What is he? PhD biochemist. Sai.
Not sure.
Yeah. There's Maddox. He's a biochemist. Is Sai?
Yes, I was on mute. Yes, Dr. Gart is a PhD biochemist. He was a tenured professor at Rutgers, and oh man, I apologize. I believe his other university was University of New York, maybe. I don't know. I know he was tenured at Rutgers in one of their universities. Yes,
yeah. Well,
and he's
okay,
he's also currently the editor of a biochemistry publication as well.
Right. Okay. Well, I was just saying, yeah, a lot of papers get I mean, just because there's a paper being published doesn't mean there's evidence. And a lot of papers, like he's just stating right there, get retracted because the chemistry doesn't work.
So what's your point? That will all be retracted or what?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what your point is.
What is your point other than hypothetical bullshit that's gone nowhere in 75 years?
It's gone lots of places. I don't know why you think it's going nowhere. We're learning more about it.
And it's not making progress.
And we're learning more about what we don't know about it.
And actually you just heard a biochemist say that a paper was retracted because it's...
Yeah, I'm aware that papers are retracted, and I'm aware that...
Plenty are, yeah. Jack Shostak, yeah.
What's your point?
Plenty origin... You don't see that as...
Oh, well, okay, so I didn't... Okay,
wow.
So he was tenured at NYU, Pittsburgh, I guess he was also at the NIH and Rutgers. So, yes, he is a... and then as Sal says, a very senior biochemist. Many, many honors.
What's your point? Because one person made a mistake on their paper, that therefore there's no progress? Is that your point?
I would assume the point. I would assume the point that Dr. Gart is making is that it was a rather heavily relied upon premise for abiogenesis research, which has had to be retracted, and there are many other facets of supposed steps that are being taken that were based on that as a foundation, which has now been retracted, which means it's ripping the rug out from underneath some of the most relied upon talking points, shall we say.
Right. So just when they think there's 10 steps forward, there's immediately, 10 steps back.
Yeah, even in science, if you figure out you can't do something, that's progress towards figuring out what's left for you to study.
No, that's not. And in fact, right now there's a $10 million. No. We could. You know what? Maybe we should play the Perry Marshall video with the information, because right now there's a $10 million prize for anyone that can produce code through unguided natural chemistry, and nobody can do it.
I think what Dr. Gard just said there is a answers the whole point of why it's significant.
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly what I said. Taking steps backwards. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Side. Great point, brother.
I mean, you could see it as a step backward, or you could see it as learning that what we need to look into. Knowing, knowing that this experiment doesn't work is progress in knowing and trying to figure out which experiments do work.
No, Snake. If something was a failure, it's always a failure. That's not an advancement. So you can live in your fantasy world, but no, that's not making an advancement. That's a step backwards. Exactly what I just said, and a biochemist even agreed with me.
Yeah, it's both.
Wow.
It's a step backwards for that area of research, and
that's a major scenario. No. That's a major scenario. The RNA world has been around, I think, since 1986, and it's not making progress. Sai, can you correct me on that? How long has the RNA world been around? I think it was Walter. Was it? Yeah, was it Walter Gilbert in 1986? That's how long RNA world has been around, and it's been plagued with problems for decades. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sai.
So back in like Miller-Urey days, they thought that they could just throw it into the jars and
you're lost, dude. Just be quiet, dude. You're a joke.
No. So the more that you know, the more you learn that you don't know about a topic. The more things you know that you have to look into.
If something has been if something was retracted,
if you know that I'm not done talking. If you know that
if something was retracted, how did it advance?
I'm not done talking.
Because you're brainless.
Tony, let Snake finish this point. Go ahead, Snake.
If you know that a certain type of aircraft does not work, you're making progress towards certain aircraft that do work. You know, that's not
any aircraft form by chance. Yeah, can any aircraft, even as let's say a failed aircraft, the first airplane that didn't even get off the ground, did that happen by chance at all, or was it the result of design engineering?
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, oh my God is right.
You think that because we engineer things, that therefore everything has to be engineered?
The cell, yeah. Can you explain abiogenesis in any way whatsoever, other than hypothetical?
That's the point. That's why we're studying it.
And it's not making progress.
Okay, hang on, guys. Okay, so let's toss in. I'm going to toss in another different point here. Okay, so if the Shostak papers had to be withdrawn and RNA replication is no longer supported, then you are now back to being stuck with a requirement for coevolution of both proteins and RNA simultaneously. Like, otherwise you have no replication method. So
by his method, that doesn't mean that it can't exist. It means that what he proposed doesn't work.
Yeah, it's abiogenesis is always going to be possible. Maybe aliens, maybe some other planet.
So are you suggesting that if it is now not plausible from a chemistry perspective for the RNA self-replication to work and actually happen from a chemistry perspective, you now are forced to be reliant upon external separate agency, in this context enzymes, to do this? Are you suggesting that that's not a requirement of coevolution?
That intelligence is not a requirement?
No, that you wouldn't require coevolution of both the RNA and the proteins that would be needed to enable the transcription.
I'm saying that you can't conclude that from the fact that one paper was rescinded.
Okay, but that was like the only thing they had to even make the RNA world remotely.
Yeah, but just because
plausible.
one method fails doesn't mean that it's impossible to do.
Okay, so they've been eliminating
That's
all the other feasible options. That was the only one they came up with that seemed even remotely plausible.
Yeah, that was a major one by an origin
Everything
of
else
life
was like,
researcher.
nope, not
Yeah.
even a possibility. Like, let's not go down this rabbit hole.
That's a major
Cy
problem
respond
when
to
you're
that?
trying to prove a negative. Is it's very difficult because you can't conclude that because this didn't work that it can't be done at all by any method.
Yeah, it happened in some
can't
other
conclude that. It
on
doesn't
another
follow.
planet. Yeah, it happened in some other universe. I know, somewhere under a rock on another planet. We just can't show it today or in a lab.
Yeah,
Did
and
Cy-
that you can't
Yeah.
conclude that therefore it can't be done.
Yep. Yeah, and it still happened somewhere. We know the narrative. Did Cy respond to that, Maddox, about the RNA world?
He said something about that he never liked. He said yes, you were correct, but he also.
Okay. He did say I was correct. Okay.
Let's see if I can find that. And he said something about he never liked it. He said you are not wrong. I never liked RNA World myself.
Right. But they're still working on it. It happened in some environment. They'll find it one day. Maybe, I don't know, 20,000 years. Who knows?
Well, I mean, for me personally, the annealing problem is just the
nucleotide problem. RNA is highly unstable. There's dozens of problems.
It's the KO. In my opinion, the annealing problem is the KO punch, but that's
Yeah, so if you know what the problems are, you have to research. That's making progress in what you need to research.
Yeah, and it's not, but you can believe that all you want, Snake.
Okay,
so has there been progress since Yuri?
Okay, guys, hang on. So, Snake, do you have a particular spot in the Cronin tour discussion that you want to go to, or like Chase press play? What would you guys like to do? Let's continue.
Oh, there was another 5 minutes. I don't know if he talked about autocatalysis and some of the problems. I think it was coming up in the next 4 minutes.
Okay.
System that itself is not life.
And just before Lee comes in, from what I understood, and again Lee can correct this, but what Lee has achieved in his lab in terms of what he's witnessed in terms of these replicating, I think it's salt molybdenum needle crystals or whatever. For you, what he sees as the beginnings of an explanation of how life arose and how a complex system could ultimately emerge, you believe simply are nowhere near, presumably, what actually constitutes life, and therefore Lee shouldn't be talking about it in terms of being some sort of approach to the origin of life.
Well, I know Lee is bursting to comment, but you just asked me a question, so let me answer that question. I wanted so much to understand from Lee what he was talking about. I listened very carefully on the last broadcast, and he talked about salad dressing and life. He said life formed in bubbles, and these bubbles are like salad dressing. They get stuck, something gets stuck, and then all of a sudden he starts to talk about flipping coins. I was trying to track with him. And then when he said there's a paper on this, and he was kind enough to send me this paper, I, with great enthusiasm, went to that paper with great enthusiasm because I wanted to see. And, I feel like I was told this is going to be the greatest show on earth. And I went in there and there was an old poodle standing on his hind legs. I mean, there was nothing. This is just an autocatalytic reaction. You're forming some clusters and other clusters can use those as templates to form around them. Autocatalytic reactions have been around a long time in chemistry, for over 100 years. Oswald came up with these over 100 years ago. I don't see how that is giving you information of life. The day his student walks in that laboratory, by walking into that laboratory, he's influenced that experiment. By choosing a chemical off the shelf, he's influenced that experiment. And then all he set up was an autocatalytic reaction. I think that there's nothing there. There's nothing there that points me toward anything of life that any biologist looking toward what is defined as life, not by Lee's definition, but by anyone else's definition, where you have to have, example, one cell, like a bacterium, anything like that, anything close. It's not even close to that. Okay. And so I think it's been totally overblown.
Okay, Lee, strong criticism.
Total agreement. Stop it there.
It's like, look, I really respect.
They have to basically. Right. Yeah. And you're making a narrative too, but basically they have to redefine what life is, and that's all they're doing. And in fact, Lee Cronin is not even trying to produce organic life at this point. He's trying to create some sort of synthetic inorganic cells because the problems are so severe.
He's trying to understand what the nature of life is and
figure out
how
he can't produce
how
life.
Information can be created by autocatalytic.
No.
Yeah, he literally just explained that.
Actually, as of this year, he's currently stepped away from attempting to replicate carbon-based life, and he's focused on silicon-based life.
Yeah.
So he's actually not even researching producing life as we know it.
Yep. Not even close.
So if he could produce some sort of silicon-based life form, is that progress?
Well, I mean, there's so many issues with the well, A, he's not going to, but it's recognized.
Well, I don't know
that
how you can make claims about the future, but
Let's ask Cy. Yeah.
Now, the reason for that is that silicon doesn't have enough of the variable possibilities that carbon does that are required for life as we know it to come into being. So even if you're able to pull off something which it doesn't actually have enough of the capacity that's required for life to be able to do it, that's a whole other problem. You're not actually, it's like, okay, so you're going to play with Play-Doh versus creating a sculpture out of clay. Like, that's what we're talking about here.
So if you can prove that this set of chemical reactions can produce information, self-replicating information, that's not
there we go.
Progress in understanding.
Okay, so the PhD in
there you go.
Silicon is a blind alley.
Yeah.
Dr. Fuzzarana had a whole.
Yeah.
Dr. Fuzzarana and I had a whole conversation about this, and he went on a 10-minute expose about why that's a stupid problem. How it was one of the things they discussed when he was getting his PhD. I'm like, this is ridiculous. This can never work. Irony of ironies. Fast forward to today, and Lee Cronin's trying to figure out a way to make silicon life.
I just say Snake makes life. He gets to 10 million. He's probably smarter than Lee Cronin, Sygart, Tor, all these guys.
Yeah, so I'm going to repeat my question. It's not making progress in understanding life if you understand how you can create information naturally.
They're not able to. Nowhere close.
That's not what I asked, is it?
All the scenarios have failed.
That's not what I asked, is it?
They're not learning.
That's not what I asked, is it?
You didn't ask me anything. I'm commenting.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Don't tap dance, dude. You have no evidence. You're just making yourself look like an idiot.
Tap dancing, as you're avoiding the question.
There is no question. They're not making progress. They're not making progress. They're not learning. They're failing. No, they're failing.
No, you can say that all day, except.
And you can say that they're making progress all day, and you can say what you want.
And I can actually point to papers that are published every year. So.
And that are showing what? Nothing. Hypothesis, bullshit that hasn't gone anywhere.
Depends on the paper.
Yeah. Okay.
They show lots of
fantasy
different
land.
things.
Yeah.
You want me to summarize everything that they've published in 2020?
A major researcher just retracted his paper. We had a biochemist tonight. Just say that.
So what?
So what? Yeah, everything's so what to you.
That doesn't mean that every single. Okay. So because someone retracted one paper, that means we haven't made progress in 50 years?
There's plenty of papers that haven't gone anywhere. Let's talk about Craig Venter for a minute. He's another researcher. Are you aware of what he's done?
Yeah.
He claimed he created artificial life in the lab. He came nowhere close. In fact, he had to copy a genome and use lots of pre-existing parts.
Well, I think that's because of misunderstanding, misinformation from the media who are reporting on it.
No. He actually came out and said that. He has a YouTube video on that. It's about 10 years old. He actually came out and said he created life in the lab.
Well, he did synthesize the DNA, although it was templated from existing.
Right. And started with a template, pre-existing enzymes, pre-existing genome, pre-existing cell membrane. Yeah. Go on, Maddox, because there's nothing being presented here.
Great point from Salvador. Point to a paper that will not be rendered moot by the asphalt paradox.
Exactly.
If not, those papers are worthless.
Why do you keep saying they're worthless if they're actually demonstrating something?
Yeah, we got fantasy land here tonight.
You can't explain it, can you? You're just laughing. Explain
They're not you want to bring Sal and Cy in, Maddox? I mean, I'm not a PhD biochemist. Neither is Snake. Do you want to bring these people in?
Well, we'll continue this. Sal and Cy, if you guys would like to join, let me know. I'll shoot y'all links to come in. Just let me know if you want to. You're welcome to. All right, let's continue.
So you're not going to explain it.
I didn't really expect him to kind of be so, I would say, I don't know. Anyway, look, let me address the first point. The right stuff is not enough, right? If I take a cell and grind it into atoms, I get chemicals out. So, of course, information in the cell is how you get biology. The thing that I am perhaps a bit more humble than Jim thinks he knows what biology is. Well, I don't. That's why I'm doing experiments. So biology isn't necessarily defined by a cell. Biology isn't necessarily defined by that. All I know is that if I take a cell and I grind it up, I get atoms out. So reductionistically, I put in my atom grinder. Now, Jim is choosing to not understand my argument because I now know he's making a narrative. The people make narratives from an ideological point of view. I'm not going to go there, the ideology. I'm just going to give you the evidence, the experiments, and then the listeners and the viewers can judge. What I showed to Jim was, he's right, that autocatalysis has been around for hundreds of years. So what Jim is talking about is the way that basically things can self-promote, but they have no information in them. And he talked about a thing called Ostwald ripening, which the listeners that are listening might want to look that up. And Ostwald ripening is a macroscopic technique where there's no information. The paper I showed Jim, and actually on the archive, shows that molecular information that is a template like the DNA does with itself, can basically template at the molecular level one structure that's impossible to form without that template. So it's almost like you're able to put a template into an archway, like a Roman archway, put in a key, and then on that template you can build another one, and there's a hierarchy of templates. And what we showed is you can make what's called an autocatalytic set. And the word set is really important. There's no example outside of biology of a catalyst that makes a catalyst that makes a catalyst that makes a catalyst. They work together. Maybe Jim is jealous because he wants to do it his nano stuff, but no one's managed to engineer it. We managed to discover one by scratch by searching. And yes, I would agree with Jim. We went and got pure molybdate off the shelf. The human being did that deterministically, and we have to account honestly for the information that we put into the material, into the experiment. And that's a valid comment. It's not a criticism. It's an assumption you have to make. Now, I think that Jim is saying it's impossible to know what gives rise to biology because it's complicated. And I'm just saying that's a fairly poor argument. And we should say, let's agree on our assumptions. We both assume that chemistry, that the origin of life was simpler than was today. That's an assumption that we tested. I'm happy to write all my assumptions and test them at every stage. That's what a good scientist does. First assumption, no life. Second assumption, simple chemistry. Third assumption, a little bit of time. Fourth assumption, bit of energy. And then fifth assumption, some kind of selection in the environment, some kind of persistence. What is that? And I try to help the listener understand. And I was aware that not everyone is a professor of nanoscience. So I put it in terms I think the listener could get some kind of analogy, metaphor out of. And Jim is kind of lambasting me for not having the correct term. He's already admitted he's not going to understand mathematics if I write it down. So the point is that we are talking about only one point of biology on Earth. We don't know what biology is. So it's ridiculous to kind of say, I'm going to make biology. I'm actually, if anything, an inorganic biologist or maybe an astrobiologist. I have made, to counter Jim's argument, a detection system that's going to allow us to distinguish alien life from non-alien life on other worlds, and also use that in the laboratory. And I'll give Jim a working assay for biology or not, which you can try and attack. Which is, if I have a system, a magic black box, let's say in that black box there could be a living cell, or there could be some random chemistry. I'm not allowed to know what. The only way I can tell when I get stuff out of that box is by looking at the complexity of the molecule. And we've done some good mathematics and some good arguments. And I've sent Jim that other paper, but maybe he's going to tell me that's all nonsense as well. That explains when you use a pair of scissors, if you cut up the molecules, whether that has been generated in a genetic system or an informational system, because genetics is a strong word, or not. So we have developed a test for finding chemistry that's becoming more complex. We're then developing a model to go and search for that. And now we're then instantiating that in the lab with good experimental assumptions. And we're going to go back and say, is that valid? Is that valid? What we're not doing, which I hope Jim will give some credit for, is saying it's RNA, it's sugars, it's this, it's this, it's this. We're saying, no, we have no idea what the pathway to life was, but we know that living systems create complex artifacts, be them molecules, proteins, ribosomes, or the works of Shakespeare. So let's use those as a encoding for a experiment. And that's the falsifiable thing that we're doing, because the origin of life isn't even a falsifiable question. I can't even go back. No. I don't know what happened. I never will. In fact, I actually don't care what happened at the origin of life. What I care about is if I can create a life form in the lab now with minimal interaction with it. Or even better, can I see a life form naturally emerging on another planet as an observer? That would be a dream.
Okay. That would, wouldn't it? Okay.
It's just a lot of high hopes for creating life in the lab, but Thor addresses all that.
Yeah, so we should just not look into it. We should just quit because you think it's impossible.
No, keep doing it. I hope they do it. They're not ever going to come close, though. That's my prediction. But go on.
Here's the question I would have: is there there's nothing to say you shouldn't try and figure out what are the fundamental requirements for life. It's just a question of, are you doing it from the perspective of it would require an intelligent agent, therefore let's figure out what the processes would be,
right?
What would have to happen, versus can this happen through totally undirected process and just through chance?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Yeah, so not even James Tour will assert that God did it. He literally says this.
In his scientific papers, he doesn't defend intelligent design.
He said at minute 7 and 47 seconds, I've never brought God into any of my arguments on the origin of life. I use purely naturalistic explanations for what I have to say about the evidence. I only critique the evidence of others. I never bring God into this. But you disagree with that, Tony. You bring God into this.
Are you aware he's a Christian?
Yeah. He doesn't bring that into these arguments, though.
Right, but he does believe that
That's
there's
why I
an
said,
intelligence.
is it relevant when you played that clip about him saying that he loves Jesus? Because it's not relevant.
Okay, well that is his personal belief, but he does believe that there is an intelligent agent behind the entire universe and life. And I have an email that I can pull that up. Do you want the email?
If I believed in a God, then I would believe in a God who made a universe that was capable of naturalistically producing life, because that would be a greater God inherently.
You're right, but James Tour does not accept biogenesis.
He
Hold on. Let's rewind for a second. You just stated that, and I would say this is an opinion, that it would require a greater God to create something where it would just come naturally versus doing it directly. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, along the lines of kind of an ontological argument that the greatest possible being is the God, essentially.
Right, but why does that God being doing it from where I don't have my hands in the equation at all versus other than from a original perspective, and I put my hand was in the equation in terms of the way I created everything from the first place, or I do it in a direct action inside of the universe. Like, I'm not really sure how that has any bearing on whether or not it's the ultimate being.
Okay, is a car a greater car if it can drive itself, or if you have to intervene in every action?
How is God intervening in every action?
So, at least as far as this is life.
Okay, for the self-driving, does the self-driving car require an intelligent agent to build it in the first place?
Yeah, we're talking about two instances of an intelligent. We're talking about two instances of an intelligent designer designing two different things. So one is an intelligent designer who is able to design at such a high level that that his creation is able to create all these other creations that this lesser God has to step in and do inside of the creation one by one. And how would that God do it? Is he moving every single molecule? Is he moving every single molecule individually? What is his lab?
Literally just made the subjective, taking your subjective opinion.
It's not. It's more highly complex.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, it is not.
It objectively is more highly complex. A universe that can create life and creations by itself, or a universe that just sits there and doesn't create life unless a God intervenes. Which is more complex?
It is based on your subjective opinion. No. Because the requirements that we're looking at would require, in order, what the whole point that's being made is that you would have to bend or have different rules in order for these things to take place. That's the entire point that's being made. So you're not talking about a comparable universe at all. It seems that's what's going over your head.
We're talking about two different universes. One where the design is so much more highly complex and finely designed and finely tuned.
Address this because this is again a very.
So you're going to cut me off?
No, I'm just saying that's just completely subjective opinion.
It's not. It's taking an objective of facts. The universe is more highly tuned if it can do things that the other universe cannot.
Okay, you do realize that the entire point
is more capable.
The entire point of that life is more complex. That our current form of life is so complex that it requires the direct interaction. That is the entire point.
Yeah, and that's a fallacy.
That means that the one that can do it without the requirement means that the life itself would be simpler. You're literally contradicting the entire premise.
No.
Anyway, let's continue. I'm not here to debate you on this one.
You're saying God couldn't design a universe.
I'm not saying that God couldn't do. That's not the point. I'm countermanding the point you're making about it being God being inferior on which way path he goes. Is the point?
You're throwing out a response and then changing the subject.
No,
so
I literally addressed your point twice now, and you're not getting it. So let's move on.
Yeah, and your point is moot because
you don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Your whole argument is muted.
You just want to throw out an argument and then move on, so I can't.
You're
respond.
making blanket assertions that somehow that means that God would have to be either greater or inferior, depending on which path they went, and that's
I was trying to get into
in so many times. But let's go back to the original subject of tonight.
I was trying to get into specifics, but you just wanted to throw out a response and cut me off. So
it's becoming a lot more practical right now. So he says that the reason he was saying things the way he was in the last broadcast because he was lowering it to the explanation of the common.
Sorry, making it accessible and not
making it accessible.
Arguably.
Okay. So Lee, I did look at your other papers, and I have no problem with those. I think it's great if you can come up with a testing system to see what is life, and I think NASA would support such a system because they're looking for life. What are the signs of life? I have no problem with those papers at all. In fact, I know that there's
a lot
is the video choppy for you guys?
Yeah, we got choppy video here.
Intelligent design in a system, and I have no problem with that.
Maddox, is Sai still in the chat? I actually wanted to ask Sai a question, if he could respond. He's still in there.
Oh, I think you maybe go ahead and ask the question. What you said the video is coming through choppy?
Yeah.
Man, I wonder if my internet's getting ready to go out again. I'm plugged into my Ethernet, but
yeah, I wanted to.
So by the way, for everybody who's unaware of this, so I live in Nashville. We had on Christmas morning, about 3.5 miles from my house, there was a stupid RV that blew up. In case you don't know, and it was actually directly in front of one of the biggest communication. The bomb went off right in front of one of the biggest communication hubs in the United States, and so internet and cell service has been completely taken out.
Okay, Sai's in the chat. And so is James.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, what advancements have they been making in the last 10 years, and what are some of the most serious problems with some of the most current scenarios, such as the RNA world, metabolism first, and protocells, which are being passed off as close to life? If I can get an answer on that.
That would be interesting to see if Sai and Dr. James Carter is also in the room. He's also a PhD biochemist. It'd be interesting if you guys wouldn't mind putting like each one of y'all's like top 2 problems. That would be that'd be fantastic. Brady. Yeah, the RV gave a warning. It was bizarre. I don't know if you guys have seen the video, but there was literally a giant speaker telling people to evacuate the area that a bomb was about to go off, and even did countdown, and before it finally basically gave the cops time to go in, knock on people's doors, get people to start clearing out, and then detonated. It's kind of it was amazing. But yeah, so it's been weird. It's actually not getting as much national coverage as it should be, but it basically took out communication from northern Alabama up into southern Kentucky, over into part of Georgia, and like basically one of the main communication arteries goes from like Atlanta to Nashville, and then Nashville up to Chicago, and Nashville over to St. Louis, and so basically everything in the pathway of that and like the offshoots basically was jacked because it blew up a bunch of the main switches. The like 911 was taken out, like FirstNet hub. It's like a big first responder vendor. Like their stuff got blown up, and it's pretty much So I agree with you. It's just it's much too huge a question to respond for here. Respond in chat.
Yeah. There could be a short answer to that.
He says my top problem is the issue of very accurate self-replication, which is required in any kind of evolution to allow for life to improve. So and by the way, Sai has a fantastic discussion on this over on his channel, and where he discusses the fidelity problem. And I think it was on your channel. I remember watching it with you. I forget who you were talking with, on the fidelity problem, and how you need 99.999%. Otherwise, you have serious issues.
And also, I wanted to ask Sai, just because chemists are pumping out and publishing hundreds of papers every year on abiogenesis. That doesn't mean there's any real advancements or that there's anything working in these scenarios that have actually been failing for decades. That would be my follow-up to Cy.
There may not be advancement in that specific area you want advancement in.
I didn't ask you.
Yeah, and I don't care.
I don't care your opinion either.
I'll respond if I want to.
Good. I'm not even going to listen.
I know you don't. That's very typical.
You don't listen either. Yeah, very typical of you. Yeah, right back at you.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to play that game.
I thought that was being childish.
You are a child. You play with toys.
You repeated what I said back to you.
With toys.
You said was childish.
Yeah. This is what you do. This is when you Maddox. This is how you behave when you have no evidence.
Hang on. Dr. Carter says, I second Cy and would add molecular entropy. This is a good piece. Okay, so let's move on to let's keep going, and then we've been going for a while on this, so let's keep going.
Them try to develop a model to look for intelligence. Again, I don't go there. I never use intelligent design as an argument in what I'm doing. I'm just critiquing the science. And the problem is, Lee, that a lot of the times that people hear these things, they hear people from the origin of life community say things, and they believe it. And the origin of life community may be saying, well, I was just trying to make that accessible to you, because when I ask them for details on it, the details seem to go away. I think he's got you.
I can call you out on that when the nanotechnology community say that they've made nanomachines, and we say we've made these robots, they're going to fix you, and you've done this as well. And I've read some of your papers, and I would argue it's not the origin of life community aren't seeking to be duplicitous. They're simply trying to get people excited about the possibilities. And what I'm trying to do is to take a middle road to say, look, you're in your nano work trying to get people excited about the possibilities for nanotechnology. That's brilliant. Let's make the extrapolation. Maybe we can give that accommodation to the origin of life. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, but is that a fair criticism that we all, in nanotechnology as well, you're making claims that may seem something in the public, but obviously need more working out in the laboratory?
Well, possibly. I mean, there's a company now started around the nanomachines to drill into these cells, to affect the cells, to deliver. We've demonstrated that through these nanomachines we can deliver antibiotics that were formerly outdated, that couldn't get through the bacterial membrane, and now they get in and they kill those bacteria beautifully. So we are showing that they are indeed working, and we've been working on this for all of just a couple of years with these cells, and already we're getting this to work. The problem with origin of life community is this is a hard target. So Lee has said all life is pretty boring if you think about it. Life is complex, is a complex chemical system that can persist over time, unquote. And so, Lee, I'm trying to just follow what you say. So in one sense, you say it's pretty boring, and in the same sentence, you say it's a complex chemical system. And I agree with you. It is a complex chemical system. It entails lots of complex molecules. The origin of life community is trying to make a complex molecule and another set of complex molecules. Most of the time, they make them racemic anyway. They never deal they rarely deal with the purification problem, and they won't take what they've made and bring it on to the next step. It's all relay synthesis over and over again.
Exactly.
It's very complex. It's hard to do, but Lee, as I understand your work, you're not trying to do what many other people are doing. You're not trying to make yet another way to make amino acids, another way to make a nucleotide, another way to try to hook. You're not doing that. You're trying to bring us back to the fundamentals of what is life, and can you begin to make something that's lifelike in your lab? And so I appreciate that. I didn't know anything about that, or that's why I've never critiqued your work in any of my writings, because it's new to me, and so that I understand better what you're doing now. So I'm not holding you to account for what these other people have written.
I mean, just before Lee comes back in, just because you obviously have responded to other people in the origin of life community, Jim, has your criticism been, you might want to sketch out some examples of people who you think are basically painting a sort of just so picture of how inorganic chemistry went to a sort of RNA or whatever, and you just think that they're massively simplifying or brushing over the complexity that's involved in that process? I think you had a particular critique of an article that went in Nature. I'm afraid I forget the name of the person who wrote the article and so on. But you as you say, Lee is doing something a bit different to those guys, but you've obviously had quite strong words for others in the community who are trying to make out that there is this naturalistic explanation that we're kind of pretty close to understanding.
Right. Yes. So when they take their little experiment in the lab and they extrapolate it and they bring it to life, it makes the layperson feel that we understand what's going on. That's not the case at all. And it's not just the layperson. Even my faculty colleagues have been confused by these things. And the extrapolations are way overboard. And I think Lee would agree with me a lot on this as I've read his work. Lee's work is very different. I think, now getting back to Lee's work, I think it's oversimplified. I think that he's nowhere near life, but what he's trying to do, and I see this. He said this on the last broadcast. He said what we can't agree on what life is. He says there's no agreement among different people. He says, quote, what I've come up with is forgetting what life is, but looking at what life does, unquote. Quote again, what does life do that is different than, say, a non-living plant? Life makes things, unquote. Again, he says, quote, living systems tend to make stuff. And that is what we call life, and we are looking for it, unquote. And so I see what he's trying to, what Lee is doing. He is trying to step back, because I just read to you a Googled definition of what biology is. Biology says you've got to have a cell there. And Lee is stepping back from his mathematical background. He's stepping back. What I see is to something much more basic. Okay, does life have to be a cell, or can life come from something simpler, and then we move on toward this? And so what I feel that he's done, though, in doing this is he projects that what he's doing is he's making life. And now he's telling us, he's saying, yes, it's not life as we would understand it as a cell. It's doing things that life might do. Life tends to make things. Lots of chemistry makes things.
I think that's a very good point I can be very constructive on, if I may, Justin.
Please do.
It's
Okay, you guys, everything you want to weigh in there?
Why don't you let him respond?
I mean, I'm not like silencing Lee Cronin. I was just putting me a pause. If you guys had any response, if you don't, just say no, and I'll press play.
Yeah, I mean, he said he's not holding Lee accountable for most of the mistakes and redundancies of many of the scientists. That his work is different. I think that's great. I think that I agree with James Tour that there's a lot of misconceptions out there, and Lee does too. But that doesn't mean that, and it sounds like James is hopeful that we'll figure out more about the origin of life, because we're finding out that there are pseudo living things like a virus. Is a virus alive? Well, it can replicate. Obviously, the virus specifically needs other cells to replicate. But we're looking into whether there's some way for genetic information to replicate outside a cell or within a protocell, or that's the whole point of this research, is to not just assume that, well, it has to start with a cell and that's it.
Tony, everything you want to weigh in? First play.
Yeah, well, first of all, protocells are not alive. Sal was commenting on that, how they're basically just coffins to life. They don't have permeable membranes. Proteins don't pass through them. Also, Tor mentioned how these chemical procedures in the lab, there's purification processes at every step. I'm not a PhD biochemist, but that's also another major problem. They also talk about some of the purified reagents. I think Cronin is going to bring that up soon.
Tony, do you know what a vesicle is?
The cell membrane.
No.
For the protocell, that's actually what they were using.
No.
Yeah, they're empty vesicles, and they actually make membranes out of all different kinds of material.
Yeah, but do you know that inside of a cell there are vesicles? Do you know how that works?
What exactly? Yeah, what? Proteins and enzymes and things that have to be permeable and move through a membrane?
Yeah, so you know that vesicles can join each other and make larger things? Larger membranes?
Like what? And where have we shown that in any prebiotic environment?
That's how
the videomatics. Yeah. Okay.
But so you said that it's not permeable. So
yeah, protocells are
join with another protocell that has nutrients in it.
Protocells are not alive.
It doesn't
need No. Chemists have to insert information into these dead membranes, and they still don't come alive.
But
protocells are not living.
Your critique was that it has the membrane is not permeable.
All right, we want to get an opinion we want to get an opinion from an expert. We got, I don't know, size in the we got Sal.
Yeah. There's very complex ways that it happens.
Well, and there's also permeable vesicles too. I mean, this is part of what's done, and when it joins with the Golgi apparatus as well. I mean, they're permeable in that context.
And I think protocells are permeable to ribose. Just so happens to be the sugar that creates the DNA. And it happens to be the sugar that's most permeable to cells.
Protocells are not alive, Snake. Nowhere close.
Yeah. If they were, we would have proven abiogenesis already.
Okay, let's get.
We're trying to figure out what is needed.
Exactly.
We're trying to figure out what is needed. So
we're inserting what we want. We're inserting what we want into these membranes, and
the fact that we don't know yet is not a critique.
Right. In the future, we're going to find it. I know, man.
No, that's not what I said at all. So you could stop strawmanning.
Okay, let's continue.
But to address Sal's point, you can literally watch it happen. Vesicles confused without snare proteins. But yeah, that's how most cells do, like very finely tuned, very small vesicle fusions within the cell or without.
Know what, like, I don't even know if life really exists, right? But that's a really metaphysical discussion we can have another day. What I think is really important is to say, look, if I looked at the asteroid belt, right, and just zoomed in, and I didn't know anything about the laws of gravity, and I was let's just say I was someone who liked asteroids, I'd say, well, man, that's really complicated. And then a physicist says, oh, no, actually, I'm just going to write down the equation of gravity, right? It's an inverse square law, 1/r², sum of the masses between them. Boom. The asteroid belt is a really bad place to discover gravity. But if you then go and look at a big gravity well, and there's an asteroid falling into it, suddenly that simpler explanation can then be applied in a more complex context. So I want to just quickly speak to one apparent contradiction. Life is boring, life is boring and life is complicated. What I'm saying is, I think it's boring to try and imagine what the chemistry could be at the origin of life by just taking cells apart, because we've got an existence proof problem. I'd rather zoom out and say, let's just put what we had available, guess, in a can, and see what complex comes out and say, does that fall our Turing test for life? And then when it does, we then go, okay, we now care, and we're going to go and do that detailed mechanism. And we're going to be an organic chemist. We're going to do what all those amazing prebiotic chemists do, but we'll do them in the context of having made an observation that we find interesting, rather than doing a historical narrative-based experiment. So the good news for all the prebiotic chemists, and they're fantastic chemists, is that there is work for them to do. The bad news is they might have to change their narrative, but that's great because we get closer to the problem. And I'm saying, I think I'm discovering gravity, what the equivalent of the force that produces life, and what is the natural phenomenon that does it. I haven't done it yet. I've got indications it might work. Your listeners must not take my words as proof we've made life. Most certainly not. And I didn't say that in the last episode. And had you listened to the last, Jim recounted the last episode word for word, I would explain very honestly that I am as confused as the next person. That's why I'm doing the experiment. If I already knew the answer, why would I do it? There are some people out there who are engineers doing chemistry, and they want to make stuff and make machines and do all that. And there are other people that are going from the bottom up and saying, what is it about physical reality that gives me complexity? And that's what we're homing in on. And it's a very important problem that hasn't been addressed correctly. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be really astonished at the outcomes from what I'm seeing in my lab. But great claims need absolutely fantastic evidence, completely transparent to argument. And that's one of the reasons why I came on and we're happy to debate with Jim, because I think this is incredibly productive to basically lay bare our assumptions and prod them and poke them and say why. And I think the prebiotic chemists are doing that now, to their credit. And I think that Jim hopefully will become more and more satisfied by that.
But Jim's earlier critique of you, Lee, that the autocatalytic kind of things that you've been able to create in the lab are at some level the very early foothills, if you like, of what it will take for more complex systems to develop and ultimately to become these, have all those facets of biological life that Jim outlined earlier. I think what I got from him was that is a huge extrapolation right there.
No, I can explain why in 1 second. And I think this is the thing. What we've got in our system is this. If you can imagine a system where you have a monkey on a typewriter and you say you've got a universe full of monkeys, one day they're going to make Shakespeare, you have to have a universe full of monkeys. What we've done in this system is we've shown, okay, we use pure sodium molybdate. Actually, on Earth, there is a spring in Idaho that has these molybdates, which naturally form. So we could go and find them, right, in the natural environment. These molybdates, when you add acid to them, they form a catalyst template that has information associated with it, which reads out a bigger structure that's impossible to form on its own. What does that mean? It's the template gives the monkey the information to write Shakespeare, and we get some Shakespeare out. Now, here's what I'm going to drive at. It's really important for Jim, and I hope to convince him. This Shakespeare that we've written means nothing because Shakespeare doesn't exist. So what we've got is a small template that's randomly forming, that then has something that is able to template a molecule that's massive, that can't form randomly, that there is a molecular information. But now this molecule forms, this molecule can then act on itself, and that information then becomes information. So what I'm trying to say is that the act of creating information is what we're trying to capture here, and we're showing a naturalistic process. And that's why I guess Jim is uneasy, quite rightly. Like, I'm shuffling a card deck and getting a royal flush and using that royal flush to make another royal flush. And I'm excited because it's the first time outside of biology that coupled catalytic sets have been shown to emerge. People have made them.
I don't know if Dr. Tour and Dr. Gard are still in the chat. If they are, I'm assuming, I guess the question I would have, and what Cronin just talked about, I'm assuming what he's relying on there is why you brought up the significance of the retraction of the RNA replication paper, is that if that is removed from the equation, then this whole formation of the information he's relying on no longer is actually a plausible premise. Sidebar, Dr. Gard just said, reading Cronin's actual papers was very frustrating for me as a biochemist. That's good. But sorry, guys, can go ahead and weigh in if you'd like.
Yeah, would Sai agree that Cronin's ideas are just far-fetched and not working?
Snake, do you have anything you want to say?
Well, I think it's a good point that he's showing how information can arise naturally.
Okay, so in the whole premise of the replication, all of that, even the stuff they've been able to pull off, which they're now having to concede is not actually remotely plausible from a natural perspective, they're ending up with shorter and shorter RNA strands. So they actually have less information, not more. So how do you address that?
In what?
Just give it more time under a rock on another planet.
Okay, so if you start, okay, you've got a strand, just for easy math purposes. Let's just say it's 50 nucleotide pairs, right? 50 base pairs. Let's just go with that, right? Easy math. Over time, it does not grow to be 100. It shrinks. So you're not gaining information, even if you're not even specified information, not even specific sequence information that might result in a polypeptide. We're talking about just it physically shrinks. Like, this is recognized as a massive issue. So, I mean, how do you address that?
Over replication?
Yeah.
So is this like what Sai was talking about, where it's a very imprecise replication?
No. We're not talking about fidelity right now. We're talking about just pure reduction over, like, in their experiments. There was a very fascinating interview probably about 2 months ago over on Stated Casually, I believe. I forget the researcher's name, but he just left the chemical evolution research facility in Atlanta, and he was talking about how this was a massive problem of it always gets shorter, never expands.
After what, though?
When they're able to catalyze replication, self-replication.
In what experiments?
Their experiments in origin of
It's
life
not
chemistry.
replicating right, is what you're saying.
No, it is. It just shrinks.
Then it would not, if it was doing it accurately, then it wouldn't, it would stay the same size.
No. It's not being replicated in the context of what happens in life and maintain the fidelity. You don't have any of those things. All those things are out of the equation. You're just dealing with an RNA strand. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And it can copy itself, but then over time, it literally, because it has no way to maintain the fidelity, it ultimately is going to shrink.
So the original template is degrading.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. So
even though you're able to get,
what about,
why? Because you're not being able to maintain fidelity. And this is what the whole point of needing all the transcription factors. That's why it has such relevance in the macro view of this whole equation. So the point I'm making is, if in their real world experiments, what they are observing, not what's hypothetical, what's being observed, is you actually lose whatever information you might have, even if it's not actually specified. We're talking about, hey, this isn't a sequence that means anything. Let's just have one that has enough pairs to be able to do this. It shrinks.
On the original? So and it keeps.
Okay, never mind. Let's continue. This is obviously going
replicating, right?
Yeah, there's no. Maddox did Cyberpunk.
But the amount of
Maddox?
sequence information
No,
required
I have
requires you
questions.
to create it. Whereas in our salt system, yes, I have to get some sodium molybdate, which is one compound,
it's
and I have to add some
Gorman,
lemon
right?
juice to it or some acid. But then the rest goes.
I think that's why you're obviously very excited that for you this is a breakthrough, and that obviously there's a lot of work to be done in where that goes ultimately. But the principle you seem to be saying is what's there. I'm going to go to another break. Sorry to cut in on what is a really fascinating discussion. I'm fascinated to hear what Jim was saying.
Maddox, did we get a response from
Origins of Life, round 2 with Lee Cronin and my guest James Tour on today's edition of Unbelievable.
If you listen to Unbelievable with Justin Briley on Premier Christian Radio and enjoy the conversations between Christians and skeptics, then this is the perfect app for you. For the latest.
Did we get a response on that
section there?
I don't know if we got one from Dr. Gart. Let's see. Looks like Sal's responded though. Let's see.
Sal asked me something about mitosis, But since you cut me off, if the template degrades, you still have what's copied, right?
No, because even if that is also, ultimately it's going to suffer the same fate.
Yeah, I got one more
it can
question.
also copy other things, right?
No, it can only. Okay, they all end up having the exact same end outcome, and they're also competing for all of the resources. That was another massive portion of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Is ultimately whichever one is doing it the fastest, even if it's wrong, is the one that wins. And eventually you run out of the resources, which is a major problem. But all that aside, you still end up with a degradation from the starting point, not an increase. And the only way for you to possibly, like the whole premise of that has to be somehow allowed for in abiogenesis research is, hey, if we can just get to this point, then if the self-replication starts, then it'll expand. And what they're discovering is, okay, cool, we found a hypothetical, even though we can't get past the annealing problem to get to this stage, hey, we'll just create one where it can happen. But even if we do that, we still end up with a reduction, not an improvement. Like in the experimentation.
What experiment are you talking about? Because I've got a paper titled Self-Sustained Replication of an RNA Enzyme.
Okay, so when was that published?
What's the name of it?
I literally, it's your paper, bro. I just asked you, when is the paper? What's the paper you're referring to?
Oh, when was that published? 2009?
Okay. And who was the author?
Tracy Lincoln and Gerald Joyce.
Okay. The point I'm making is that 2020, whatever I don't know what they're saying in that paper. You have to send it to me and I'll read it, but I'm pretty sure, I doubt that PhDs in 2020 would be saying that actually isn't happening. I mean, this was a couple months ago.
It depends on what mechanism you're using. These aren't all the same mechanisms. But you're saying that based on this one condition where RNA templates degraded, therefore there are no conditions in which they can be self-sustaining.
Let's see, where Dr. Gart says, let's see, what is he responding to? Where's James?
Yes.
Okay. Chemical evolution favored the replication of shorter RNA strands, so they began to predominate. Ultimately, hydrolysis kept shortening RNA before they can self-polymerize into functional lengths. And then Dr. Gart says, right, that's exactly what Jim keeps trying to tell people. The natural processes do not favor complexity growth.
Exactly.
Which is exactly what I'm saying.
Sai, is Lee Cronin's work highly manipulated and still not leading towards life? If you could answer with a yes or no.
Hang on. Dr. Gart says, important. Joyce, which is the paper you're referring to, does not mean template-directed replication. He is really talking about ligation.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Sai that. Sai, if Lee Cronin's chemistry is highly manipulated and far-fetched and still not leading towards life, can you give us a yes or no in the comments?
Okay, so Snake, you just had 2 PhD biochemists say that you're misinterpreting that whole piece. So what's your response?
These are ribozymes. I'm not sure what he's saying I'm misinterpreting though.
Okay. All right, let's continue.
Because they're self-replicating.
Jim and Lee essentially saying, look, it seems to me that
so we're not going to talk about what the problem is
that have been established are at least the beginnings of the principles you need for life in the sense of something that can exist in a complex system through time. You're at the very beginnings of seeing something like that, and from everything that Lee has said, he sees that it's going to be something like the law of gravity. It's going to be the kind of biological equivalent of a law simply enacting itself in the universe. You don't have to invoke anything special or magical. It will just happen given the circumstances. So yeah.
We got a yes on that. Pause that for a second. Thank you, Sai.
Agreeing with Lee that those.
What do you want to say, Tony?
Yeah, so Sai, you're agreeing and saying yes that Lee Cronin's work and many other origin of life researchers' work is highly manipulated and still not leading towards life. Is that a yes or a no?
Yeah,
Thank
do you
you.
understand what experimental controls are?
I'm not talking to you.
I know. Yeah, you're not talking to the person you're here to debate. You're an
I'm
intellectual
talking-
coward.
I'm talking to Sai, a PhD biochemist.
Yeah, I'm talking to you
You're irrelevant right now.
in the debate that you offered me. You're an intellectual coward.
I'm talking to a PhD biochemist. You have nothing to offer.
All right. Snake, do you have something you want to say?
He's an intellectual coward.
Okay, let's continue.
That's it.
Yeah,
working
I've
in the
said
origin
it.
of life
you're a
for
total
Cronin,
fool that has
synthetic
nothing.
chemists are amazing synthetic chemists.
Except for hundreds.
They've tied one hand
thousands
behind their
of
back
experiments.
because they restrict themselves to aqueous systems. They restrict themselves to very simple, basic chemicals. They're great chemists, and they make amazingly complex things using all of their intellect and then suggesting that this could be how life formed, which is a big extrapolation from the one little molecule that they've made. But they're great chemists. I have no problem with that. And I see that Lee is trying to get a fundamental piece of life, and that is being able to construct, to have information come from these little molybdate reactions, and that's great. I'm happy for him, and that's a wonderful thing. I still think the extrapolation is just huge, and the target is hard. Look, I don't work in the area of origin of life. This is a hard target, and what happens is, since Miller-Urey, and I've written about this, that was 67, 68 years ago, since they came up with the Miller-Urey experiment, many people thought we were very close. The problem is the target gets further away. As we understand what life is, what life as a biological life, where we live, where most origin of life people are trying to direct toward, the target moves further and further away. So we're not getting closer with time. We're getting further away with time, because every
totally
year
agree.
there's more
You
found
can
out
stop
about a
it there.
cell and how a cell communicates, how information is transferred within a cell. And you're like, whoa, this is utterly amazing. And what Lee has done is he's trying to get at the very basics of how could you get information to build up from this random system that is, he's trying to approximate randomness with a pseudo-random system in his lab and build up information. That's wonderful. Lee, I'm not contesting with you on that. I have no contest with that. But to suggest that that is a form that is going to give us some understanding of how life as we know it in a biological system, this is a very, very long way away. I don't know what that Evolution 2.0 prize demands. I don't know what its requirements are. I've tried to look it up. It seems kind of nebulous to me. But it's just so far from life. And I'm glad that Lee is here today. And he's saying that, look, we haven't made life. He thinks he's going to be able to make what have telltale signs of the beginnings of life. But I'm glad that he's admitting, maybe he's not, and he'd like to correct me on this, that he's very far from what we look at as a biological definition of life that has to have a cell, whether that be a eukaryotic cell or a bacterium. Bacterium is still a highly complex structure. That we're very, very far away from that. And to project like we understand this or like we're somehow close to this is just a wrong projection.
I would directly answer that. I think so. I think thanks, Jim, for that comment. I think there's a lot we agree on.
So did Sai give me a yes or a no?
I'm not sure. He may have.
I just can't check comments right now.
I think he said yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe Snake should debate Sai.
I don't know if he responded. The last thing I said was yes.
Okay, he did say yes. That was a yes.
Yes about what?
The chemistry being highly manipulated and still not leading towards life.
Oh yes.
Okay.
I think the interesting portion of this, the question for both of y'all is whether you agree or disagree, is Tour was making the point that we're not getting closer, we're getting further away. The goalposts, it's getting more and more difficult. There's more to account for, and we're having fewer and fewer answers from the macro point of view. And it's like, hey, you saw, it's like the equivalent of, oh, cool, we ran a dive play up the middle, gained 2 yards, and then 10-yard penalty.
Yeah, and the target just gets pushed back further and further. Is that what he said? The target is being pushed back?
Yes. No, by the way, Dr. Gard says yes on that.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Dr. Carter says RNA is so liable that even when coated with lipids, the mRNA SARS-CoV-2 vaccines degrade in 1 to 4 weeks at fridge temperatures and have to be stored at below 70 Celsius. guess we're talking about in the context of Half-Life and such.
Right. Things breaking down. Yeah, you had mentioned that too, Maddox, right? Throwing things in
so
freezers, heating things.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
So Snake, in the context of the big picture getting further and further away, what's your response to that?
Well, I think that that's making progress. If you're making progress on defining what your actual goal is, what things you need to meet, what qualities you have to meet, what you have to do to make the experiments work, that's learning, even if you're learning that you don't know something, because you're understanding what you don't know and you're understanding what you need to know, essentially. So if you're thinking, oh, all we have to do is just throw these things together and it'll create a cell, well, the more you learn about what doesn't work, the more you learn about what would work. So yeah, we're learning more about what actually needs to go into these experiments. That's fine. I know you will say, well, it's never going to happen. We'll never catch up. But that's predicting the future. I'm not saying we will. I'm saying we should keep trying. And I'm also saying that God did it is also a cop-out and not an explanation of anything.
Tony, you got anything you want to say?
Just their level of delusion. I mean, we have two PhD biochemists in the chat. I don't know if that Snake wants to have a discussion with them. One just admitted that the chemistry is not leading towards life. It's not making progress, and it's also highly manipulated. I think I got a yes from Cy. I don't know what else can be said here. This is just, but delusion.
You can't conclude from that therefore it's impossible to meet that goal.
And so we'll conclude that it will be proven in the future. Okay.
No, that I literally already said that I don't do that.
So I don't know what we're debating here. Do you want to debate a biochemist?
Work on your listening skills.
No. So do you want to debate a biochemist on this stuff? I'm not claiming to be an expert.
If there's a proposition, I'll talk to them.
Yeah, you don't have anything. Okay.
I have Cy's email.
He just agreed with me, by the way. Is that accurate, Maddox?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I think we all agree that they're highly controlled experiments. Do you know why? Do you know why they're highly controlled?
Snake, it's not
relating.
What
an experimental
yes, but it's not relating to prebiotic chemistry. It's a problem for your camp.
It is. There are prebiotically
okay, so you just admitted
that.
This is wow.
There are prebiotically plausible experiments, and the fact that we're studying something under controlled conditions doesn't mean that it can't happen naturally. It just means that we're removing variables that would make the experiment inefficient or inconclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't understand what an experimental control
You don't understand any of this. Of course we understand how experiments work. We're not objecting to how the experiment is being set up.
You are.
Or what's being... No, we're not.
You're saying it's too highly controlled to be relevant.
Cy, are these experiments highly manipulated, or are they relating to prebiotic conditions? And are they successful under prebiotic environments? Give us a yes or no, please.
There's a huge range. Some of them are more plausible than others. Some of them have proven not to be plausible. Some of them have proven to be plausible.
So Dr. Carter makes a very good point. In the dichotomy of naturalism versus intelligence, if the known chemical/physical laws demonstrate abiogenesis is impossible, then one is compelled to accept the alternative.
Yeah, that's the problem with proving a negative. That bar of proof is so high that's almost impossible to meet. You can prove individual sets of conditions do not lead to some hypothesis. That doesn't prove that.
Yeah, we know, Snake. There's always some environment.
There.
I know. Yeah, there's always going to be an environment. I know.
That's not what I'm saying.
You don't know what you're saying.
I'm not saying that there is some undiscovered way to do it out there for 100% sure. I'm saying that you cannot conclude just because some of them have failed that it's impossible. Otherwise, we should have concluded based on Leonardo da Vinci's flying machines that flying is impossible.
Okay,
Because
so
he made machine after machine after machine that failed, and hundreds of years later they figured it out.
I think
So you cannot conclude
I'm pretty sure
because an
that
experiment fails.
I'm pretty sure
it's
that Da Vinci created schematics that if he had combustion engine would have been viable from an aerodynamic perspective. So
And
there's
he
that.
didn't have a combustion engine, did he?
Right. But in the
that was made hundreds of years later.
I understand that. But in the context of what we're talking about, so outside of abiogenesis, are there things that, based on the known laws of physics and chemistry, are there things that chemists will just not pursue because it's not plausible?
Right. It's a total dead end. I think Cy responded. My comments are going up.
The individual experiments will show that certain things are implausible. Yeah. If you put dirt and water together, that is not going to produce a cell.
Maddox,
period.
Check the comments.
You can prove that you can't do that experiment.
No, he left the comment.
Okay, yeah, he did.
Yeah, there it is.
That's Jim. Okay, he's talking about Dr. Tour. So that is Jim's main point. Almost all these experiments are highly manipulated and can't reflect what happened on primitive Earth. Good night.
Yeah, exactly. I rest my case on that as well. I gotta run to bed. I'm waking up kids here, so have a happy New Year, Maddox.
All right, appreciate you. Have a great night.
Yeah, man, it's been 2 hours now. Yeah, we can bring back Cy Guard. Let's have a 2-on-2 with him or discussion, or James Carter.
Yeah,
we can have Cy Guard out. Have a good night, brother.
Appreciate you. Sal says Da Vinci had working models of flying machines. They're called birds.
Well, so can I address something Sal said about mitosis?
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, good folks. So in chat, I will either continue this on for a little bit, and we may have some open room. If other people want to come in and have a conversation, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up pretty soon. So if you want to come on in to have discussion, let me know in chat. If so, I'll post the link. Otherwise, we'll give it a few more minutes and then wrap things up. Okay, go ahead, Snake.
Yeah, so I think he asked me, how does mitosis happen without snares? Something like that. I think this is, again, kind of missing the point that mitosis would not be the way that cells replicated in early life, and almost definitely wouldn't be how genetic information would replicate without a cell. It's a highly derived cell process. So that's not what we're studying in Origin of Life. And the other thing about, hey, Sal. And
Sal, you're on mute.
And the other thing, snares they're basically used to mediate vesicle fusion. That doesn't mean that vesicle fusions can't happen without snares. It's used to identify very specific vesicles and bring them together in a controlled manner. And this doesn't mean that membranes with different mixtures of chemicals in them cannot fuse at larger scales. And then I had a few more things for Tony, but he's gone.
Danny's joining us. Sal was just here, and he had to. I'm not sure, he must have dropped out. He'll probably be back in a minute. You guys can discuss that that piece. Okay, so it looks like Sal's coming back in. Okay, Sal, do you want to welcome to the stream? Do you want to address what Snake was just talking about there on?
Yeah, I think Snake misunderstood my point. Snares and mitosis are different things, and I'm not accusing him of misrepresenting me. I'm saying I probably wasn't clear enough. But the point is we're going to appeal to just vesicles randomly, with random chemicals in them randomly fusing. That doesn't solve the problem of mitosis. This is a dead end, just appealing to vesicles. And the point where all this came about is, what are you going to do without proteins mediating the process of mitosis were transmembrane proteins. This is a serious problem. So just because vesicles can maybe randomly merge, which is probably not always a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing that cells don't randomly merge with each other. So the problem of not having transmembrane proteins is serious, or proteins that will mediate mitosis. So snares was a separate topic, and I apologize for the confusion. Snake, I really want to commend you. Oh my goodness, you're just like outnumbered 20, 30 to 1, and I've been there on the other side. So no hate here. You actually, you strike me as that bold samurai who was charging an array of Gatling guns. I mean, there's some determination on your part, and I salute you for that. So no hate here, and Merry Christmas. Hope you're not offended if I say Merry Christmas to you.
Not at all. We celebrate Christmas, and yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. If you can't take the firing squad, then I don't think you know your stuff well enough. But yeah,
we got Danny and Daniel and Danny have joined the stream. What's going on, guys? Welcome.
There's
welcome.
an imposter. Where's the imposter?
Imposter? Yeah, you. Just kidding. Merry Christmas, everyone.
If I could add one more thing too, is the reason that I brought up vesicle fusions is just when people say that there's no way to get anything through the membranes, that is one way to do it. So,
good point. I think it's moot, but thank you for pointing that out. I will put that. I'm trying to make materials for graduate students, and so it's good to hear other people critique, and you're certainly invited to critique some of the materials we make, just so that it's better that we try to cover all ends. So thanks, Snake.
Yeah.
Hey, Taylor, how do we determine if something is impossible?
Well, you can basically run the experiment, or it has a contradiction. So the thing that I was saying is, so if you do it one way and it doesn't work, you can prove that it doesn't work that way, but it doesn't prove that it can't be done in another way. Not necessarily.
Yeah, but you agree that like when we run like probabilities and stuff like that, they're useful, right?
It depends on how well your probability model is.
Well, I mean, we're not going to invest like our life savings in lottery tickets, right?
Yeah.
For a reason, because we trust, we use probabilities, right?
Depends on how big your life savings is, I guess.
Well, it's a bad investment because we know the likelihood is much greater we're not going to win. So if the likelihood of these things happening are far, far, these are unimaginable numbers that we're seeing. Why think it happened? Is it really just more like a philosophical belief? Like, since you don't believe in God necessarily, so it had to happen somehow kind of thing? Or is it, I don't know. You tell me.
So I don't believe a lot of the probability models that creationists are putting forth are accurate. And I think part of it is they're calculating probability based on more advanced cells, modern cells, modern proteins, but I also think that given that we don't know everything about how life is formed, we have no idea. It's just saying it's like a shot in the dark. There could be some undiscovered thing that makes the probability very high. So it could be that we're just missing a piece of the puzzle that's making the probability unrealistically too high.
I mean, there's maybe that's logically possible, but aren't we basing these numbers on what we know, not what we don't?
That would be a speculation.
And
the
plus,
reason.
Could I just real quick? We're basing this on an advanced cell. We could base this on the most simplistic cell that we are aware of. Okay, so you could appeal to an imaginary life.
Those are still very advanced, though.
Yeah, but this is what we have to go on. Like, we don't have this proto cell to appeal to because we don't even know if it ever existed.
In all likelihood, it did exist, though. So, or
Based
at
on
least very much
evolution?
simpler cells. We have fossil evidence of much simpler cells. We don't know much about their chemistry, though, because that doesn't fossilize very well. So the point would be to research what is the simplest cell that can be created.
That can be created, or
you
that can live.
You could do it by subtracting parts from a modern cell, or you could do it by trying to create it from the ground up.
Yeah, we can't really do that. We don't create life in the lab, but I think that's knockout experiments, right? I mean, we've taken away parts from cells, and at a certain point, they're going to not be able to survive, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to take out everything because there's a lot there.
Yeah, so I mean, I think these numbers are being. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I mean, I don't know if you're saying they're being, creationists put forward ridiculous numbers, or I don't know if they're even being generous. But I mean, I don't think either way. I think these numbers are going to be pretty astronomical and hard to believe that they happen.
It might not be just something that is self-sustaining. It could be something that's part of a larger system that we don't understand yet.
Okay. All right.
Like even modern cells can't sustain themselves. They have to take in fuel just to stay alive.
Of course.
I mean, they can self-sustain for a little while.
Yeah, and I think that would satisfy the numbers if something could just even be alive at a point. You know what I mean? Something we would consider life.
And through what process are they, as they take in those nutrients? By what's having to be in place in order for them to survive?
What are you talking about? Cells?
Yeah,
like an amoeba.
I mean, any type of cell. I mean, is metabolism required
for like a theoretical protocell?
Yeah.
I guess it depends. The RNA world hypothesis.
Well, I mean, okay. Can any kind of duplication happen without energy?
No. Everything needs energy.
Okay, so at some level, you have to have metabolism, right?
You can make a lot of these experiments operate in ice. Chemicals already have energy in them.
No, not. We're talking about once you get to your protocell, where it's now replicating on its own, and it's copying this information, the genetic information, and it's now got lipid membranes. Are you suggesting it doesn't have to have controlled energy?
So it's hypothetical. So you could have an environment where lipids are just in the environment, where nucleotides are just in the environment. But we don't really know how many parts it needs to have.
Okay, I mean, it's been delineated. I think it's about 100 proteins are required for homeostasis
in modern cells.
Well, not just from not from modern cells. That's what's needed just to maintain the balances, whether it's a modern cell or just in general. That's before you even account for all the other stuff. That's just what you need to maintain it for replication.
Yeah, but you don't know if it has some other method of doing it. That's just the method that modern cells use.
Okay, so there's always some other possible hypothetical in your worldview. Is that correct?
That's why we're researching it.
Okay, so every form of life that we observe, every form, even the simplest form, has minimums, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at that absolute minimum, if we knock out additional stuff and then it fails and dies and cannot replicate, so would you not think that that's the bare bone requirement?
No, because that goes into misunderstanding irreducible complexity. So if you build a bridge and then you knock out one of its supports, does that prove that
Okay,
you
so
can't build a bridge without building the supports first, or does it prove that? Because that's an
it
example
still
of
requires.
irreducible
Okay,
complexity where
so
you have to
abiogenesis
build
to
it
be
first
true,
before you build it.
for abiogenesis to be true, at some point, do all of the supports, the tracks, the concrete, the cables, whatever all the components are for this stupid bridge, at some point, are they all required to both be manufactured in the same moment in time and exist in the same moment in time and be in the exact same geographic location at the same time?
Well, no, because you build a bridge piece by piece. But
Do they all ultimately have to end up being in the exact same location at the exact same time to ultimately result in a working bridge?
the way that we have it, but they build scaffolds around like buildings
For,
and bridges.
for a car to
that-
drive over the freaking bridge, does every single
Right.
component of it have to exist at the same time in the same place?
So that's the difference between a modern cell and something that's more primitive. Because yes, the way that it
So
operates
these primitive
now,
cells that don't exist.
the way that it operates now, a bridge would have cars be able to pass it. But that doesn't mean that it couldn't hold itself up when it has scaffolding on it. It wouldn't need the suspension systems. It wouldn't even necessarily need the ground supports when you have the scaffolding around it. So you could take out individual parts of it as scaffolding, and that's the point. It would have a different function.
Would you acknowledge that the most simplistic cell that we do know about now would be impossible to form? Or close to impossible?
Naturally, yeah.
Okay.
Like in a couple states, because they're still highly derived. They're highly evolved. So I don't think the simplest cell that exists now is anything close to what life looked like in the beginning.
I'm glad to hear you actually say that, though. That's fair.
Okay.
So you have to appeal to this proto cell. That at least that's fair. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even in the debate, Lee Cronin says there wasn't life, and there was simple chemistry, and then there was complex chemistry. So, and that occurred because of the introduction of possibly meteors, and James Tour agreed with that, and agreed with the old age of the Earth. And he says he's unwilling to posit an artificial intelligence as the cause of going from simple chemistry to complex chemistry. And what we know of so far is that a lot of these parts can self-assemble, and there's varying degrees of difficulty. And some of them we don't know how they self-assemble, or we don't know how they interact with each other to assemble something more complex. But that's no reason to believe that it's impossible. It's not a reason to sit there and say we know how to do it, because we don't. And there's a lot of misinformation about that, and that's a good point to bring up.
I gotta step away for just a second. Other Danny, do you have anything you want to say real quick? And then you guys can continue, but I'm gonna step away for a second.
I wanted to ask Snake. So you're not let's just talk about the origin of life for a second. Do you think it's a matter of probability in terms of whether life came from non-life or whether it was intentional, or do you think it's another kind of matter?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, do you think that there's a probability assigned to whether life arose naturally or intentionally?
I think that the probability is probably closer to 1 than we realize.
What do you wait? Okay, when it's 100% probability, typically that just means like it's necessary or something, right?
Well, it's basically inevitable.
Right, necessary, and so it couldn't be otherwise.
In those conditions that happened, yeah. I think if there was a similar Earth, a similar planet, there would be similar chemistry, and thus.
Well, you're not a necessitarian, right? You think that, like, for instance, the sun, the distance between the Earth and the sun is a contingent fact, right?
Contingent upon where the Earth
meaning that
happens
it's
to
not
be captured
necessary.
in orbit.
Whatever the distance is between the Earth and the sun, it could have been different.
Sure, yeah. Sure.
Okay. So if life rose naturally rather than intentionally, could it have been different?
I think probably it could have happened, give or take a few million years or so, but I think if abiogenesis is true, I don't think it's improbable. I think it was probably probable. So
the point is that you probably think that that it's more probable that life came from non-life than if it came about intentionally, right?
yeah, but I would say that's a different question.
No, the question is, right, originally, do you assign a probability to whether life arose intentionally or naturally? Right now, you responded that there's a probability of 1 that arose naturally, right? Which is to say that it's necessary. It could have not been otherwise.
Well, I said it's probably closer to 1 than we realize.
Okay, so is it 1 or not 1? Or you don't know?
It's probably very close to 1. Like,
so it's not
like
1.
if you had 100 Earths, it would probably happen on at least 90 of the Earths, like within a few million years of the same time.
Sure, so it's not 1. So otherwise, it could have been intentional, right? So there is a probability that you've assigned to an intentional explanation, right?
Well, with that, with what I was just describing, I would say that it's a question of whether life forms or does not form, not whether it was formed naturally or intentionally.
But think about my question. My question is about the cause of life, right? Remember, here's my question for the 3rd time. The question is, do you think there was a probability assigned to whether it was an intentional or naturalistic explanation for life, right? So I'm talking about the cause.
Yeah.
And okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, but just even if the probability of life forming is not 100%, that doesn't mean that that there's a probability of it intentionally forming. That's a different question.
Wait, if you're saying, okay, so it's
life,
a true dichotomy though, right, between a naturalistic explanation and an intentional explanation, unless you accept a 3rd option.
Well, I think we're mixing questions here, like whether or not life can form.
Life is here, so it did happen.
Yeah.
But we're asking the probability of the cause, of a type of cause, right? So for instance, I could have been adopted, and I could have also been, not adopted, right? It's the case, right? There is an actuality, right? But you can assign a probability value to me not being adopted or adopted, right? So in the same way, there's life, right? Now the question is, you place a probability value on whether there's a naturalistic explanation or an intentional explanation. Now I'm taking that to be a true dichotomy, meaning it's one or the other. Okay, so that means that if there's less than 1%, a 1.0 probability in terms of a naturalistic explanation, that means there is some probability with regard to an intentional explanation rather than a naturalistic one.
Yeah, I would agree. It's either intentional or it's not intentional.
Right, but if you're saying it's not intentional, it's naturalistic.
Yeah.
Okay, so that goes back to my original question, whether it's the probability of it being naturalistic, which you said is not 1. It's close to 1, but not 1, which means that if it's a true dichotomy of A and not A, right, then the rest of the probability belongs to the other side of the dichotomy.
Well, I think the probability of life forming in Earth-like conditions is closer to 1, but if you're asking the probability between natural life forming and the probability between intelligently designed life forming, I think is a different question. I think so. If if we
Did
found,
you
if
not
we found
answer
that,
my original question then? I'm confused, right? I've stated very clearly what my original question was. 4 times.
yes,
Okay, so I'm asking, right, if it's the probability of a naturalistic explanation, which is, by the way, is not intentional, okay,
yeah,
versus intentional. Now, if you said it was less than 1, it was close to 1 as far as the naturalistic explanation, which means that the rest of the probability is going to belong to a non-natural, that's to say, intentional explanation, right?
yeah, but I'm not saying that that's the same probability.
I know
So,
it's significantly
but I
less
think
than the first side of that economy, right?
that the probability of life forming natural is high because I think that the probability of it forming intelligently is pretty low,
Sure. Okay. So there is a
or at least,
probability.
or at least, like, so I explained earlier. I think that if life was intelligently designed by a god, I think he would have designed the universe to make it itself. So in that way, it's kind of a fusion where
I don't know what
the
that
universe
means.
itself is intelligently designed, but it was
Wait,
intelligently designed to be able to naturally
this
create
doesn't make
life.
any sense, right? Does the universe cause itself?
That, I guess.
Well, that's a contradiction because in order to cause itself to exist, it would have to exist prior to its existence.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the objections to God, right?
No, it's an objection to something called the causa sui, which means self-cause, right? Meaning that a thing can, in order for a thing to be brought into existence, it prior to its existence, it could have not existed, right?
Mhm.
So if you're saying that it's greater for God to set up the world in which the universe causes itself to exist, that scenario is impossible because it bears a logical contradiction, right?
Well, no, I'm saying that in that scenario, God would cause a universe that causes life to exist, not causes itself to
I
exist.
thought you were saying that it would be a greater God if he had all natural phenomena cause itself or something. What did you say exactly? Maybe I misheard.
Well, at least in terms of life, I think.
Why would it generate that prediction? Why would God generate that prediction?
Generate the prediction of life?
Generate the prediction that life could be explained naturalistically rather than some kind of immediate effect of an intentional state.
What do you mean? Why would he generate that prediction?
You're making the claim, right, that that it would be a greater world and where there's life that arises as a naturalistic explanation, with God being the cause of that naturalistic explanation for life. That's what you're claiming. And
Yeah.
I'm saying, what's the argument for that? To think that it demand that God generates the prediction of such a world.
I'm not sure what you mean by prediction, but
Well, look,
a universe which is not capable of producing life on its own is less complex and finely tuned and can do fewer things than a universe that can produce it on its own.
I'm not.
And so I think
not really
God
following.
that could create the more complex,
Danny,
more
I
functional.
agree with you. I didn't follow how this makes it more
Well,
complicated.
let me understand him first, and then I'll be before I'm even critical, right? So here's what you're saying, right? There's 2 worlds: a world in which both worlds life emerges. Okay, one emerges via some naturalistic explanation that God set up, and the other one, cells emerge immediately as an immediate effect of God's intentional state. Now you're making the claim that the former world is a greater world than the latter world, right? And I'm wondering why.
Because it's more complex.
Wait, why is? But that's ironically the naturalistic fallacy. To say that something is more complex is therefore better.
Well, that's just one thing. It's more complex,
Well, I'm saying,
and it has more function.
look. Let's just.
Can do
I don't know
more.
what that means, but let's just take with the first claim, right? That to say something is more complex is therefore better is equating an ought to an is, right? It's G.E. Moore coined the phrase naturalistic fallacy because what you've done, right, is saying better is more complex, but those don't mean the same thing. You could have something that's very complex but be worse than, like, think about, I mean, just think of, there are clear examples in our everyday life of a very complex machine, and we just wish we had a more simple machine, right? So there's no laws about complexity and the good, right? So to say that because we have two worlds, one is very complicated and the other one is more simple than that complicated world, that just knowing that is not going to tell you which world is better.
So a world that cannot do something is somehow better than a world that can?
That's not what was said. I'm not talking about modality. Complexity, right? The thing is that a complex machine, in principle, could do the same thing as a simple machine, right? Unless I don't know what, if you're just saying complex is able to do more things, then you share a concept of complexity that most people do not share, because complex is not a modal notion.
Okay.
Right. So think about a calculator, and I can add all these complexities to it and can be actually totally doesn't function, but it can be very complex, right? Versus I could have a very simple calculator and it could be totally functional in comparison, right? So the point is that complexity has nothing to do with better or worse, or more capable or less capable, right? So I don't know what you mean by complexity is another way of saying this.
Yeah, so maybe I need to work on the semantics or the language of it, but essentially what I'm asking would be like, is it a greater calculator that can take the math test on its own, or is it a greater calculator that requires someone else to use the calculator?
Yeah, so what you're talking about, you're taking complex to mean a modal notion. So basically take two human beings, one, they're all the same except that one can speak two languages and the others can speak only one language, right? So we're going to say that it's better to be the human that can speak two rather than one languages. There's more things they can do. So you're tying the notion of complexity to this notion of capability, right? Now, so you're saying this, imagine two worlds, right? One in which there's a naturalistic explanation that God sets up such that life is brought about, and the other one, a cell, or the first form of life, whatever that may be, is the immediate effect of some intentional state, meaning there's the cause is what prior to the effect was mental rather than natural. Okay, how does that speak to the capability of the effect, right? Of either effect, both being the same exact cell.
Well, one is creating a machine that can do it on its own, and obviously,
I'm lost on your pronouns. I don't know what your it. I don't. You need to be more clear. What? I don't know. I didn't know what you meant by it. I didn't know the antecedent of it.
So God would create a universe that's capable of creating life on its own, or he'll just create it all at once.
Wait, okay. When you say it can, okay. First of all, we understand that God could do either, right? He could bring a universe into existence, or a world into which there's a naturalistic explanation for life, and a world in which the life is an immediate effect of his intentional state, right?
Amen.
So anyway, those two worlds. Now, what makes one? Where is this notion of capable exactly? I guess, where are you planting this notion of capable in those two worlds?
Where am I planting this notion of capable?
Right, because you're going to say the former world.
Has this ability or not?
I know what capable means, right? But I'm asking what has more capability with exactly? Because God is capable of both worlds.
Yeah, God would have both capabilities.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So which would be the greater or more impressive God?
But this is a normative notion, right? And it doesn't really make sense to say that God should do X if he's done Y, because God's just defined as doing what's always best, right? So if God chooses to actualize one world over another, it was for a reason, according to Christians, right? It was for the best. So to say,
better have a reason.
So the point is that otherwise this is not God that we're talking about, right? So to say that God if it's the case, right, that God actualized this world rather than another, right? This world was better than that world. So then to make the criticism that the other world was better, I don't know what you mean other than to appeal to a different standard that God than God appeals to, right? In which case, there's not really a disagreement.
Well, we are talking about this world. We're arguing about which kind of world is it.
Well, presumably you're doing
you're
doing an internal critique, right? Okay, and what the internal critique you have to grant everything that the Christian asserts, right? Because it is an internal critique. And what Christians are going to say is that the way that the God designed the world was for the best, right? If there was a better way of doing it, that world would have been actualized instead. But the fact is that he actualized this world. So make the criticism, right, to say that God ought to have actualized a different world in which there was a naturalistic explanation, right, is to no longer do an internal critique anymore.
I'm not really doing an internal critique of a God that did create the world instantaneously. I'm doing a comparison between a God that created a more
you're granting the idea of God. Look, you are granting the existence of God when you make this claim, right?
But it's not necessarily Christian.
Well, you're talking. I think all of these three gentlemen are Christians, and even if there weren't, right, most monotheists are going to agree that God is all good and does everything for a reason.
Yeah, I'm saying that it would be a greater creation for it to have more functionality.
When you make this claim, have you granted the existence of God? Yes or no?
Sorry, what was that?
When you make this claim, are you granting the existence of God?
Some sort of creator God, not necessarily the Christian God.
Are you granting what LPP and Sal and whatever this gentleman's name is, right? Daniel, I think his name. Are you granting their concept of God? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
Probably
then
not.
we're just so you might be talking about a dysfunctional God, right? In which case it's totally plausible that there are mistakes in the world. They were not going to disagree with you. But presumably you entered in this conversation using their concept of God. Presumably that's what you're being critical of. Because they're not going to contest, right? Anybody here going to contest that if there's a dysfunctional mind out there that they could make mistakes with respect to how they actualize the world? No, there's no disagreement there, right? But if you're granting the existence of God and it's their concept, right? Then it just follows that this is the best of all worlds.
Yes, but I'm not granting their concept of God.
Well, then you're just I don't
granting a concept.
No one is going to disagree with you. No one is going to disagree with you. If you're talking about a concept of a creator that's not all good and that can make mistakes in his creation, no one is going to disagree with you in the room.
I'm saying that his concept of God is making more mistakes than a different concept of God.
Wait, okay. Then once again, when you're criticizing their concept of God, you're granting the concept initially, right? You say, okay.
No, because I'm saying it's internally inconsistent.
Well, it's an internal critique. This is what I pointed out. Now, earlier you said it was not an internal critique.
So if the critique is that it can't be a God who makes no mistakes if he's making a mistake.
Okay. But the fact is that if you've granted their concept of God, think about the properties that you're granting. A God that just is defined as not making any mistakes. So that means that... Go ahead.
Really what I'm saying is it's not the greatest possible being.
Well, look, if you've granted the greatest possible being, right? If that's what you've granted, then it doesn't matter what your observations are. You're an infallible being, even in this critique, right? So why not question your perceptions?
I do.
Exactly.
Well, no, the point is look, I'm not even a theist, so I agree with you for very different reasons, okay? But I'm pointing out that your criticism does not work, okay? Here's why it doesn't work. The second that you've granted that there's an infallible being that does not make mistakes, right? Then anything that you point to a mistake, it's actually the case that you must be misperceiving.
Yeah, but I'm saying that infallible being wouldn't make the decisions that their
you can't know that. You can't know that. Is what you said.
I can have reasons that I think that that's true. And
but you're fallible.
That.
So whatever he does, you're not in the position to judge him.
But so So why can't I just protect Islam in this way by saying, well, there's nothing in the Quran that doesn't make sense because in their view, that God is infallible.
Yeah, so that's why I don't really attack. I don't. If I ever attack a monotheist, I will not do it on the basis of text. I just don't feel like that's a good. There's not. I don't think anything appealing to any set of observations is going to falsify a God. Any of them, right? You're going to have to do a different kind of work here, right? Philosophical work, right?
But,
None of your observations can disconfirm this kind of entity. None of them.
but isn't that the naturalistic fallacy? Is saying that because this is what happened, therefore it's the right thing that happened.
No, the naturalistic
that
fallacy
God might be a false God or an evil God.
The naturalistic fallacy is equating a normative truth with a non-normative truth, or a fact, a descriptive fact. So you don't know what the naturalistic fallacy is, right? That's coined by G.E. Moore. It's a moral issue, right? Equating good to a descriptive fact, okay? What I'm saying is this, right? If we're considering the idea of a maximally good being, right? If that exists, then all of your observations, right? If there any of them or any of your perceptions show an imperfection in the world, right? That's actually your misperception. It has to be, because it follows from that if such an entity existed, right? All things are the way they should be.
So you can't criticize any religion because in their view, that's how it should be.
You cannot criticize any the idea of a maximally great being based on a set of observations or perceptions. You can't
So
do
how
that.
can someone say that a God must have these characteristics in order to be a maximally great being?
How? What do you mean? How do they say? What does that mean?
How can they justify
Look, think
that?
about this. Let's think about whether the number 9 exists. The point is that there's going to be empirical equivalence between a world that actually has the number 9 in it versus a world that does not, right? You're not going to be able to falsify this kind of notion. The same thing applies to God, right? That if you're considering a maximally great being, right, there's going to be empirical equivalence between two worlds, one in which such a thing does not exist, and a world in which it does, right? All of your observations could be consistent between those two worlds. So in order to, as you would say, disprove God, right, you can't falsify him. You're going to have to show some kind of incoherency.
Yeah, so if I can show that a decision being made by some particular concept of God is incoherent with this idea of the greatest possible being, and they're claiming that it also is the greatest possible being.
Well, it's true.
isn't
So
that a
I see what
critique?
you're saying. I think I know what you're saying. You're saying something like this, right? That for every this kind of theist has to agree, right, that nothing in the world is a mistake. Okay, so if they agree in any sense that there's a mistake in the world, then they've contradicted themselves, right? So that's one way to do it. But if they assert that there are no mistakes in the system, right, that's consistent with a God that does not make mistakes, right?
Yeah, that's why they have to push back against when I say that it would be a greater being, because they're trying to defend their position that it is the greatest, that their concept is the greatest being.
But the point is that they come with the belief that there's no mistakes in the system. But you're pointing out, look, there's a mistake here. But they're going to say, in virtue of what? There can't be a mistake here because it's designed by a God that doesn't make mistakes.
Or
So,
a mistake in their understanding of the system.
well, then wait. Okay, you're gonna have to walk for me through that. Look, the point is that forget about God for a second. Let's just think about a mechanism just to make it easier to understand. Think about a world in which there's a computer that rights all the wrongs of the world in any kind of way. Okay, now if it's the case that you think you've perceived a wrong, a wrong, you have to know that it's a misperception because it follows from the premise that there are no wrongs in virtue of there being a kind of mechanism that corrects all wrongs. Does that make sense? It just follows by meaning. It doesn't follow.
Yeah,
So that's to say, if
we
you
would have no way to know whether it was always correct.
wait, if you just stipulate, look, listen to what I'm saying. If you just stipulate, okay, if you just stipulate that there is such a thing, that is in fact a thing that corrects all wrongs or rights in every case, right? Then to say that it could go with error, right, is to just operate outside of the hypothetical, right? But if you're operating within the hypothetical, any perceived wrong has to be a misperception, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the way these people think, right?
Yeah.
That there's a God, right, that doesn't make mistakes in his system, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and so anything that seemed like a mistake is actually not a mistake.
Mhm.
Okay, so when you make the claim, okay, well, let's just grant your concept of God. Look at this mistake. They're going to say it at best is only going to seem like a mistake. There's probably some reason that that it's instituted or oriented that way.
Yeah, but really, I'm more attacking their understanding of what they think is the infallible God. So I'm saying this God concept is more infallible than this God concept. And I think I understand what you're
Wait,
saying.
but the point
they
is
believe that whatever misgiving you give up, they're going to have to find some reason why that's justified.
Not even. They don't have to. They can just say there is a reason we don't have access to it.
Yeah.
Right. And that's in the position of the human being under their view, right? That they're not in the position to make judgments of such things because they're finite creatures, right?
Mhm.
Whereas God, right, infinitely in his wisdom and his knowledge, knows all wrongs, knows all potential wrongs, and actualizes a world in which in a way to avoid them.
Yeah,
Right.
but I'm granting that, but we still don't know what he actually did to
Look, the
create
second
the
you
universe.
grant
That's
that,
what I'm not granting.
what you're not understanding is the second that you've granted such a being, none of your observations can be relied upon to falsify the notion. You
But
can't
then you could
grant
say then you could say anything was right.
that any of your no, not quite. Any of your observations are going to have to be consistent with the hypothesis that everything is correct.
But I'm
If not,
granting
then you
that. I'm just
misobserved.
not granting that the universe was created instantaneously. Like
Right, but what you're saying, yeah.
at least at the same time as
So
life
this
was
goes back
formed.
to the second question that I posed, not the first one, right? Where I gave the case, right, where God is deliberating, whatever that means, is deliberating between to actualize two worlds, right? A world in which he, as you say, instantaneously creates life, okay, and a world in which he does not, where he creates a naturalistic mechanism that in turns eventually brings about life, right? Now you're saying that if such a being exists, we would expect to see a world in which there's a naturalistic explanation for life, right? There's multiple problems here, right? The fact that you've granted in the first place the God that's making deliberation, right, means that whatever has been actualized is the world that he chose. And namely, we could be a world in which, they're claiming that we're in a world in which I think this is what they would claim, in which God instantaneously actualized the life or something like that, right? And I don't
Yeah.
see any grounds to make criticisms of that, granting the concept that they have.
But I'm not granting the concept that life was created instantaneously.
I know, but you've granted the concept that God is deliberating between two worlds, right? Right? A world in which he instantaneously creates life, right? And the thing is that they're arguing, right, that whether God decides to create God life instantaneously or via some long-winded naturalistic mechanism, that either is consistent with God's existence. Okay, so even if you provided here's a naturalistic mechanism that explains life, they're going to say, well, that naturalistic explanation was fine-tuned in a way where it brought about life, right? So ultimately, God explains why there's life, right? So the point is that whatever world we're in is consistent. That's to say, there's no way to falsify that kind of deity or that kind of being.
Yeah.
But you made the claim earlier, right? That that if we are actually in a world where there's instantaneous creation of life, right, that would falsify the notion of God that they hold.
No.
I
would say
clearly thought he said this.
no, because if we could confirm that was true, and we could confirm, let's just give that. Not even necessarily, because I wouldn't know how to go about confirming that. But let's just give them God is infallible and maximally great, and it is the fact that life was created instantaneously. There must be a reason that life was created instantaneously.
Okay, hang on. So the entire premise of what we've been discussing tonight has literally zero. The whole maximally great, infallible, etc., omni, etc., has zero relevance to whether or not there is intelligent agency required for life to exist, based on the inductions that can be made and the abductions that can be made from the requirements for life.
Well, to be fair to Cake, I think what he's saying is something like this, right? That there's an explanation for why the sun rises on the east rather than the west, right? And many scientists would appeal to the fact of, some facts about the solar system to explain that fact, right? That's a naturalistic explanation. And what he's saying is that, okay, but, theists might take it further and say that ultimately the solar system is oriented in such a way where God finally tunes it, and we can say God is the ultimate explanation for everything that all of our observations with respect to the sun. So he's saying, why couldn't this be the case for life, right? That, well, look, the life, we don't know what explain in the same way that we didn't know maybe at one point why life arose from the east. Why the sun rose from the east. We don't know how life rose from non-life, but there could be some naturalistic explanation that, yeah, you could say that God ultimately explains. I think that's what isn't that what you're saying, Cake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but if you go down that rabbit hole, then you get into what are the fundamental laws of nature and from whence are they derived. And in the context of the discussion tonight and life itself, we have things that directly contradict all other observed natural outcomes. And that's the entire point of why folks like myself argue that's in favor of the intelligent agent, and then ultimately, from a philosophical perspective, then in favor of God from a comprehensive perspective at looking at the evidence. Just in the context of how do we exist, it does not require, I'm talking on level one of even concluding what is is intelligent agency or undirected natural process going to be the plausible conclusion for life to exist. That's the fundamental question. And people such as Snake and many other atheists want to jump,
Christians
want to jump all the way to, oh, well, you can't prove how God exists outside of the universe, therefore we're just going to skip over whether or not it's the plausible conclusion for an intelligent agent to be required for life to exist. That's the entire point that is just completely glossed over in a lot of these discussions. It happens in almost every single one of my debates. Eventually it jumps to, well, this doesn't prove God. In almost every single debate, if you actually take the time to watch them on intelligent design, usually when the non-intelligent agent side of the equation, whichever title they want to take, starts getting pinned, it's an immediate hyper pivot to, oh, well, this doesn't prove God. Not actually discussing things from the observable scientific perspective of what can and cannot be explained and what is the rational and irrational conclusion.
I've heard them say,
yeah,
intelligence only comes from minds, and minds only come from brains. That's another thing they jump to.
My goodness, praise I am that has joined the stream. I thought there was like a dumpster fire going on over on your channel.
No, it was actually kind of boring, but good to see everyone. Shalom, how's everyone doing tonight? And good to see you too.
Appreciate you joining us. Yep, this has gone a little longer than I was expecting, but what can I say, folks? I didn't have internet for a couple days. Now I do. Now my addiction for live streams is kicked back in. So,
well, first off, John, I praise God you're alive. I mean, having the explosion only 3 miles away from you puts the perspective on things, doesn't it?
Almost 16,000 feet. So good.
Oh my god!
If he died, would you still praise that?
If I died, I would be in my next stage of existence, in which I am no longer bound to the mortal coil, and my potential understanding of the whole fundamentals of existence would be expanded. So it's actually not that bad of a next step. Does that mean I'm going to commit suicide? No.
I seen Sal has a big debate coming up against Dillahunty.
But, sidebar on that one. Sal, I'm just very pissed off at you right now.
You're very what?
I'm very pissed off at you right now.
This what?
I'm pissed off at you. I'm angry.
What was it again?
I'm pissed off because Salvador Cordova comes in out of nowhere. He has a couple of debates. He deals with whatchamadingle. And
Dr.
then
Dan.
Yeah, and then he gets
Dapper Dino and then T-Jump.
Yeah, whatever. And then he's going to get to go debate Matt Dillahunty. Now, that said, Dillahunty ran away from me. So I don't know what that actually says, but I really wanted to debate Matt Dillahunty. So I'm very... Okay, I'll put it this way. Salvador, you are now causing me to sin. It's your fault that I am feeling jealous and envy. I'm feeling envy of your opportunity to debate that joker.
I think Matt feels like he can roll over on Sal because Sal's super nice. That's my guess.
Well, honestly, I don't know how this transpired. I just got a letter from James and said, I want you up against Dillahunty and Aaron Ra. And I said, I'll take both of them on. And I'm like,
courage, man. That's the courage of God right there. Awesome.
And he said, Matt's really picky about topics. He wanted to argue about, is there strong evidence for Christianity? And I said, let's argue Pascal's wager. And got a note back the same day, Matt's in. I'm just like, okay. So I actually had an encounter with Matt Dillahunty, very cordial. It was half an hour encounter on another channel, not YouTube, Jonathan McClatchy's channel. And it was just during a Q&A, and Matt was talking about reproducibility of experiments, and that's what we believe in. And then I said, well, we can't reproduce the origin of life, but you believe in it. So there are things that you can't, that science can't do, but you believe in it. And he said, yeah, you're right. Something like that. I'm not doing him justice. I will post my encounter with him sometime if I can dig it up. And then I talked to him about Pascal's wager, and he said, yeah, I have a video on that. And I said, that's going to be interesting. So because I got kicked out of casinos for being a professional gambler. And I said, yeah, this is going to be an interesting topic because it's actually something I feel uniquely qualified to argue. And so we'll see how it takes place. So I've said this before, I don't like these short debates where people can just do rhetorical tricks and just like T-Jump would just say a lot of junk. And I wasn't quite quick enough to call him on it. And now looking back, it's like, okay, if I see that move again, I'll know how to counter it.
So Sal, so if you rewatched it, I'm guessing you probably recognized a few of the spots where I was jumping through the roof of like, get him, Sal, get him. In all fairness, you did fantastic, and there were multiple spots where you did drill him, but there were a couple key ones. Not key. There were a couple like wide open doors where you could have flattened him. Oh my goodness, there was but as I told you that night, in the heat of the moment in debates, it's very, very easy. As you're in the middle of concentration, you just responded, you're thinking about the next move and all that kind of stuff. It's very easy for I know in my own debates, I watch over. I'm like, oh man, I could have totally just annihilate somebody on this pathway,
Yeah, I mean, if T-Jump and I have the same topic again, I'll I will utterly clobber him. Really, it's just like, that's the thing is, you can dump BS once, but then I can call you on it on the next time, and I'll say, you know what, you said this in your debate before, that wasn't true. Like this thing about the Hindu scriptures predicting the long age. I'm just like, dude. Now that I checked it, I'm just like, yeah, there's no universal agreement on that. You're just calling, and so he said he interviewed Luke Barnes. Well, you saw maybe on my channel, I started to go through Luke Barnes' actual work. Totally disagreed with T-Jump, and T-Jump was almost pretending like Barnes was agreeing with him. I said, no, you don't pull that sort of junk the second time. I'm going to call you on it if we ever debate again.
I don't know if y'all are bored or not, but I put a conversation. I called into Matt's show this year, and pretended to be a theist, and because I can't stand Matt Dillahunty, I really can't. And he started cursing at me, and it was hilarious. I gave some argument, something like God best explains the supernatural, and I gave that kind of title to when I called, because I knew he'd be baited by it, right? Like. Because I don't know if you know how Matt chooses his callers, but he just goes based on what kind of argument or what you want to go over, as some kind of title. And I know one thing he hates: anything to do with supernatural. He hates it. It triggers him, right? So I made my title that way, and so he brought me on. He wouldn't let me talk. He barely let me talk, right? He would mute me and stuff. But it was rather, it was a giant waste of time. But I still nonetheless really ticked him off.
Danny in Los Angeles, you're on with Dave and Matt. How are you?
Oh yeah, Louisiana. They.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's entirely my fault. I just instinctively saw LA and not Louisiana.
That's fine.
Because given the choice between being in Louisiana or in Los Angeles, I'll take Los Angeles every day for the rest of my life.
Well, I might understand that. But yeah, I don't know if you're familiar what the prompt was for whatever question I had, but it was something like.
You think that God is the best explanation for the supernatural or the non-natural?
Right.
Except that demonstrate that first you need to demonstrate that anything supernatural actually exists. How can you do that?
Well, I think that by definition, something that's non-natural is not going to be verifiable.
Well, then you can't possibly have a good reason to believe that it's real. Why on earth would you believe something that you have no hope of verifying?
Well, you could have a priori arguments.
Sure. No. That's not verification. I asked why you would believe something that you cannot verify. And not only are you believing it, but you think you found an explanation for the thing that you can't verify. How does that work?
Well, I think there's a category error, right? Because if there's a non-natural object, right, we can
show me a non-natural object. I have no evidence that any non-natural object exists.
Well, your own mind is not natural.
No, my mind is not an extant thing. The mind is the label that we put on what the brain does.
Wait,
everything about my mind is a product of my brain. It's not a non-natural thing that exists. It is absolutely the product of natural interaction.
Now, is it a product of your brain or is it your brain?
As far as we can tell, the thing we call mind is us labeling what the brain does. But you still have not provided any object that is non-natural that exists.
Well, I already pointed out that it was a mind, but rather than hearing...
I don't agree with you. So come up with something else, because I do not think that is accessible. Not the least of which is that even if I were to agree with you that the mind was a non-natural thing, it doesn't exist as a thing unto itself. And you have no way of showing what the explanation for it is and why God would be a better explanation. First, you have to come up with and say, here's something that clearly exists and is real and is supernatural. How do you do that?
Yeah, I already said that, like, for instance, my intentional state...
You're not listening.
Right, but it can't be natural state.
You're not listening. I've asked you several times how you could show that something is in fact non-natural, and all you keep doing is claiming that it is. How can you show that the mind is non-natural? Interrupt me again, one more fucking time, I dare you. How can you show that the mind is not natural?
It's a category error. That's like asking, how can you show the number 9?
No, it's not a category error. That is you dodging the question. I asked, how can you show that the mind is in fact non-natural? And you claiming it's a category error means that you are just asserting that it is. And anything that you can assert without providing evidence, I can dismiss without providing evidence. So are you going to just waste our time, or are you going to show that something is in fact non-natural? Say category error again.
It's an unintelligible question.
It's not an intelligible question. The mind is either natural or non-natural. Show me which one it is and show your work. That's not an unintelligible question.
When we're talking about something metaphysical rather than physical, right, we're going to get arguments for metaphysical postulates as opposed to...
I'm not interested in metaphysical postulates. The mind, if it exists, is either natural or non-natural. You need to show which one it is.
And I don't know what you mean by show other than argumentation.
Evidence, argumentation. So far, all you've done is just say it's a category error for me to say that it's natural.
We just meant something different by show, because typically what people mean by show is like observation evidence. But
you know what I'd like for you to show is the evidence that supports the notion that the mind is not natural.
Yes, minds have intentional states. Intentional states are normative, so they create the possibility of
that is not a demonstration that something is not natural.
It was an argument. So you just said
it's not an argument. You haven't. I'm asking you for fucking evidence that the mind is not natural. Because hang on, because your entire premise is there is something that is non-natural. That's premise one. God is the best explanation for non-natural. Is where you're going, but you have.
So, just for entertainment purposes, when we get done with this one, let's talk for a minute, and I'm going to play another one that follows almost the exact same pathway of how Delahunty responds to people.
He ends up getting mad at his co-host in this video. It's quite funny.
Great combo, man. Good stuff.
The irony for me on all this is the trend is answer my question, and he doesn't let you answer the question. Then tells you you're dodging the question, and then cusses you out for dodging the question, and then you try to respond, puts you in timeout, and then ends. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Say it one more time.
Haven't made the case that the thing you're pointing to is non-natural.
And to affirm that, I gave an argument for why the mind is non-natural, but you haven't.
No, you didn't.
Tackled anything.
No, you didn't. You just made an assertion and kept saying it was a category error.
Yeah, so why don't you move from the mind to something else? Because I think we've exhausted the mind category. And my first thought when you asked the question was that Occam's razor. You have two competing claims for something to happen. Usually the simplest.
That is not Occam's razor. That is not Occam's razor, and that's not what Occam's razor means. That notion. I'll tell you exactly what it means. It means do not multiply entities unnecessarily. It is often portrayed as the simplest explanation is more likely correct, but that is not what Occam's razor is or says. It just means that we don't just multiply entities unnecessarily. And so when we have something like the mind, where you haven't shown that it's non-natural, it would be multiplying entities unnecessarily to propose a supernatural explanation for a mind when you haven't even demonstrated that the mind is something that is supernatural in origin.
What premise did you disagree for my argument that the mind is normative?
You have not presented an argument with premises. How dare you suggest you have? What's your first fucking premise?
My first premise is that the mind is composed of intentional states. The second premise is that intentional states are normative states. And normative states, so this is the third premise, right? I'm just going to kind of do a little syllogism here. Normative states create the possibility of failure. The possibility of failure, right, is only made possible. Basically, it's not a failure or success, good or bad, is not seen in natural states. So that means that part of what the mind is, that's the same the intentional aspect of the mind, can't be natural.
I don't follow your argument at all. The mind is the label that we put on what the brain does. If the brain stops working, there is no mind.
I don't understand your point. Therefore, your argument is false.
Exactly.
It's more about Occam's razor, but I think he's talking about the law of parsimony. It's the most parsimonious position. I think that is a valid argument. I don't know what he's trying to argue there.
Mind.
Dan gave a valid argument for the mind.
Again, it's just an unintelligible question.
It's not an unintelligible question. I specifically said your view is that a mind can exist absent a brain, correct?
But yes, I don't think.
Then demonstrate that a mind can exist absent a brain, because I don't see evidence of that. That is not a nonsensical question, no matter how much fucking hand waving you want to do. Show me a mind that does not require a brain, and until you do, I will not accept that a mind can exist absent a brain, period.
I gave you those three premises. Which one do you disagree with? I can.
Goodbye, sir. You are a time waster.
That's terrible, man. It's funny, but it's not.
Man. Great job.
Actually, I thought Delahunty had the better of the exchange. I actually am going to defend Delahunty here. I think he had the better of the exchange.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh, I don't. I think Danny won that one.
Yeah.
I couldn't talk. He had me muted. I was trying to say stuff, but he didn't let me talk.
Yeah, he doesn't. Okay, so let's just observe a quick trend. I think it takes like 90 seconds for Delahunty to start cussing this dude out. Let's see.
Yeah, who has evidence and intelligent design. All right, what's your evidence?
Hello.
Do we know this person? That's the caller. Do we know the caller or no?
No, this is just a random one I heard. This is from last week.
Okay.
And yeah.
Well, I think the evidence is what I would start with is even though we do not actually see the creator, we can see the evidence of creation. Similarly, when we see a painting that was painted,
you're going to go from the argument from design, correct?
Do you know how we know that a painting was painted? You don't get to call something a painting. Like if a bunch of paint falls off of.
By the way, this counter that Delahunty is putting forth is quite possibly one of the dumbest things I've ever
heard. And creates a mess on the floor. Is that a painting?
Well, I'm talking about, let's say, like a Rembrandt or something.
Why can't you answer the question that I asked?
It just didn't fall into.
Why won't you answer the question that I fucking asked?
Oh wait, it was 72 seconds. My bad.
He got so mad so fast.
72 seconds, right? The guy hasn't even really finished his question. He interrupted him in the middle of stating his point, and now is cussing him out for not answering the question he keeps interrupting him on. It's amazing.
We're trying. You don't have to be rude just because I got you on the spot.
You don't.
Why don't be the one of us on the spot?
Oh, he's so triggered.
Or stacked up, fall down, and get paint all over the floor. Is that a painting?
Yes, it's a painting, but it's not.
I'm done. Then I'm done because
he's referring to Jack the Dripper.
And my response right there is going to be, no, that is not a painting. That's paint that's splattered and fallen. That's like saying, oh, rocks, like there was an avalanche, a freaking rock. Therefore, it is the Mona Lisa. Like it is the statue of David. Like it's so dumb.
No, he may be wrong in general, but he's showing a little bit of rhetorical skill here, and we shouldn't minimize our opponent. We can destroy him other ways. That's why.
No, I agree. I agree that he has rhetorical
example
skill.
is not a good one to use for intelligent design.
Sorry.
He was referring to Jackson Pollock, the American artist, who's called Jack the Dripper, and he created the most expensive "quote unquote" work of art ever just by dripping stuff. So that's why
I'm very aware of modern art and that that premise, but that's not the argument that Dillahunty made. He said you have a bunch of paint cans and they fall over, and now there's paint everywhere. Is that a painting? And there was no in the context of the dripper that you're referring to, there was an intelligent agent doing that. Now, whether or not the point you're going with, I'm sure, is you wouldn't be able to tell necessarily, but you would be able to tell between an avalanche and the statue of David, correct?
Yes, and the way to counter this, let's say the better example is to pick objects that you can configure that are a violation of physical expectation. There are any number of them, like houses of cards, fair coins, a large system of fair coins being all heads, if they're fair coins.
Rembrandt.
Life has many of those properties, and if he starts screaming at me, I'll just tell him I'm just giving you the examples, and I'll say if it's over your head, that's too bad.
He's usually better in those
in a debate.
settings.
Yes.
Yeah, because callers he gets fed up because there are, some of these callers are dense, right? Some of them are not, and he actually misses out on the ones that,
if he starts cursing at me or whatever, I say, I'm going to school you, brother.
he usually doesn't do that in his debates, though.
Yeah, he won't. But
Yeah.
he's going to get schooled if he tries pulling that on me.
Hulk Hogan, man, go Hulk Hogan on him.
Rhetoric is powerful, but it's not an argument.
Yeah. So, I mean, I will treat him respectfully, but if he starts pulling that, you can expect
the
I'm gonna
big
start
bad
pulling
sound
on
is
him.
going to come out, right? That's
Yeah, well, I mean, if you just say stupid stuff, I'll call. I mean, if he starts cursing at me like that, I'll say, dude, you have no call to do that. What makes you a better authority on this than me or anyone else?
Yeah. He aims to please his audience.
Yeah, yeah. So for a show, so MDD, I think, I mean, there's no reason for me to just go full bore into him. I appreciate and respect an intelligent mind, and the other reason I treat people with respect is that there are a lot of Christians that might have the same questions, and they're too afraid to bring them up. And Matt Dillahunty and people like that are kind of a proxy. And it's like, I didn't like it when I got ridiculed for asking the same questions in church. And there might be some Christians there on the sideline, and they want to hear a response that's tempered and reasoned, and where I don't ridicule someone for what they believe, because I was there too. And if I start treating someone bad, they might start treating, the listener might take that a little bit personal. He may be a Christian. So, I'm going to avoid trying to be doing personal attacks. But if he starts to pull junk, it's like, okay, there comes a point I draw the line. I'm just going to call foul.
Well, hopefully it will.
Danny, thanks for triggering. That was entertaining.
Yeah. Thank you for that video. That was an example of how to try to deal with someone very succinctly. That's not easy. I mean, he does. I probably have more respect for his arguments than maybe the rest of the gang here. But that's just me, because I came from a very skeptical background, just like Matt. I mean, that was just part of my job. You don't get good at in certain professions unless you ask questions and are very critical of even your own ideas and other people's.
There's a major difference between being skeptical and curious and interrogatory and being an asshole. And I mean, I'm sorry, but like, I've always been a very curious individual. I mean, in my time in business, when I was working with startups all the time, right, we were mapping out business models and revenue models, and helping to determine whether or not something was viable. And in those contexts, you have to answer the hard questions, because you have to go stand in front of investors and convince them, and they're going to ask you the hard questions. So you better be ready to respond. So, I mean, playing devil's advocate and trying to figure out every possible scenario is something I'm very familiar with. That doesn't mean that you're going to be a dick about it, and not just like ask the right questions and try and figure out, hey, can we come up with a viable and a plausible solution to X? And approach it from a very intellectual, and do your best to remove emotions from the equation. And I think that's one of the fascinating things that, for me anyway, in relation to the stuff I'm doing on YouTube with in philosophy and such. Now I'm like, I find it rather interesting how much emotions get thrown into all this discussion, and if I disagree with you, therefore I must be consumed with emotion, versus looking at it from doing everything in my power to look at it to consciously look at it from a non-emotional perspective and address the evidence based and follow that rabbit hole wherever it may lead. And just because I continue to reach the same conclusion doesn't mean that I'm being consumed by emotion. And on the flip side, with somebody like Dillahunty, it's like, dude, you professionally run around proudly proclaiming that you don't have the intellectual capacity to reach a conclusion. I'm sorry. I don't respect that. You might be able to use flowery language all day long, but what it ultimately boils down to, the root of your arguments are, whenever you get pinned or you get asked to see the real questions, not the fluff, it's I don't know and you don't know either, is the foundation of his position. It's like, okay, so the conclusion is either A, you don't have enough IQ points to reach a conclusion, or B, you do, and you refuse to actually address the evidence.
Yeah,
and you categorically reject the evidence that people put in front of you, and you claim that they're wrong and that nobody agrees with them. And it's like, if you watch his stuff, people put forth arguments, and it's like, it's on the science and such, and he categorically argues ad nauseum that no matter what the actual science is, if it doesn't fit into his worldview, it must be false. Nobody thinks this. You're just wrong. No, that's not what reality is. And it's like, actually, it's recognized by atheist scientists that what you're claiming to be false is actually true. So which one of us is not actually taking the time to go and look at the answers? Oh, wait, it's you. I yield.
I kind of want to talk about Danny's video clip. He says he needed demonstrable evidence, and there's something called the bootstrapping problem, that you can use the standard of evidence against itself to refute itself. You guys heard about that?
Yeah, it's self-defeat. It's the verification principle without the so I don't know if you heard of the logical positivist or the verificationists of the early 20th century to mid 20th century, but they held to a verification principle, something like only statements that are verifiable or tautological are meaningful. Now, Dillahunty takes it a step worse, right? He takes out the tautological clause of the verification principle and just says basically, you should only believe things that you can verify or that you can show evidence for, right? But that itself can't be substantiated by evidence, right? So that's kind of what you're saying, right, Praise?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, you're spot on, man.
Self-refuting.
But yeah, no, I was trying to explain to him that it's a category to ask someone that thinks that the mind is immaterial to show them a mind, right? That's just like, that just presupposes physicalism, that it's something that could be shown, right? And maybe and then I try to clarify, what do you mean by show? Do you mean like give an argument? And then when he said argumentation was fine, I gave him a set of premises, right? And rather than asking me, right, what I meant by each term or each premise, which, albeit he probably doesn't have the time to do that, he just said, I don't understand, and dismissed it.
Well, he said in his mind, his defeater was brains, which are physical, produce the mind, therefore, in a roundabout way, defeats the notion of I'm thinking.
He said that earlier. Yeah, he said that in the beginning. But
This
then
is mind reading that
right,
the natural, it's a product of the natural, not the supernatural is producing the natural. It's like kind of like, that's the way I took it, at least.
Well, I think a major problem is, how do you demonstrate anything supernaturally?
Okay, that comes down to what I asked Matt. If what you mean by demonstrate is show evidence for, right? A non-natural thing doesn't follow the laws of physics or the laws of the natural laws, right? So it's not going to, like, light is not going to bounce off it, right? Or it's not going to have a certain weight or length, right? It just doesn't make sense. These things don't apply to a non-natural thing. So yeah,
that's a problem in studying it, right?
Well, there's a problem for it being scientific, right? But there are other things, like think of mathematical truths. Mathematical truths, there's not like we go we might come to know certain mathematical truths through our experience, but in principle, you don't have to understand mathematical truths in terms of our experience. You can just use reason to extrapolate on what's true mathematically speaking, right? So and other metaphysical claims are the same way. So here, I gave you an example earlier. Think about the number 9. There's a category of philosophers that think that numbers don't exist. They're called nominalists. And then on the other side of the aisle, you have Platonists, right, who think that these abstract objects like numbers exist, right? And there's a huge debate between them, right? A huge debate, right? That's still raging on today, right? And they don't do scientific experiments to dispute one another. They use reason, a priori reasoning, in order to refute each other's claims, right? It's not something that they test for or demonstrate in the lab, right?
The realm of triangles.
But the same thing with minds and God, right? I mean, there are people that think that you can have evidence for God, namely everyone here except, if God exists, you would expect there to be this kind of, complexity and stuff. So bracketing those concerns, right? There are people that offer natural theology. They offer like cosmological arguments or ontological arguments for God. These are not scientific inquiries or endeavors, right? When Anselm stumbled upon the ontological argument, he wasn't in the laboratory or doing science, right? He wasn't doing any of that. He was using pure thought, right? A priori reasoning. That's why I said in the early part of the video, right? So the point is that if you want to understand whether there's an all-powerful, all good, infallible, disembodied mind out there, the way to confirm or disconfirm that, I think, is through the coherency test, right? It's not going to be based, because the thing is, like I said, there's empirical equivalence, right? Most Christians are going to say that God didn't have to create, right? That he chose to create, okay? So there's a possible world in which there's just God. And there's the actual world where there's God plus his creation. So the point is that if God had not created, that wouldn't disprove, if there's no creation, that doesn't disprove God. So there's nothing that will disconfirm God, right? So it's not a matter of observations or demonstrating God. It doesn't make any sense to say that, look, this is what falsifies God, or this is what disproves God empirically, right? For me, it's a strictly philosophical question. And there are, of course, theists that disagree with me, right? Of course there are, right?
And you're an atheist, dude. Like you're up there. You're very intellectual. One of the most intellectual people I've heard in a while. Good stuff.
He seems to be more intellectually honest about his arguments.
Right, exactly. But
I appreciate it.
He's inclined. He's philosophically inclined too, and I'm excited to hear about that.
Slavery in the Bible. God doesn't exist. Slavery in the Bible.
Yeah, I think Christians should be particularist about God's morals, so that way you can easily just dismantle slavery charges and all this other stuff.
Great stuff, Dan. I might make a clip of this if this is all right later tomorrow, John, because it's really good talk here.
Oh yeah, man, you're welcome to. Unlike some people, I am not one of those copyright claim jackasses. Like, if you're gonna do live streams, people should be able to clip them. Like, whatever.
Sweet, man.
But no, that's why I can't stand these people like Dillahunty and T-Jump and Cosmic Skeptic. They operate on the assumption that like you can like falsify God or something like that. Many of them do, and it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So I have a question for Danny. Does it encroach or does it approach the begging the question to say that the default position is natural scientific empiricism? Is empiricism the default position, or is that itself a presupposition?
Oh, that's asinine. What is it? Is that Anthony Flew that came up with the default position of atheism? I think that was Flew. Yeah. That's craziness, right? Atheists are making a claim, right? It's not like if their claim goes unjustified, there's I think a failure in that, right?
Thank you very much.
Well, there's
there's
a subtlety here. Someone can lack belief, and there's this anti-theism which Matt Dillahunty apparently subscribes to. And I said, that's what's stupid, is because if you're going to be anti-theist, you better be 100% sure that there is no God.
Is he really an anti-theist?
And there's no way you can be 100% sure unless you're omniscient, and by definition, you would be God. That's what we call in physics like a no-go theorem. It's just a ridiculous position to make, that you're going to decide for everybody that you know that there's no God and you're going to force it on them, and there's a chance you're wrong. So you can say, I don't know. That's fair. To say, I know that there's no God, I'm going to force it down your throat like Amy Newman, there's a problem.
I didn't know Dillahunty self-identified as anti-theist. In fact, most of his friends defend him as a non-anti-theist.
I have him on tape saying he leans toward it.
Oh well, anti-theism.
It was in my encounter with him, and I finally got the video of it.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, and let me make sure I understand what it is. I thought anti-theism is saying that there's some practical matter with respect to belief in God, that it's less practical to believe in God.
Well, to be fair to Matt, if he's an anti-theist, I won't say, hey, Matt, you're an anti-theist. I will let him, I'll just ask, what do you think about anti-theism? I doubt that'll ever come up even in our discussion. But if it does, that would be the appropriate thing, is to let him represent himself in his own words.
What should you call it if you just think theist arguments are bad, but you're withholding judgment whether their conclusion is correct?
You could just say you think they're bad. But to say that you know for sure that they're wrong,
that's actually a special
I'll have a problem with that.
That's called a fallacy. If you say that because their arguments are bad, therefore the conclusion is bad. It's actually I know that's not what you were saying, right? But it's an interesting fallacy that some people say there's something wrong with the form of your argument, therefore the conclusion is false. They themselves have committed a fallacy.
Well, just to answer Snakes, I'm perfectly fine with that, and I would like Christians at some point in their life to hear the other side. I think that's very, very important. But what concerns me is there's been a move to say that teaching about God is child abuse. And there are people that are signing on to that, like, say, P.Z. Myers and Richard Dawkins. That's where I draw the line. And that's where I'm really concerned.
Well, and the other thing to consider, too, is, like, anti-theism is been relatively under the rug in the United States. I'm talking from a public perception standpoint until relatively recently, until like the Freedom from Religion Foundation and other organizations like that started going around suing school districts and such. There wasn't a bunch of publicly recognized activists that were making moves on the anti-theist front in the United States. However, they've been extraordinarily active and very successfully in Europe, for example. And
anti-theists have been very successful in Europe, you said?
Yeah. And I mean, now it's a very large percentage of of Europeans are either nons or atheist, and it's become much more of a outlier to be theist than atheist, at least in the younger generations in Europe. And by that I mean like 45, 50 and under, not 30 and under, right? And I mean, churches have been closing down for quite some time. I mean, I grew up in England, and I personally observed this take place, and churches close. And I've been in massive cathedrals and such in the, whether it be Church of England or Catholic, and there's literally the priest and maybe two other people in a 1,000-year-old cathedral. I mean, it's that's the commonality now all over Europe. And we're just now starting to observe that trend happening in the United States. But it already happened in Europe.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big problems that's happening here in America is, and there's some people that are waking up to it, but a lot of folks here in the States just operate in this, we've lived in this crazy bubble that, I mean, case in point, like I would say the most public attack against churches and the freedom of religion in the United States has happened this year, in 2020, under the shutdowns. Like, so no, sorry, you can't go to church because you're going to sing. That was literally part of the order. One of the supposedly justifying points of the church ban in California was that, people will be singing, therefore germs might fly because they're singing. I mean,
yeah, it's unconstitutional for sure.
Yeah, that's a straight up, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, assault on freedom of religion. And they don't need to go to church. People don't need church. I mean, okay, well, that's your personal opinion that people don't need church just for their own personal sanity. I mean, I guess that would, we've had, 80,000, an increase of 80,000 suicides in 2020? Yeah, nobody's having any problems with mental health at all.
Do they have any statistics on COVID spreading in church? Like, probably not.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is attributed to atheism, though. Did you know a lot of suicides are attributed to atheism?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's a huge portion of them, yeah. But I'm saying I'm talking about in general. That people, not everybody that goes to church is necessarily going to be an active religious person, right? Especially in modern era, a lot of people aren't. However, it has been creating a lot of solidarity and support mechanisms and such for a lot of people that are mentally unstable. And let's get real, mental health issues have been skyrocketing over the last several decades. I mean, this is a documented fact. Yeah. And you suddenly rip the Band-Aid off and then wonder why people are hemorrhaging, emotionally hemorrhaging. I mean, it's happening.
You think it's because of a transition to like atheism that explains that?
No, I wasn't necessarily saying atheist. I was referring directly in context to anti-theist moves.
Okay.
No, that's not necessarily transitioning from being religious or theist to atheist. I mean, I'm talking about the actions of the anti-theists.
Can I ask Danny a question really quick? If you finish your job?
Listen, Praise. We all know that you and Danny need to go have a hug session and go get to know each other, but no, Pedman.
Oh, yeah. So my question to Danny was, were you the guy that came in our chat the other day about the solipsis universes?
Yeah, and that Gavin guy is pretty horrible, man.
Oh, Gavin. Man, I got to talk to Gavin. So I'm going to talk to him about this.
Solipsism.
No, he's no good, I'm telling you.
I have a problem. You know how the anti-theists, they have this movement, right, to say any mention of God in schools is wrong, okay, is somehow unconstitutional. But let's be real. Why is anti-theism or atheism, why does it gain any numbers? Because what is it when we remove God from schools? We raise our kids in atheism. In the school system.
I'm a teacher, and the first school I taught was at a middle school, and I teach in the South. And before every and after every faculty meeting, we would the principal would say, "Let's gather around, hold hands," and they would pray in the name of Jesus. And this is when I was a Christian. So, but one of the art teacher, right, would always be so offended, right, so disgusted, right, that we would have to circle around and hold hands and pray in the name of Jesus. And I still don't understand, why would you be upset about that? Like, I just don't I other than some kind of like irreducible disgust that's just not really rooted in reason, just to have your coworkers, she could have left, right? She could have. I don't understand. Like, I guess this idea that like it's a public facility, and the fact that someone is praying in Jesus' name and they were employed. I mean, but to me, those
Danny,
it just seems so crazy to me.
Danny, she was from the real LA.
I mean, like, from an atheist perspective, it seems so harmless to like gather around and pray for everyone's well-being, and to make sure everyone like does their job to their fullest extent. I don't understand. I think there's just like this hatred of Christianity that, like,
it's not necessarily Christianity that's going to be in your schools, though. Would you want
they prayed in
prayer
the name of-
if your teacher would happen to be a Muslim?
I don't really care, right? I don't,
Okay, hang
that
on,
goes to everyone.
Okay, Snake. So the hypocrisy of your question is on full display across the globe, but let's just look at the United States. So,
what did he ask? I missed his question. What did he even ask?
he was asking about the offense of if it was, you're talking about Christianity, what if it was Islam, etc.
I said, would you like it if a school was teaching kids to pray to a different God?
But that's not what was happening, right? That you're talking about a different scenario. My scenario is first of all only amongst the faculty. So all of them were adults, and they could have left after the faculty meeting, right? They weren't forced to hold hands. They weren't forced to bow down their heads, but they nonetheless did and complained after, right? That's all. I mean, I'm not talking about a case where like we're teaching children how to pray, right? Which I could see parents being upset, right? In the name of Jesus, that is, right? I could see why, why some parents wouldn't want that to happen. And even then, right, if it were my kid, coming from a secular perspective, I would just like, okay, what doesn't really matter. But this was a faculty meeting and they had all the power to leave and step away, but they were offended the fact that it happened inside a building that was owned by the state government, or I just don't.
Yeah, that's not
outrage.
all of my questions about though.
Oh, you're changing the subject. I see. Okay.
I thought we were talking about prayer in schools, like.
Maybe we were.
I know you were talking about a different.
I didn't necessarily mean praying in schools. I'm not against that, by the way. But I said they give you my argument or my objection is the atheists. Okay, origins is not a settled thing in science. This is more like almost, to me, it's like a philosophical belief. Okay, this is assuming naturalism. Okay. It's a faith-based position, right? Because we can't rewind it. We don't have any way of validating it necessarily, right?
So, hey guys, quick time out. Did somebody just hit a bong?
Sorry, I was eating Twiglets. You from England should know what they are.
I could have sworn I heard bubbling. And then
crunching.
Well, I heard the crunching, but I also thought I could have sworn I heard bubbling. It sounded like somebody was hitting a ball.
Oh, and then I said,
exhale. I'm like, wait a minute, hang on. I know it's well, at least my time.
Have you ever had Twiglets?
I have.
Yeah.
Praise.
I think it's praise. Praise. Are you smoking weed again?
I sipped my soda too, so that was it. Probably.
Praise is not responding. We busted him. We got him pinned. Praise, it's okay, man. We will.
He's holding it in.
Get off the pot, Praise.
Hey, man, listen. There's a 12 steps program for you. We'll send you. I'll send you a link. He's dodging. Okay, continue, guys. I'm just messing with him. Let's go.
My whole point is, if you remove, basically, you're teaching the kids the atheistic origin story. You're removing God from the conversation. and therefore you're teaching them the atheist origin stories. So therefore, when they, especially the parents that aren't, that don't teach their kids the Bible, okay, and even offer them necessarily that, or you know what I mean? They're not exposed to any other, they're not even exposed to like the details of the biblical story. So then after 15 years of a public school education, all of a sudden they're reading Genesis again, and they're like, whoa, what is this? And they're in total contradiction. And my point is, we see a rise in atheism because of this. We're removing God from society altogether. We're making it taboo to mention God.
But that's not verified either. I don't see why it should be taught in a class.
I didn't say.
I understand why scientific consensus is taught in class, even if it's wrong.
Okay, so you obviously just missed the entire foundational point.
Well, I have a question.
Which was, hang on, what he started with was, it is not settled science of origins. Am I correct, Daniel? Is that not what you started off your entire point with? Okay.
If you want to tell me how the sun's burning or whatever, or actual science, okay, origins is not that. Okay,
I would agree that teaching simplified or inaccurate versions of scientific narratives shouldn't be in schools. Although I don't know how you start to learn about something if you don't kind of give a general summary, but you should try to avoid it.
I have a question for Snake. So imagine, let's just pretend that I gave you an argument for the existence of God that you sat down, looked at, and you were like, this is irrefutable, but I still have to think about it. And would you then have your mind changed about whether God should be taught in schools?
Well, I guess it depends. It's an interesting question, because if I thought it was irrefutable, then it would be a different scenario than we have now. Because if I thought it was irrefutable, I would think that it would be scientifically provable, which means you probably should teach it.
Oh God, we got to get you out of empiricism. But
but I have very libertarian leanings on how the school system should work in general.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's fine I went to a religious school. I think it's fine to teach religion in schools if it's a private school, and I think there should be more private schools.
I understand that.
But sidebar, by the way, everybody, the only saving grace of Snake was right is that he used to be a communist and now he's a capitalist. That's
I used to be a Democrat, and now I'm not a Democrat.
That's the only saving point that I think that maybe there is some semblance of being able to realize the obvious left. And Snake was right.
I guess what I'm trying to say, Snake, is like, imagine the cosmological argument went through. Like let's say I had all the. I don't. Okay. Let's say I have all the perfect arguments: the cosmological, ontological, design. I gave you all of them, and I convinced you of all of them here tonight. Okay. Now, the next day, when someone asks you, should God be taught in schools, let's say in the public sphere, okay, should it be instituted on a governmental sphere, right? What would you think?
If the evidence is that good, the level of scientific evidence, or even like the most widely held philosophical beliefs, I think maybe you could justify an argument to teach it in schools.
Right. So the point, but the thing is that it's the next day. Now, most look, there's still going to be the Matt Dillahunties, the Freedom from Religion people, all these other people, right? So you would join the ranks of, all these religious people that want to teach God or in schools. You would support them. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, but I think it would be a different world, because if such an argument existed, you could just get everyone on the same page.
No, that's not true. People are stingy, man.
Not to mention, this doesn't. Those kinds of arguments doesn't.
Think about evolution.
take
Think about how long it took
Christianity.
evolution. Think about how long it took evolution.
Yeah, evolution
to get
took over completely.
Yeah, but no, not initially. It was look. Think about when it first. You're not thinking about the early 1900s. It took so much work to get evolution to be taught in schools, right?
Yeah.
So the point is that even if I had all the knockdown arguments here today, right, we're not. You should not anticipate that even if you were to tell everyone, right, all your atheist friends and Matt the Hillenties and Tom T Jumps, they're not going to listen, man. I just make the prediction. They're just not going to listen.
Well, I think it maybe should have some sort of consensus in a professional field before you implement it.
Because of the controversy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't advocate it for it necessarily because it might just cause some kind of social discord, right? Some kind of the level of controversy is, even though you agree that maybe God should be taught in schools, there's such a level of controversy that it's just not worth it being taught in schools or something.
Yeah, I mean that would be a legitimate concern.
Okay, that's all. I'm done with my question.
Yeah.
What's up, JJ? JJ.
Jungle, are you alive?
He's with praise.
And I'm not even saying necessarily. I mean, I would love it if Christianity or the
Good night,
Bible
John.
was taught in school, but I'm saying even at a intelligent design, at least it's offering kids the possibility, the option for them to choose, to them to see that there are these arguments, there are these reasons, okay, as opposed to just giving them this story of naturalism, which is unverifiable, has huge holes in it. You know what I mean? Many arguments against it. They should actually, isn't it like right to let them know that this is there?
Well, I think it would be an interesting way to teach, to give kind of the counter argument. Like I would like to see astrophysics taught along with flat Earth theory. Not teach flat Earth theory,
shaking his
but,
head.
but to kind of show like, okay, this is the alternative. This is why
they
the
do that.
globe Earth
Honestly,
should be believed, because this is how these beliefs fail, or this is what they believe.
Don't
I think
they
that
do
would be
that?
a really interesting way to teach things and get kids engaged.
You never heard a teacher tell you that you know, that they used to think the world was flat, blah blah blah. I've had teachers tell me that.
But they don't tell you. They don't tell you why, really.
Let's be real. There is no real flat Earth theory. Come on.
You know, in philosophy, in college courses in philosophy of religion, they commonly talk about Paley's. You know, is it Paley, right? The watchmaker, is that Paley's argument?
I think so.
Yeah, it's actually. I mean, I'm like I told you, I'm a teacher. I teach philosophy, one course of philosophy in my high school, and we're
In
going
high
to go
school?
over. Yeah, we're going to
Wow.
go over arguments for and against God. One of them, which I'm going to bring up, Paley's argument of design, right? And that's going to be fun. I think kids should be exposed to that. And it's not going to be in a way where like this is pseudoscience. It's going to be like these are the philosophers that support this kind of view, and these are the philosophers that don't support this kind of view. Here's their model or whatever, right? It seems like that's fine.
Philosophy wasn't even offered in public schools around here. That's awesome.
I'm working hard to get it in. It's like I'm a one-man army over here.
Logic, philosophy, all these things should be taught at a younger age, I feel.
Hume's characterization of the design argument was surprisingly accurate. I just, in case you didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with his.
Well, the way he articulated it was like, that's one of the best ways. Of course, he went on to reject it. But he actually articulated the view he opposed very, very succinctly and actually pretty forcefully. So he did his due diligence to represent the opposing side without strawmanning it and trying to represent it in the strongest case. I was amazed. He really did a good job.
You know, if you're serious about philosophy, there are two philosophers that you cannot avoid: Hume and Kant. You just can't avoid them. I mean, you could make arguments for Aristotle and Plato, but I mean, Hume woke up Kant, right? Kant was deeply moved by Hume. So if you know who Kant is and know how big of a bigwig he was, this guy was inspired by Hume, right? So I'm sad to say that I haven't read an inquiry or the treatise, but I need to.
Hey, Danny,
I'm
do
just
you
saying hi to Gavin.
outside? Danny, do you accept your own argument for the mind that you gave to Bill?
Oh yes, but I don't accept that it could be. I don't think there's the argument that therefore God is the best explanation. I don't think that goes through.
Do you accept the supernatural? Or are you
Yes,
like a
I think
Platonist or something?
Well, I'm a non-naturalist about the mind. I don't think it's natural.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's almost obvious, but
Well, in our natural language, we always intuitively, I'm mentally okay, but physically not, right? Why is it that we make this distinction in the first place? So yeah, now, and then if they want to, then sometimes I tease my physicalist friends when they make that distinction and normal and colloquially, I'm like, oh, by physical you mean what? Like, mental's physical, so you're physically fine and you're also physically fine, I tease them about it, but yeah, it seems like naturally we make this distinction between the subject and the object, the mental and the physical. But I think they're very powerful arguments to push it even further.
they produce abstract things. It's not like they can't boil down to naturalistic things. I mean, I don't know. I think it's intuitively obvious, but whatever. That's just me.
Oh no, I'm right there with. I think the intuitions are there just because we naturally come to the distinction. But I think that if you're going to convince a physicalist, you got to do some more work.
Hey, Salvador. Hey, Sal. Before I come back, Sal. Before I go to bed. All right.
Yes, sir.
So, as much as I agree with you, as we've discussed before, that the hardware and structure side is every bit as valid. Have you, sir, and Joel, you'll find this interesting as well. Have you read this paper?
No.
Okay, so real quick. For those of us who have ever looked into anything regarding information theory, a lot of this stuff will make a lot of sense. You guys recognizing this stuff?
So far, it looks like a matrix equation.
What's the name of the paper?
It's
You just flashed it above. Art of DNA, 16 years of DNA coding theory. Okay.
Okay. So then you get down into the mapping, right? Down here. Let's see. Okay, so now we're getting into the mapping, right? Like, how are you going to argue that this kind of stuff, like, it's not a code, really?
I'd like to hear how Danny responds to codes.
But one more thing. This is the irony of ironies further down in here. One of the things, look at this. So you see this, it's talking about applications. Okay, so y'all see that? So we got DNA codes, what it all equals, right? Can be used for protein coding genes, DNA circuits, DNA-based data storage, cryptography, nanostructures, nanodevices, molecular barcodes, phylogenetic studies. I'm like, no. It's not really code, ladies and gentlemen. It's not.
I don't
really
see
code.
physical drive space on there yet. There's all talks about making actual hard drives with DNA.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, actually, by the way, this whole thing is on DNA computation. By the way,
right?
This paper. But anyway, I was reading this yesterday. I thought it was rather fascinating. Gets into a bunch of stuff, but it just cracks me up. That's just one of many, obviously, that discusses this kind of stuff. But
love to.
Oh, and this one, by the way, Sal, you'll like this one too. This is on the triplet. Have you ever read the one on the triplet? It's a triplet of a triplet code.
Codons.
Well, so this is actually.
I'm gonna save that one, that PDF. I looked it up. Thank you for that one.
Okay, so y'all see this one? Case for the genetic code is a triplet of triplets. So this actually goes into how the individual codons influence the potentially up to 5 of the surrounding codons and the changing of the semantics.
Triplet of triplets.
Yep.
Who is the author?
I'll send you a link. I've got it in my folder, so I'll send you a link to it.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, they get into crazy detail on that whole deal and basically how it's influencing the meaning.
Yeah. You know,
Which I thought was very fascinating.
yeah, you see in the origin of life researchers, just they're not even touching stuff like this. It's too beyond them.
John, I forget who it was precisely. I think it was somebody on Praise's channel recently, and you may have already seen it yourself, about how somebody published a literal C-based code algorithm to programmatically show the basic translocation code from DNA into RNA.
Interesting.
Yeah, how the codons are literally translated.
Hey, Jungle, yeah, we can. You're a little bit faint, but yeah, I can hear you.
I did, just FYI, John, I saw a paper in some, it was a passing interest, but it was really powerful. The idea that all these so-called junk RNAs are probably part of a neural network. Totally wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. There's neural computation.
You're a little bit faint, but Iger, put your mute YouTube.
Paper.
Nope. I muted him. Iger, mute YouTube.
My bad.
Okay, there we go. But,
all right. What up, raw soup fish people?
What's up, man? Hey, Sal. Yeah, your point on the neural net. I agree. It's amazing how that information or that understanding is starting to be unavoidable. And as a sidebar, by the way, something I was thinking about in this whole context of at this point with the now recognized multiplexing that's occurring, that and it's now being able to be, actually delineated. This whole premise that we're operating on 750 megabytes, whatever, of data is such a joke to me. And I'm like, you idiots actually think that the most complicated, origin aside, whatever, you actually think that the most complicated robots of all time are operating on 750 megabytes of data? Like, we can't even have a decent app that runs on that little, complicated app run on that little amount of data. I mean, come on.
Well, the junk DNA advocates would argue it's only 80 megabytes.
Well, true.
They only believe
true.
10% is functional. So
true. I'm just like, you guys you're living in a fantasy land if you actually think that is a viable conclusion. And then for the just to be blunt, the ignorant people who are running around still arguing it's not code, I'm just like, I don't know what fantasy land you live in. But it's a very ignorant one.
It's a powerful argument because I just want to hear the argument that codes cannot come from minds, because I don't see any way around it. I mean, it's like conceptual. It requires it's mental properties.
Well, I've argued that we can make the argument even more basal. Just say that chemistry naturally makes these systems. The only reason I argue hardware is we can actually just give very reasonably good statistical estimates of how likely something this coordinated could self-assemble given the laws of chemistry and physics. It's one thing about systems with high Shannon entropy, like living systems, is for that to exist, it means that the laws of physics make such a system possible, but simultaneously highly improbable. As a matter of principle, it's going to be improbable. And that's just the way it is. So trying to solve the origin of life problem in terms of trying to make it natural, it's like a square circle in Euclidean geometry. It's a non sequitur. It just doesn't work. And the only reason I argue the hardware argument is we can actually give the statistics. I thoroughly believe it's a code. but we don't have to make that assumption to show that naturalism fails as an explanation.
I don't even think it's an assumption, but yeah, I think combined, it's like the nail in the coffin. I don't see how they get out of it, and I'd like to see how Danny addresses that, since he does not believe in a creator.
The code being a mental phenomena.
Or Sal, yeah.
Well, okay, so let's just grant that it is. If it's the case that you construe a code as necessarily coming from an intention, right? Then the first premise, all right, then what what someone like me has to do is say that it's possible that you can have something that seems like a code. It's either not a so we have to say that it's not a code, right? And that it has all the same physical features of a code, right? So that would be my reply, right? But the other thing is that if it's the case that that a code is defined as being a mental phenomena, it's going to beg the question if it exists in any of the premises, right, of an argument. So if for instance, if the word or the concept of that particular concept of code exists in the first premise, right, then you have the conclusion in the first premise, for instance. So you have to be careful how to word the argument, right? So that's the case if you define code as a kind of a mental phenomenon. Otherwise, you're gonna have to get some kind of a probability assessment, right? That
no. So Danny, here's the flaw is that you don't, in order to reach the conclusion for intelligent agency being required, the only thing you have to establish is that there's simultaneous elements that must exist. And then you have to analyze what is required for all those to exist simultaneously. So if you have two finite data sets, if you have source and the endpoint that's going to be mapped, that total function requires a encode, transmit, decode process. And you must, in order for it to literally be a code, you must have the translation mechanism. Without it, you have nothing. So if you're now faced with the ultimate paradox.
Wait, but it seems like
do I have to know, or something in order for a code to be possible? Must you know before you send the message? Must the both alphabets exist, and must the mechanism for translation between the two for the interpretation must that exist prior to? And in information and communication theory, the answer to that is 100% yes. So why the heck do you think the whole premise of the frozen accident was ever put forth by Crick in the first place? Was because this is recognized of, and what the heck do you think they're doing? One of the major things they're doing in origin of life research is they're trying to come up with some random hypothetical that these paradoxes can be solved without an intelligent agent, when in every other context, they require an intelligent agent. It's observed empirical fact they require an intelligent agent. And we are being told that somehow for origin of life, factoring in things such as what Sal was talking about on the 3D physical structure, chemical requirements for this to happen, we have to have simultaneously, we must have the physical structure and we must have the information component simultaneously.
Yeah.
There's no way around this.
The point that I was making is that if you let's grant everything that you've said, it seems like what you've said suggests that you cannot have code without a mind. That seems to be
in all observed empirically documented examples. That is 100% correct, unless you want to say that, well, and this is the ultimate irony for the atheists, such as Snake, who claims that it's not a code. So if it's not a code, a genetic code that is, then literally every other example of code that's ever been observed has been an intelligent agent is the accepted premise that must be in play, period. Nobody argues this, that it must have an intelligent agent.
Yeah. Now,
so then if the genetic code
it's a lot for me to respond to, John. It's so much. I can't keep up with it.
Hang on, I'm finishing my point, and I'm gonna shut up.
Okay.
So on one side of the equation, it is a well accepted non-controversial premise that every other known type of code has required an intelligent agent. Period. Nobody argues this, except in if the genetic code actually is a real code in every other context. Well, that one didn't require the intelligent agent. Or the other argument is it's not really code, therefore it didn't require an intelligent agent, and there's some other explanation for it. That's where things are at. There aren't any other options. That's it.
All right, let me try to summarize what you said, because there's so much. I have to make sure I'm understanding you so I can even reply, right? It seems like from what I gathered, it's something like this, right? We're in the actual world. It doesn't matter, right? We can say there's some world in which there's a billion codes or a billion code languages, whatever the right term is, right?
Yeah, languages,
now, all of them have been designed by a mental phenomenon, except there's one that we come across in which we do not know the origin from, right? Now, is what you're saying something like this? Given the other 999,900,000, all the codes that we all know the source being from an intelligent designer, it's only reasonable to infer that this mystery code, right, is also been designed as well. That's kind of what you're saying.
Multiple codes. It's not just one code. It's
like
many languages. It's different
I would
languages.
agree with that, Danny. It's an inference to the best explanation. I would agree with that.
Okay, so that's the latter half of what you said, right? The earlier part was more of a response to what I was saying was something like this, right? You have to be careful not to define code as an intentional thing. Given what you said later on, right? It doesn't seem like you are.
Well,
right?
It is kind of intentional because it makes mechanisms that work for a purpose. So that shows intent.
Okay. So you do realize that one of the supposed counters to the genetic code actually being a code is, we don't know who wrote it, therefore there's no intent, therefore it's not a code. Okay, yeah. So hang on. So if a code requires in alphabet A this symbol to now be considered equal to the same item in alphabet B, how do you accomplish that without intent?
That doesn't make any sense without intent. I agree.
Right.
Okay.
So
in
the context of the codon, which I know you're aware of, the codon being equal to amino acid, how is that not the?
That doesn't make any sense without an intention, right? It doesn't make any sense, right? Now, but what I'm saying earlier, right? I can grant that, right? But what I'm saying earlier is that if you define code, right, as intentional, you run into a problem. Okay.
Nope. But we can see it's intentional because it makes a mechanism for a purpose, and it's multiple mechanisms for a purpose.
I just want to get this out, right? It's the same kind of problem if you define a car as made by humans. Or made by an intentional being, right? We don't do that, right? What we say is that given our background knowledge, right, of these kinds of sophisticated dials and wirings, right? It's a good inference to make that if we come across a car, it's been designed, right? Okay, so but we cannot define code or cars or anything that's been constructed as intentional. So do we understand? Do you understand that point of mine so far?
No.
But the instruction makes a mechanism for a purpose.
I understand what he's saying.
There is intent. There's a purpose, and there's multiple purposes of multiple mechanisms all working together.
For the sake of your argument, you don't want to define it. Trust me, otherwise you run into huge problems, right?
It's not.
No, but you can see the intent. You can see the purpose. You can see the working mechanism for a purpose.
What is that? You're assuming the purpose in the premise.
No, you can see the purpose. The purpose is for the organism to survive and live.
I talked to jungle jargon before, and I just don't get anywhere. I'm sorry, but
Danny, are you expecting like a deductive argument or like absolute certainty with the argument or something?
No, because your argument is going to be more like the latter part of what he said, that given our knowledge of the codes that we create, we're seeing analogs in this in DNA, and so
First off, you're incorrect there. We're seeing analog and digital.
Oh, analogs is a term for saying hallmarks. Likely, like it's not. It doesn't mean it. I didn't. I'm using the word different.
I thought you said analog. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the data. I thought you were talking about
No, I'm talking analogs, like things that are.
I got you.
Okay, yeah. So
Representation of.
I think this is how your argument works, right? It's something like this. Look at what we see in, let's say, computer languages, right? Now, even if we just examine the physical characteristics of these languages, right, of these syntax and all this symbols and representations, we can see analogs in the DNA code, right? And so we're licensed with the inference that it's been designed. There was an intelligence behind it, right? And to me, this makes sense, but it's an inductive kind of argument, right? It's not going to get you necessity, right?
So number one, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if you immediately go into the whole, we see things like language. Okay, so that in terms of the code argument, that is not what's being argued. Okay, there is a difference between language and code. Language depends on code.
A language I take to be just a kind of, I guess, set of physical phenomena that are being used to communicate an intention. Right. That's what I take.
Right. But
a language to be. So language is defined.
Hang on. But you just missed my point. And I had this exact same interaction with Snake at the beginning of this evening, which is language is dependent upon code, like and the whole process of a communication system.
Like a syntax is what you're saying, right? Like there's a syntax to language.
Well, a language is also going to have a syntax, but a code is syntax, and you're building on that semantics, and you're building on to pragmatics, and so on and so forth. But a language, a code and a cipher can exist without language. A language cannot exist without code.
I don't think there's anything disagreeable here, but I'm very unfamiliar with how you're using the terms. It seems agreeable to me.
Hang on. The reason I'm saying this is because one of the most common either ignorance fallacies or escape mechanisms, this happened, I'm not accusing you of escape mechanism. It's a very common one though as an escape mechanism. Oh, well, it doesn't fulfill every single aspect of a language. Therefore it's not language. Therefore you're just using analogy and metaphor and simile, etc., etc.
I don't think I was going in that direction.
I didn't suggest you were. I'm saying I just want to bring this up. Because very often that's the path that goes down. People think that, oh, well, it's not a language. We just view it as a language. The point I am making is that from a information and communication theory perspective, there is code and all of the facets that go along with that. Okay.
Yeah,
then on top of that, it comes language.
I look at
grammar and all these other things, right?
I think if you're trying to understand, if you're an athist listening now,
hang on, my final point. And the final point I'm making in all this is it is those fundamentals that we're talking about, that I'm talking about, that are the ones that are inescapable in terms of the requirement of the intelligent agent factor, because they require foreknowledge. They require foreknowledge of the end objective. It doesn't matter if you are using the Morse code. Doesn't matter if you have put 2 tin cans connected with a piece of string. You must have the code values pre-assigned before you can process any information, encode, transmit, decode. Like there is no way around this. And from an information and communication theory perspective, this is a well-accepted premise.
Yeah, I think that people should understand where you're coming from. To me, when you look at DNA, it's like looking at a spaceship on a different planet. You're not going to look at the spaceship, see all the dials and the whistles and the doors and the wheels, and then think that a sandstorm put it together, right? You're not going to think
computer
that, right?
code.
Yeah,
like a computer code.
Right. So the intuition, I understand it, right? So now let's say you have someone, and I know that you would heavily doubt this, John, but let's say you take a sincere person, right, who thinks that, right, that that spaceship that you observed on this other planet was the product of a naturalistic set of mechanisms. That now, the problem that I have, right, is I don't know what to say to that person if they're being sincere. They just don't share the intuition, right? Because what happens is that y'all both, me and that person, share. We all agree on the physical facts of the spaceship, but where we disagree, our disagreement stems from our background knowledge about the things that we agree on that we've observed, right? And I think that that is where the tension is. So the tension to me, I know this is, again, maybe a point of disagreement, is not about what you're observing, and it shouldn't be, right? I know that you get a lot of, obtuse people, right? But the agreement should not be a disagreement about the physical facts of the spaceship or the physical facts about what's inside a nucleus or a cell, but rather the background knowledge, right, with respect to what you've observed, right? And I think that that is the idea. There's Sal with a book. I don't know if you wanted to say something.
So principles of communication.
Yeah. But so what I'm trying to say, right, is that when let's say you and I, John, let's say you and I look at go to some planets, we see that spaceship, we think aliens, we think intelligence, right? But Snake, let's say, looks at it and says, look, I agree that these things look like dials, that this thing has wheels, that things that, I agree with you about what we observe, but I just think it's a naturalistic explanation. I don't think we have an argument for why he should accept our conclusion rather than accept his.
Okay, so what I'm deriving from this is they don't have the knowledge, therefore their ignorance justifies their stupidity.
Okay, so you're saying something like they're ignorant, they don't have the right background.
You're saying that just because they don't have the right background information, therefore I'm wrong.
No, I don't think you're.
I'm not saying that that's exactly what you're saying. My point is that the response that is spewed ad nauseum about this argument is, I don't think that's what it is, therefore you're wrong. And very often the individuals that spew that don't know jack diddly frickin' squat about information theory, communication theory, coding in general, and then claim that people that do are just making random inferences. You're blinded, you're biased, you think you know this stuff, therefore you think this is what it is. And it's like, okay, so that's like telling the insert expert in whatever other field, right? That's like, oh well, this is how X, Y, and Z works, and this is, oh, I see that, yeah. And now to the average person who isn't an expert in that field, it looks like gibberish to them, right? But they're not going to accuse in any other context. They're not going to accuse the person who does know about it that, oh well, you're just inferring that because you that's your profession, or you've been educated on that. In no other context would people make that argument with a straight face and not be laughed out of the room. However, in the context of this, in regards to anything that contradicts the standard talking points in this overall concept, suddenly all of that rationality just leaves the room. And even though you can quote papers, you can pull them up out the wazoo from other experts and people who are way more expert than me, for example, in the field, who reach the exact same conclusion about what it is. Now, whether or not they source and all that kind of stuff is a different story. But this is what it is. Okay, like no ifs, ands, buts about it. It fills every parameter. Holy crap, it's more complex. This is way more advanced than anything we've actually come up with so far. We keep learning new stuff about it. Wow, this is amazing. And then on YouTube, as an example, we've got idiots running around claiming that that's not what it actually is.
Yeah. So I want to say, so look, you and I fundamentally disagree, but I'm irritated at the same people that are irritating you, right? Let's not look there. You get some really poor responses to what you're trying to convey. I'm not disputing that, right? And I know it's very, very irritating, right? I'm just starting to lose sight of our disagreement, right?
Now, Danny, I want to hear you personally. What is your? Do you reject the argument, correct? Because you don't believe there is a creator. So I want to know on what you base. I just wanted to know what
I want to know
why
why.
you reject the argument. Like what?
Okay, would you?
I
Are you talking about
I want to know
John's?
why he doesn't believe in God too.
Well, okay. My beliefs about God or my rejection of God comes from purely philosophical inquiry, right? So it doesn't come from my observation. So the DNA stuff really isn't something that really turns the key for me, right? But I think there are some mistakes some things you don't want to do. Like look at the first premise that if you look at the private chat, all codes require arbitrary. Now, I was just saying that if you define code as intentional, the first premise will beg the question, right? But if you don't, then we can proceed to the second premise and the third and so on, right? So that's all I was saying earlier, right? But now why I don't believe in God is because of basically two arguments against the existence of God. Number one, the intentionality argument, and number two, the problem of evil, right? Now, this doesn't really there could be a God that's not wholly good, I think, or a fallible God, and I don't have very good arguments against those, right?
What's the intentionality thing? What's the intentionality problem?
I never heard that either. What is that?
Well, it's something like what it means to have a belief or desire is to create the possibility of failure and success, but God cannot fail. Therefore, God doesn't have beliefs or desires, so he can't be a person. So there's no God, right? No personal God, at least. That's essentially it. But it's a very complicated argument.
It seems you have a problem understanding the holiness and sovereignty of God.
Could you say that? Say the premises again? I didn't quite hear the first one.
This is a very nutshell. So please, this is not well developed. But just for in case you
not
may
a
hear it
person
again.
with the conclusion. I just missed the premise.
The first premise is something like this: intentional states like beliefs and desires, right, create the possibility of failure. God cannot fail, therefore God cannot have beliefs and desires, and therefore no personal God exists, right? So that's kind of how it goes.
If I may, Danny and other guys, I've been kind of sitting here waiting to see if we can have a shift for a while. I think Sal may have as well. To go from the strictly philosophical and hypothetical to actual practical. So I just want to ask Danny, since you seem to be the primary counterpoint to this, do you code?
Do I what?
Are you a coder?
No, I don't. I don't code.
Because I've been coding all my life, and my first question would be, how would we be able to presume, if not just flat assume, that code could exist accidentally or without intention, as you're trying to argue?
Well, there's no contradiction, right, in saying that such a thing could be produced. All the physical facts about a code could be produced by a physical phenomenon. There's no logical contradiction.
Did that answer my question? I wasn't quite sure. If you could
can you repeat your question, and I'll try to re-answer.
How do we know? How can we either presume, if not assume, that a code could be unintentional or just random?
Yeah, you're using the word could, which is to say that it's possible, right?
Right. Which I think is your argument,
so
right?
you're wondering whether it's possible or impossible that such a thing could be produced naturally or unintentionally, right? And I'm just saying
that's your argument, right?
Well, I'm saying that there's no contradiction in saying that the physical facts about a code can be produced naturally.
Take care, John.
Which there is no mechanism for writing code, Danny.
Well, that doesn't mean.
How would you convince those of us that do code for a living? How would you convince us? How could anybody? How could we be convinced that is possible?
Well, that's a psychological issue. I don't know how I would convince you. I mean, I don't know you.
That's the whole point, I think, of not just science but philosophy as well, is to help.
Not exactly.
Convince each other the plausibility.
Philosophy can be very unconvincing.
Yeah.
But there is no mechanism for writing code. What's the mechanism for writing code?
Hey, Danny, real quick.
I've been waiting a long time, guys. I really want to get to this question. So, outside of purely anecdote, as I think you're trying to steer into now, Danny, how do we have a plausible, believable, repeatably a scientific idea of how these things could come to be?
Well, I don't know the answer to the code issue or how life arose. I don't have. If you're looking for an answer from me, I don't have one.
Yeah, but you need to know that if you want to. Besides, even if you don't go with a code, nothing can exist on its own by itself anyways to begin with. Nothing can cause itself to begin with.
Hey, Joel, you should direct that question at Snake because he doesn't think it's a code. And with that, I am out.
Yeah, you have a good night, buddy.
Good
Thanks.
night. Good night.
Right.
I said
Take it easy,
different
John.
kind of code like multiple times.
I
but
just want to
whatever.
point out. I just want to point out, as a matter of principle, coding systems must exist in a space that make them possible, but also highly improbable to be
Codified.
coherent. For example, every good language must allow the possibility, in principle, of having many nonsense sequences. That's why if we develop either a human language or a computer language, there's always the possibility that there will be syntactical, grammatical, and semantic problems. It just can't get around it. If we could make computer languages that coders could write where they would never make syntax errors, it wouldn't be worthwhile as a language. I've asked computer scientists this. That's also true of communication and information theory. So as a matter of principle, anything that, if we're going to metaphorically call it a code, and by all accounts it looks like a code, it's going to have those properties that it is possible but simultaneously improbable. And so
I don't really want to dispute that.
Yeah. To argue that this can arise naturally, it's like, okay, let's just take this in terms of physics. If we take any communication system as a matter of principle, if it's going to work, it's going to allow, there's at least the hypothetical possibility there will be constructs that are nonsensical. Otherwise, you can't build a code that way. I mean, anything that's non-trivial that I've analyzed, that's kind of a general principle. Therefore, naturalism cannot explain the origin of communication codes.
System, right? Because the bugs themselves reveal that structure. You're right.
Well, there's
and Danny, real quick, I apologize if I may, real quick. I just wanted to also ask everybody else here, who else here are just coders, not necessarily professional coders, just who else here knows how to code or has coded?
Oh, very little, but I did a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've worked both in software codes and also electrical engineering communication systems, and so I'm sometimes beside myself when I hear these origin of life researchers. It's like, guys, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not understanding the essential problems. You're trying to frame things in terms of natural processes, but anything that is capable of doing the equivalent of transcription and translation the way that life does, as a matter of principle, it has to be improbable. Now, personally, I don't make that argument because it's more powerful to make it just in terms of the hardware and chemistry. That's why I emphasize hardware. This stuff about code is just a little bit too esoteric and hard to throw exact numbers on.
Isn't genetic code?
The argument's wrong. It's just not as powerful, in my opinion.
But I have a question though. Let me ask my question. And look, here's what puzzles me. The marvel of the genetic code pales in comparison, right, to the complexity of a mind. Okay, pales in comparison. After all,
but we aren't there yet.
So why is it that you wouldn't understand the intelligence behind the code as so sophisticated to where it demands an intelligence to produce it? And how do you not end up with an infinite regress?
No, you have to have infinite intelligence, infinite knowledge and wisdom and understanding. It has to be infinite.
Because the point is
infinite power.
Well,
the point is that now I understand Christians are going to say, well, God's mind is uncaused, right? God has always existed, right? Right. Well, I don't is there a probability to that? And I mean, is that
it has to be infinite, infinitely powerful, infinite wisdom, understanding, and power. It has to be.
And another thing, just more broadly, the problem with the design argument also as well is because what are you comparing to say that something is designed versus undesigned, right? There's no such thing as an undesigned thing if you think that there's an all-powerful creator, right, that that
Exactly.
materialize. There's no such thing as an undesigned thing, right? So that's a more bigger problem for the design people. Maybe you want to say there's a level of complexity with respect to DNA, but ultimately everything is designed.
Hey, Danny, if you don't mind, just real quick, Jungle 2,
Everything
real
is
quick,
designed, yeah.
if I may,
But
real
that's-
quick, I don't want to dismiss the theoretical philosophical argument that you guys are having about code. I know it's getting late on a Sunday night and everything. A lot of people here probably are stretching thin, like John. I just wanted to ask if, when you guys are finished, I want, before other people start to drop off, I really would like to ask to have a similar discussion on this on the practical side of those that actually have coding experience, if we may, tonight.
You want to have it tonight, or with who?
If possible. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
wanted to throw that out there before we go too long on this.
I'm
Well-
fine. I'm free, so I don't know if you want to talk
Well,
to
I
me.
wanted to learn programming or, coding, but with my little machines. But my question is that genetic code, isn't that like a hard translation? I mean, like when we speak, you have to interpret what is being said, and you're basically interpreting what's being said. But in genetic code, it has to be like a hard translation, doesn't it? I mean, it has to be. Well, I mean the letters are like hard, but I guess. Well, that's the whole thing about the code. It's pretty complex, but the language is pretty much fixed, wouldn't it be? I mean, if it's a given language, it's a fixed language. It doesn't alter or
Talking
change.
about DNA specifically, Jungle, the answer is yes. It's recognized as what's defined as what's called a universal information code. It's actually a codec. It's a compression, decompression, information technology. So yes.
In computers, right?
Jungle jargon. The language is defined in terms of the biochemistry. That's the best way we can characterize it. In terms of the way the reads and writes, the reading and writing is done in the translation. There are, if DNA to be useful has to obey a certain grammar. Like if a mutation happens in the wrong spot, it's not going to recognize an intron in a eukaryote. If the promoter's blown, or these things called Tata boxes, etc., if these things are gone, the gene can't even be translated. It has to obey a grammar, which we don't.
Yeah.
We understand a little bit in prokaryotes, but not so well in eukaryotes. The grammar is not really well understood. But we know that if the DNA undergoes a mutation that causes the sequence to no longer obey the grammar, the gene's gone.
So the language is pretty much fixed then. And
It has some flexibility. It's not quite like a computer language. It's more complicated, and we don't quite understand it. But we know that there is. It's fair to say there's a reasonable grammar. I happen to know that for the introns, they even have specific, like delimiters, AG or something like that, to start the intron, and then the way to end it. I could see it on gene browser. So there's a defined grammar. Also, many proteins, it begins with a M, methionine. And so there's a grammar there. And then the stop codon is also part of the grammar. So there's definitely grammar there. And we're just beginning to uncoil it. So when I was saying as a matter of principle, there are at least problems where you can have nonsense strings that violate the grammar as a matter of principle.
the reason I'm asking is because it's a mechanical function, and it has to produce the mechanical function. If it deviates, it's not going to produce the mechanical function.
Correct. It'll fail, and that's not even the problem of making a protein that actually is functional. That's just being able to get the machines to read it and try to code something. It could still be like, it's analogous to the situation where we can write a program that's syntactically correct, but then it just generates gibberish in terms of its computation. So there are two levels. There has to be good syntax and then also semantics.
So, can I do a mic check? Can I just do a mic check?
Hey, yeah, we're hearing you good.
Yep.
Yeah, Tony, you're good, Tony.
Yep. So, are we saying that genetics is supernatural?
Yes.
Well,
And
everything's
another way to expand on that,
supernatural.
Jungle, is what Sal's talking about is referred in computer science is referred to a higher computer language versus what's also called lower computer languages. So languages like C#, like Python, these are higher level languages that have complex and even multiple syntax that they can go through interpreters. And then the low level languages are things like C++ or even assembly that are converted directly into what's called machine language. And so DNA does match that. There is a machine language in DNA, the 64 codons that there are a universal information codec set that apply equally through all genomes in all so far deciphered forms of life, plants, animals, microbes, all of it matches. The codon translations are identical everywhere. And then there's a higher level function as well, what Sal's talking about, where there's higher syntaxes. There are groups of commands. And so it's similar to somebody maybe starting to learn BASIC, which is a very high level language, trying to then also learn these lower level languages at the operating system level itself. And then trying to also understand even higher level languages like C++ and such that are used to help write the operating system. So there's going to be all kinds of higher complex algorithms and just syntax groups that a basic programmer will have to just probably guess through. And that's what we're looking at with DNA. We're literally having to learn how to understand and interpret the highest level syntax of DNA to be able to understand how it's interacting, how it's doing things at the machine level code.
So you're saying it's really like super complex, therefore it's supernatural.
No, it's not that it's complex, it's that it's universal. It's a different
That it works and makes directed working functions for a purpose.
Yeah, it's complex.
No, it's universal.
Not complex. Has nothing to do with complexity.
Okay.
Yeah, DNA is
There's specific commands,
universal
commands that are carried out.
It's a three-dimensional, bidirectional, universal information packetized codec technology.
Are you saying that the amazing biochemical reactions between our genetic structures
It's not the biochemical
saying,
reactions are just biochemical reactions. They
are
don't
you
necessarily carry a code.
Yeah, scientists have been talking about the supernatural forces in quantum physics for over a century. That's a whole different subject.
You
We're talking about
realize
the code
that
of DNA.
everything that happens in DNA is biochemistry, don't you?
No,
all matter and energy are some sort of atomic or chemical reaction. That's
the language that we're talking about isn't chemistry. It's not chemistry. The language that's being transmitted, the messages, the commands are being transmitted aren't chemistry.
Yeah, we're not talking about biochemics. We're talking about application science.
So they're not chemistry. What are they?
It's not chemistry. No, it's transferred via chemistry, but it's not. The messages and commands aren't chemistry. It's invisible.
Yeah, we don't care about the actually just about the hard drive. We're talking about the code. Isn't the argument that the construction of that biochemistry has to be supernatural, not that it's actually transmitting supernatural data? Yeah, but that's a different topic. That's wanting to go back to whether or not the universe is supernatural or not, and all forces in the universe.
Yeah.
If all natural forces are by definition supernatural, that's a whole different topic, I think.
Yeah, well, everything is caused by the supernatural, but once we have the natural in place, we're going by the properties of the physical characteristics of matter.
Yeah, you can talk about how, like, for example, the founder of quantum physics, he describes how God's mind is the matrix of all matter, and that matter doesn't technically exist. That's a whole different scientific topic, I think, than what I was hoping to see if we could talk about the information, the what do you call it? How would you describe it, Sal? The codification of DNA. Codification.
It's called concatenation. The word is concatenation. Is the order that things are in is concatenation.
I put in the chat an example from Wikipedia of what the DNA grammar looks like for eukaryotes. You'll see it has like a section that says GU and then another one that says AG. That's part of the way the syntax has to be arranged.
And that's directly comparable with
there
called.
are many of these in there.
I was going to add how those exons at the beginning and end, that shows how it's directly comparable with today's modern internet TCP/IP type information protocols, where they have to have a header and a footer, just like Ethernet packets have to be able to not only have purpose and have direction, but for the rest of the system to be able to know where these code strings need to go to be able to do the jobs that they're programmed to do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have information streams.
Yeah, I've said to him like 3 times.
So you're saying it's supernatural. You're basically saying it's supernatural.
Well, again, that goes back to the argument if
Well,
everything's supernatural or not.
Yeah,
I mean, guys, you can talk about all the really complex stuff all you like, but what I'm saying here is like this race to find the God of the gaps argument.
There is no God of the gaps argument. We're just talking about
there's,
code and DNA.
There's matter has given properties, physical properties that are basically fixed.
I apologize, Tony. I don't know. I don't know about the rest of the group here. I'm not so interested in atheological arguments tonight. I just wanted to talk about DNA code, information science.
Yeah, there's just assuming that the universe was created, it's all put in place, and now we're just going by what the properties of matter are and seeing what languages are being transmitted via code, which is written into the DNA.
I apologize, praise.
Right, guys, I
see my name.
I gotta go.
Darn it! Is that you, Snake? You said you have to go?
Yeah.
I apologize, man. See, I think you're on the opposite side. I think of most of us, and you're an experienced coder.
Well, not that experienced, but I've done some coding.
Oh, that's good enough for me, man.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to be able to talk with you and others more about.
Well, I've got plenty of time this week here. I'll give you my email in the side chat, and then we can.
Okay.
Maybe we can set something else up.
I suppose. All right. Do you come to John's channel or LPP's channel here often, or?
Not lately, but I haven't been doing much on YouTube lately. But I'm getting back into it, so I might be around here a lot.
Cool.
All right, man.
All right.
All right, I put it in the side chat.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Good night.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good night, Snake. God bless you, man.
See you.
Hey, Snake. You know you don't come from a fish, right?
What's that?
You know you don't come from a fish. Give it up, bro. That boat done came and sailed. You don't come from a fish. From a nothing ocean.
All right, man.
I
don't know what you got about fish. Got against fish.
World.
Fish. They're fishing.
For real, bro. Do you really think you come from a fish? Look in the mirror. Do you really think you come from a fish?
Yeah. I believe mammals or reptiles and amphibians come from fish.
So you have to account for the code to do that.
We'll have this discussion. Anyone in here who wants to discuss that with me, email me. My email is in the private chat. We'll do all that. We'll get to it.
I mean, it's all right. But I was just gonna tell you, if you ever do want to find Jesus Christ, because the signs are obvious that the Bible was written and it declares the end from the beginning, and vice versa. Either way,
it's pretty obvious it's not. So
it's pretty obvious it is. But I did want to tell you, check out the Sinner's Prayer, bro. You're gonna love it. It's like
check out what?
The Sinner's Prayer. You're gonna love it.
Sinner's Prayer.
Long. It's dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. In your Son Jesus' name, amen. But yeah, for real, I wish nothing but the best for you and your family, bro. And I hope you come to Christ, bro, because you definitely don't come from a fish. You gotta see there's a battle between the devil and God by now.
Yeah, I don't see what that has to do with Christ.
You live in America.
Sure, it's a lot of explaining you have to do to see how it connects.
Not really, bro. Like you could just go outside and see how it all connects.
Yeah.
Open your
Right.
eyes. Open your ears.
But you're talking about believing,
Snake,
just
bro.
belief.
He's been debating Christians for how long now, and he still doesn't see it. That's ridiculous, bro.
Just believe and draw near to God, and He will
Well, as soon
draw
as I
near
hear
to
a good
you.
argument, I'll let you know.
Hey guys, I gotta go to bed. I want to say Merry Christmas again, Happy New Year. Sal, good luck on your debate with Matt. I hope you destroy him. I hope you actually convert him. That would be much better.
Yeah, build him up. Well, tear him down and then build him up.
Yeah. So, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and God bless everybody.
Good night, Daniel.
Bye, Daniel.
Good night, Daniel.
Looks like the other gentleman left too.
Danny.
Danny, thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
DNA.
that's basically the only reason why I joined was for Danny and Snake. So.
Anything we might be able to help you with, Sal, if you like?
No, I'm just it's kind of nice to have company because I'm kind of socially isolated. Just
I understand.
people talk even if I don't participate. And so when I do nice other things, it's just helpful to hear people talk and even text. I guess that's just the way we're wired.
Yeah, for sure. We all need some companionship and somebody to talk to once in a while. Where you at, Sal?
Philippines.
In Northern Virginia.
Oh, no.
Virginia.
don't go. You live right up there, bro.
Well, right now I'm somewhere in South Carolina.
All right.
I want to say if you want any help with any ideas or anything, just let us know too if you like.
Joel's in Texas. Virginia,
Yeehaw.
Texas. Why are you in South Carolina, Jungle? I gotta ask.
Because I'm headed for south of the border.
What about your property where in the land over there? You're just gonna leave that with the dragon fruits, bro?
I'm headed for New Jersey.
Oh, you're going back up north. I thought you said south of the border. That's
South of the border is south of the border between the Carolinas, North and South Carolina.
I actually been there, and they sell great fireworks inside. It's pretty cool stuff. If you haven't been there,
I never stopped.
That the south of the border, the border between North Carolina and South Carolina is pretty cool. It's real cool. Tell us about it.
Stopped. I never stopped just south of the border. I never stopped there. I never went there. I went by a bunch of times, but I never stopped.
Oh man, I stop every single time, bro. It's cool. It's as soon as you get to the exit, they got all these fireworks stores. There's this convenience store where they got one of those coin machines where you put a coin and then if you get the coin right, a bunch of coins pop out. But I don't know. It's been a while since I've been there, but man, that's it's really a neat town. The exit, I should say, the south of the border exit.
I always saw the bumper sticker south of the border, and I thought it was south of the border in Mexico.
That's what I thought you meant when you first said it, but then now that you're breaking it down, I'm like, oh yeah, I've been there. The place is cool. I miss it.
Yeah, I'm still in South Carolina.
Working your way to Georgia?
Apparently. Well, I went through Georgia already.
Oh, okay. I used to make that drive every time I went home on leave when I was stationed at Fort Bragg. I'd take either the Interstate 20 or 10, go through South Carolina, go through Georgia, and go all the way west back to Texas.
It's 95 is what I'm on.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty much 95 all the way, pretty much.
Yeah, I never did that route, like the freeway, the interstate. Especially I-10 because you get to go over those real long over marsh roads in Louisiana. I don't know if you've seen those.
Oh yeah,
cutting through New Orleans. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Oh okay, Route 10 in New Orleans.
Yeah. It took me 19 hours. One.
I know.
nonstop.
Yeah, I was on route. I was on Route 10 on the way down to West Palm Beach.
Okay.
But it goes to Jacksonville, Florida, right?
I don't think so. I had to double check.
Or that's another 10. It's probably another 10.
Yeah, Interstate 10 cuts through the southern
Interstate. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thought it was interstate. Yeah, it cuts across Florida. It goes east to west, right?
It stops to I-95, and then you're right. Hits Jacksonville, turns into I-10, and then just goes west all the way across the rest of the nation. Yeah.
Right. That's it.
Yeah. And then so I either took that or took I-20, which is cuts through half, I guess, the center of the other states, the southern states. But yeah, I-10 cuts right through New Orleans, and there's a patch of about, I don't know, at least an hour or so drive of nothing but just marshland. It's gorgeous. It's nothing but interstate and marshes.
Yeah. I'm just going straight up the coast, pretty much 95 or whatever. Not the coast, wherever the 95 goes.
Yeah, and then I-10 goes on the southern Gulf Coast, right? I-95 is on the Atlantic coast, it looks like.
It goes all the way up to New Jersey. 95 is New Jersey Turnpike.
Yeah. And they meet in Jacksonville, yeah. Yep. That was back when I was young. I could make that drive without stopping that. I don't think I could do that anymore.
Yeah. And you got to be really rested. At least at my age, you have to be rested.
Yep. Getting old.
Yeah, well.
What languages are you starting to play in? You can talk about
what languages?
Programming language. Yeah, you said you dabbled a little bit.
Yeah, the what do you call those little computers? They're pretty common that you program little.
Netbooks. I'm gonna go with netbooks.
It's they run printers and stuff. The little computers that run printers. It's for computer code for printers, for 3D printers.
Oh, like a little Raspberry Pi type thing.
Yeah, Raspberry, and there's another name. I forget what it is. But that's and you go and you can change, you can alter the code if you want. You can change the code.
But is there a particular language that you use, or I guess a modeling program if you're talking about 3D printers?
No, I don't know what language it is yet. I'm just know you can go in and mess with the code.
You know what I find interesting is that these atheists, well, I'm not calling anybody out in particular, just historically wise, like we went from we come from a fish, well, that kind of doesn't work out. So we got dinosaurs, but that doesn't really work out too well either. And now it's all like a simulation type of theory where we're like all computer this, computer that. But really, when you look at it, you really need to unplug from the computer. You need to go out there, enjoy life, spend time with your families and whatnot. This whole whatever lockdown, whatever you want to call it, is closing down all the churches. This really is an attack on humanity. They don't want you to even be human anymore. They don't want you to show your face. They don't want you to, they want you to cover up your face with a mask. They don't want you to be human. They don't want us to smile. It's really a freaking 1984 world that we're walking into right here. Some Orwell, what's his name? Orwell Nightmare 1984. That guy. It's crazy.
Cytokine storm.
Wells, Orwell.
Say that again.
About George Orwell.
George Orwell. Thank you, John.
George Orwell.
It's like a George Orwell 1984 nightmare. And it's a crazy world that we're stepping into, and we're letting it happen to ourselves because here we are in America, the land of freedom, and it's just crazy how the beat system is actually. Who can make war against the beat system, bro? Nobody.
Does anybody know what a cytokine storm is?
No, tell us, bro. Tell us. I want to hear it. Tell us.
No, it's from the sudden. What is it? Sudden acquired respiratory syndrome? No, sudden acute wet respiratory syndrome causes the cytokine storm in the lungs.
Talking about pneumonia?
Yeah,
SARS.
it's kind of like ammonia, but it's pretty technical. I probably can't explain. I mean, I know I can't explain it, but
Probably nobody can worry about it, bro.
if you take the supplement NAC, if you take the supplement NAC, it alleviates the cytokine storm. When they go.
Bro, I just bought St. Peter's, not St. Peter's, it's Peterson's field guide to edible plants, and also this guy wrote some books in the 70s. He did a field guide about birds and everything, birds, trees, whatnot. But he has a field guide to medicinal herbs. So if you're ever like in the woods and whatnot, of North America, I should say, field guide to to medicinal herbs and edible herbs. There's two different books. But I wrote both of them, bro. It's pretty interesting
Because
how we're losing
you know
knowledge.
that
Losing knowledge
you know this thing, whatever you call it, it comes in two stages, right? You get first you get the fever and the chills and everything, and it's like a week later, then that's when you get the pneumonia. So people think they're getting better, think they got better, they got over it, and sometimes they're not even um, contagious, and then they come down with this pneumonia, which is the cytokine storm, which is what ends up doing threatening people's lives.
Jungle, I thought pneumonia wasn't contagious. This is the first pneumonia to be contagious?
No, when you first get exposed to the virus,
The bug that causes
you have fever and chills, and then your body will fight it away, and sometimes you're no longer contagious, but then the next week you'll come down with a kind of pneumonia. That's what what's life threatening.
Yeah, pneumonia is more of a symptom than just its own disease. I would argue it's caused by some sort of virus or bacterial that causes fluid in the lungs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the cytokine storm is what they're talking about, and it causes
it could certainly transmittable.
And it causes a burning of the lungs. Your lungs are, like feel burning sensation or something.
I apologize, guys. I wanted to ask Sal, how did that quote that might add or take away from your argument, do you think? From Pascal himself. Did you catch it?
I'm not planning to use it.
Just trying to put some irony in it, I guess, maybe, but yeah. Pascal being a Christian at all.
Yeah, so I got a joke. Knock, knock.
I don't know.
I'm just kidding. You got quiet for a second. Jungle, tell us about the days of Peleg, bro. I love hearing that story. When you first said it, that opened up my eyes to the whole Pangea. How does this play into our history, our real history, and how come there's pyramids everywhere? So tell us about the days of Peleg, bro. I would love to hear the story again.
The days of Peleg is when the earth was divided, and some creationists believe that the earth was divided in the days of Peleg, which was 100 years after the global flood. And
well, let's say that in the Bible, in the creationist defense.
No, it says it in the Bible. It says.
Believe that. I'm just saying it does say in the days of Peleg the earth was divided, literally in the Bible. I'm just saying. Go ahead, bro. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, so some people take that literally because it actually says it, and then if you look at the evidence, look for the evidence. There is evidence that it did break apart 100 years after the global flood.
Some people will argue 500 on the Massaroic Septuagint, whatever translations. But whatever the case may be, you're not talking about a 4 billion-year-old Earth or whatever. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, because the sediment layers line up between from North America to South America. All the sediment layers are lining up between the continents, and that wouldn't be the case if they were made after or during the global flood. I mean, if they broke apart, it wouldn't even make sense anyways. If they broke apart
You know what?
during before the global flood,
The whole
you know
500 years old after the flood, I like that. Kind of makes
how
some
would
sense because
I mean
they had a one world empire, so it took a while to build.
I mean if
done that in
the continents broke apart before the flood, that wouldn't even make sense because then you'd have different sediment layers and they'd be made up of different sediment layers, but they're all connected. The layers go from one continent to another, and they all line up. That was the first thing that got me looking at the evidence. I mean, the first thing was the Bible verse where it said that the earth was divided. It actually says earth. It doesn't say people. It says the earth was divided. And so I kept that in the back of my mind. I didn't actually believe it necessarily, but I kept it in the back of my mind because 50 years ago, whenever I first heard about it, they said there's two different ways you can take it. Either the people were divided or the earth was divided. And so when I saw the sediment layers lining up, then that was the first thing that got me thinking, well, maybe it is true. So I started looking for more evidence, and I found more evidence that is true. Like the fossils also line up.
You know what I find interesting about fossils? I feel like if there was, let's say, a fish back in let's say 400 years ago, and then clams, and then rats and birds, and then it seems like you can just make up whatever order you want, but obviously the clams were here first. Obviously they're here deeper, and they're buried in the sand in the ocean, and the fish are under that. So like these people think that proves evolution, that they found the fish first and the clams, and it's ridiculous, bro. That's what would have happened if the flood happened. You know what I mean? Like all history records, every civilization has a flood mythology history, and it's crazy how people deny history nowadays. It's just insane. Well, we're brainwashed since we're born, so I mean, give us a break.
But what I'm talking about is the like the plant fossils and the lizard fossils or whatever fossils, they line up between the continents too. But not only the fossil animals, but the living animals are on both continents between Africa and South America. That's what really piqued my curiosity.
Like the aspen, right? And the puma and the
well, the first thing that I noticed was the honey badger.
Oh yeah, the honey badger.
There's a version of the honey badger in South America that nobody even hardly talks about it, and it looks almost identical to the honey badger. And I'm thinking, well, how did that get over there, and how did they get separated? It's just that one was on one side and the other one was on the other side. The same thing happened with a jaguar and a leopard too, because they're the same animal. And then there's the aardvark. The aardvark is in South America. It's an anteater, but then there's an African ant bear. It's the exact same thing as the aardvark.
That's how even humans came across, bro. That's why the Indians were here. It wasn't because they evolved across the world. It's because what you're saying is the basic Paleolithic. That's how.
Yeah, right. No people.
It wasn't because that what they taught us on the History Channel or whatever that they came across when the ice froze and between.
But the reason.
That's how. No, it's not. It's because the days of Paleolithic. That's how we all got to whatever continent we're at. Go
The
ahead, Sean.
reason the people didn't cross between Africa and South America is because they were busy trying to build the Tower of Babel. And in the days of Peleg, that's when the earth was divided, and that shook everybody up. It shook people up, and people probably isolated into family groups and began speaking their own languages.
Peg leg, like a pirate.
Peleg.
I'm just teasing. Sorry.
Not peg leg.
Not the Brazilian soccer player though. He probably, he was there in Brazil probably.
There's another thing. It's not just the sediment layers, the dead animals, the living animals. It's also the one that seals the case is the glacial markings, which James Downer told me about in India. The glacial markings go from south to north in India, and that wouldn't make sense where India is today, but where it was at, connected to Antarctica, Australia, Africa, and South America, it would make sense because you can see when you put them all together, you can see the glacial markings, the direction they would go from south to north, and that's why India has glacial markings going from south to north, because as soon after the flood, there was ice at the caps, and there was glaciers at the caps, and then 100 years after the global flood, they broke apart, and of course the glacial markings are on top of the sediments deposited by the global flood, of course.
Like an ice age happened back in those days after the flood.
And so that's why it's got, the markings, even though it's actually above the equator now, it actually crossed the equator, went above the equator. So that's which wouldn't make sense to have glacial markings going from south to north where it's at. For one thing, it's not cold enough, and for another thing, it's in the wrong position for it to be going from south to north. So to me, that just seals the deal right there, along with all the other evidence. And there's probably more evidence too.
You got me in the days of Peleg, bro. The earth was divided. You got me, bro. I was like, oh man, that makes so much sense. Pangea, bam. Tower of Babel, bam. It all kind of fit together. Thank you for telling me.
And it explains how animals got to Madagascar, how they got to Australia, how they got to South America, how they got to Antarctica, or wherever they went. But actually, Antarctica, they only found bugs and moss in the ice in Antarctica. So I'm not sure if they found any large animals
weird,
in
bro.
the ice.
I get into Antarctica, but Antarctica is a weird place because it's the only plateau of ice that we have, and it's like, I forget, 20,000 feet tall or whatever. So Antarctica is a weird place, bro. No matter which way you're coming from, it's a weird place.
Yeah.
You can't fly over it. You can't.
Well, there's dinosaur fossils.
But you can't explore over there.
There's fossils in Antarctica too. It's the same thing. Of course, it was connected to Africa, Australia, and India, and South America. And the tail of Antarctica connects to the tail of South America, or did at one time, but it broke through. You can see where it broke through.
You know what I think sometimes, Jungle, that all of the earth was like a big giant tree. You ever heard like the Hindu creation story where it talks about like a lotus flower kind of grows, and sometimes I feel like we're like in this pond, and the earth was like a big type of tree plant thing back in the before it became what it is today, maybe in the beginnings of creation. Like it kind of makes sense why, when you look at a tree as it gets old, it'll split, it'll split apart. I don't know, to me, I'm starting to think we got created Sunday 3, and here we are, bro, on top of the biggest one there is.
Well, yeah, I think since all the other planets are round and spinning, I think we're round and spinning too. So, but
Yeah, for sure. I'm getting dizzy thinking about miles per hour, 66,666 miles per hour. We're going around the sun. The 100 million miles per hour that the Milky Way. I'm sorry, the solar system is rotating in the Milky Way galaxy.
yeah, but you can't feel that.
Galaxy shooting off the Big Bang at the speed of light, or whatever number they want to make up.
Yeah,
Now.
you can't feel it though because you're.
Here's the North Star. I'm looking at it, and it's perfectly still and never moves. It's been there forever, and all the other constellations have always been there forever. You can go outside right now, all of you guys, and look at Orion right on top of your head. Welcome to the winter. It's always there in the winter. Orion's like the prominent constellation in the winter. Scorpius, the prominent constellation in the summer. You don't believe me? Go outside. And whatever you want to think about geocentric, heliocentric cosmology, it doesn't matter. Believe what you want, bro.
I agree.
Tell your kids, or at least let
the
it
sun.
Listen, Jungle. If you're gonna mock the geocentric cosmology, take a little bit of time out to go outside and look at the stars for yourself and learn the geocentric.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about.
What did Ptolemy
That's
believe?
what I want to talk about.
What did Jesus believe back in? Well, I'm not gonna bring Jesus into this. Actually, I'm gonna stick to the whatever Ptolemy. What did they believe? What did
But check this out. No, not what people believe, but check this out.
He's just a Jesuit. What did Tycho Brahe believe? What do hundreds of people believe? Maybe thousands or even millions of people believe nowadays that NASA's all cartoons. Guys. So I mean, to just sit here and make fun of the geocentric, heliocentric, like evolution and Big Bang Bible versus this CGI fantasy world they want us to believe us nowadays. Like, you shouldn't just go mock it. Go out there and try to see what people thought back then. And you're going to see that freaking there's cures for all kinds of diseases that the big pharmaceutical companies are not going to tell you about. They want to create customers. They don't want to heal people. They don't want you not to come back. So
that's why you got to take
so
supplements.
In this world, bro, and you think you got it all figured out or whatever, but nobody does. There's so many things that we're all.
So, Iger, this is one thing I wanted to ask you, Iger. I wanted to ask you. You know how the sun goes up and down? The sun rises and sets, right, on one side and it sets on the other side.
If you're looking at streetlights in the highway.
But you gotta follow. You gotta follow what my question. You gotta follow my question.
Stop seeing them. They merge into your vanishing point.
Right, but that's not my question. That's not my question.
Google
my question is that the same way the sun rises and sets, the moon,
and you're gonna figure it out. It's gonna come to you.
The moon does the same thing, and also the stars. The stars do the same thing. The stars rise and set too.
That's correct.
Every night. So wouldn't it make sense?
I know you're gonna pass by that.
Wouldn't it?
Listen, when you pass by I-95, you're gonna pass.
Wouldn't it make sense?
And look at the lights. They're gonna meet at your vanishing point. Everything.
No, but wouldn't it make sense, Iger, that the Earth is spinning, that the Earth is turning instead of the sun whipping around and the moon whipping around and the stars whipping around? Wouldn't it make sense that the Earth is turning instead?
Do you feel any motion, Jungle?
You don't have to feel the motion. Of course, you don't feel motion.
Is that science? Can you see motion? Can you feel it? Can you measure it?
You can't feel the motion. It's like you're just falling. It's like falling. You don't feel it.
You're letting go of science where you can't see it and measure it. You're letting go of science, and I'm just gonna.
And then, you know how fast it's turning, Iger?
We have accelerometers. We have all kinds of measurements. I have a different question though, if I may, Iger, if you don't mind, Jungle. Is I'm curious, man. What's the flat Earth conclusion for redshift?
It's a cartoon, bro. The whole cosmic background microwave radiation is a Google it. Look it up. It's a cartoon. It doesn't exist, bro. There's no such thing. Go outside right now. Look at Orion.
I apologize, Iger. I've got to interrupt you because the CMBR is not redshift. Those are two different things.
Go outside right now and take a picture of the redshift. You can look at Orion. It's a clear night.
The picture that you would have to use to tell us anything about how stars move or not, that's the same exact light. That's the same exact light that we see the infrared redshift.
I'm going to show you how stars move in real life, bro.
There is no
explanation. Joel, I'm searching my avatar, and this is what we call star trails. This
That's
is
got
one.
nothing to do with redshift, buddy.
This is one looking at the North Star. This is
Okay,
the
that's a different
star
subject.
rotating
Okay,
around.
that's fine. If you want to change subject,
Here's
it's fine.
something
I just
interesting that
I
they none of
apologize.
these
I
constellations.
legitimately wanted to ask: is there a flat Earth explanation for the redshift movement of everything that we see
Joel,
outside of
what's
Earth?
your source? NASA? What's your source for
Your own
redshift?
telescope, buddy. I mean, come on. It's just yes or no.
I have one. I have two actually.
Hey, does your telescope see into the infrared spectrum or not?
Mine doesn't, but I mean, I
Okay.
don't care how
Well,
much
it doesn't matter about yours or mine or anybody or NASA's telescopes. There's redshift observations out there that talked about this. The flat Earth community or whatever you want to call them, they do not have an explanation that you know
So
of.
is my picture a lie? What I'm showing right here. This is a
Probably.
camera taking a time lapse
This pictures
of
are
the
That's
star
irrelevant. My
to the
question, buddy.
Hey, is my picture a lie that I'm showing right now?
It probably is, but regardless,
Is that-
there's no
is that
explanation.
redshift?
Is it redshift, Joel? Is this picture I'm showing redshift?
I don't see an infrared spectrum, so I can't help answer your.
It's just all right. So I mean, show me a picture.
Fallacy, buddy.
Show me a picture of the redshift, bro.
Legitimately ask you. Let me see if I can help Google it for you.
Yeah. You can't share it with me, but whatever. You put it on the live stream. I'll click on it, look at it. But I'm gonna bet you it looks like a freaking cartoon because I actually have eyes to see, and I go outside and look for myself. And there is no such thing as redshift, bro. I mean,
Okay.
actually, you know what? When you're watching a sunset, you're gonna see
But
red, yellow. You're gonna
I
see all
got.
kinds of different colors.
scientific
So
evidence
whatever
for
it is, redshift nonsense.
I got a question to ask Sal.
It's
I
nothing
got a
but
question to
cartoon
ask Sal. If
CGI.
you guys, whenever you guys have a chance.
Say it again.
I got a question to ask Sal.
I asked.
Okay.
I'm waiting for that link, Joe. I want to check it out. I want to see your best proof of redshift. Also, that
So-
goes to you, Sal, and that goes to you, Jungle.
I don't know if you've heard.
I can't wait.
Jungle. I wasn't trying to argue about the existence of redshift frequencies.
I wanna
I simply wanted to ask if the Flat Earth Society,
What's your best proof of
if the Flat
redshift,
Earth
bro?
Society had an explanation for it or not. It sounds like it does
Listen,
not.
I'm not part of any society. I don't
Well,
even go to church because
Okay,
I don't.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the Flat Earth Church does not have an
Okay.
explanation. Thank you for answering. All right.
And you know what? You be fooled.
I don't want to fight with you, buddy. You don't want to fight. One of the yes or
a
no.
lot of
You seem very, very knowledgeable on many other topics, and I understand that's not one of them. That's fine.
Let me see a picture of a redshift, bro. Come on. Put a link.
That's for you to go have fun
No,
with.
no, no.
I don't care about.
Joe,
I'm not going to make any arguments. I just
give
wanted
me
to ask
your
if
best proof.
the
Sal
Flat Earth guys
or
had an
Jungle
explanation.
or you, Joe. Give me your best proof of redshift. Anybody in the chat. Give me your
Okay, I
best
guess not. Let me. Can I ask my question?
There is no redshift. It's a cartoon. Wake up.
Can I ask my question? I want to ask my question.
Other people.
Thank you, Iger.
You're welcome.
All right. So, I don't know if you've heard me talk about it yet or not. The Y chromosome. It seems to me that the A, B, C, D, and E are the African Y chromosome. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Were you talking to me, Jungle?
Yeah.
No, I don't track that very
you
much.
haven't looked at it. Well, it seems to me like.
Let me tell you the reason why. As of right now, there's so many uncertainties. I was at ICC 2018, and Rod Carter was saying we don't have quality genome sequences. We could answer a lot of questions, and I just said, well, let's just wait till we do. Things will be a lot clearer when we have better. I mean, we have, if someone leans toward young Earth, they have enough evidence to believe it, but to really make some really strong arguments, we just need better sequencing. We also need models, and that's why I said I'm just going to focus on the protein architecture. That is so much better characterized, and we can actually make better arguments against evolutionary theory than trying to use this time to most recent common ancestry.
Right. Well, it's not really about the time. It's not about the age or the time to common ancestor. It's more about the family trees.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. No, I'm not. You're more versant in that, so I'm not going to be able to be much help. I'm flattered you'd ask
Well,
me. It's nothing I
but
did.
right, but I just wanted to tell you about it, just so that you're informed about it. That it's a good possibility that Nimrod, the king in the land of Shinar, he's the CY chromosome, and I'm sure you're familiar with the CY chromosome, right? The
I've seen the diagrams. Are you referring to Carter's diagram in Jeanson's where
well,
they identify the major groups,
yeah,
alphabetic letters?
because the CY chromosome goes all through the Pacific Islands. It goes all the way to Australia. It goes all the way through Mongolia. It goes all the way to the Americas, the CY chromosome. And the thing is that is unique about it is that it's the only Y chromosome with the exception of the D. There's also the DY chromosome. You're probably familiar with that too, the Andamanese, which is the Tibetan and the Jomans and the Japanese. They have the DY chromosome.
So what you're saying, Jungle, is we don't come from fish, but we come from turkey.
No, what I'm saying is that the African family tree, which has nothing to do with the geographic location of Africa, because we all came from Mesopotamia to begin with, but the so-called African family tree would be the A, B, C, D, and E, because the Egyptians are E, the Cushites are E, and the Phoenicians are E. And then there's the A, the B, the C, and the D.
Wait.
I like to go further and say that they found Noah's Ark in Turkey. There's a village called the Village of Eight, and you could just look these things up. They found it in the 90s. Noah's Ark, they found it in the 90s.
But
Village of Eight is still there, and
what's
it's in Turkey now, but it's in the mountains of Ararat, just like the Bible described. And
what's
it's crazy. We come from
what's
Turkey. We
unique?
don't come from fish. For the atheists out there, I
What's
think it's hilarious.
What's unique about the CY chromosome is that it belongs to the African family tree, but it never went to Africa. It begins in Mesopotamia area, and it spread east, went east. The same thing with the D, except I think the D returned. Some of the D went back to Africa, or went to Africa, or maybe split up and was in Africa. But apparently, it was only in more recent times that it went to Africa, according to the charts that I was looking at. But the interesting thing about the sea is that it can only be Nimrod, because Nimrod is the only son of Cush, which is the Cushite, which is the father of the sub-Saharan Africans, is the Cushites or the Ethiopians, and the CY chromosome can only be Nimrod because he was the only son of Cush in Mesopotamia that had a kingdom in the land of Mesopotamia, the land of Shinar there. And there is a recorded house of Nimrod, in other words, his descendants. So I think it's pretty interesting. I just wanted to give you a heads up on that, just in case. So what do you think? It makes sense?
I have no opinion, but Lena was very kind to show a map, the world map of Y-DNA haplogroups. Let me at least type and say thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to have a discussion with Lena maybe tomorrow or the next day.
I will say it makes sense to me that because it's in the Bible that we all come from Noah's Ark that landed in the fountains of Ararat, 8 people, and then they I guess the bloodline carried on through one of the kids, Jungle Gurgen, like the line of the fallen angels or whatnot.
Well, the paternal line is the Y chromosome, and you can every male can be identified as belonging to a certain branch of a certain tree, going back all the way back to a certain ancestor, which is really very interesting to me.
Do you think it's like a fallen angel bloodline that's kind of like this?
I don't believe in any fallen
Uh,
angel
you think
bloodline.
it's like the Cain's
No,
or whatever?
no, I only believe in a human bloodline, a human genome,
So
and
you think
Jesus died for
it would be
humans.
Cain's at that point? When you say it like that, it would be Cain's bloodline that got preserved in the flood, and then that's kind of like the 13
Yeah, but
bloodlines or
Yeah,
whatnot.
real
Whatever you
quick, I just wanted to say
the
goodnight.
descendants of Cain were drowned in the flood.
Y'all have a great night, and hope to talk to y'all soon. Good
Good
luck,
night,
Seth.
Okay,
bro.
Joel.
Speaking to you, bro.
Bye, Joel. Thank you.
Yep.
I was curious about that because for a while there I thought it was the fallen angels came made it with mankind. Doesn't it say that in Genesis 6 though? So there's gonna be
Not
everything in there. And
well. It's the
people that
confusing
survive.
passage is where it says the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were beautiful, and they took them as wives. So, depending on how you interpret the sons of God marrying the daughters of men, that's where the confusion comes from.
I'm still kind of like torn. Was it it said fallen? I guess it could be a mixture
It
of both.
doesn't. It doesn't
Angel.
say angels. It doesn't say fallen. It doesn't say any of that.
Kind of confused right there. I guess is what I'm kind of maybe I thought. How about you, Sal? What do you think?
Well, the way I see it is
Do you think
that
it's like fallen angels that made it with mankind?
no,
With the land of Cain. It could. Well,
because the
there was giants, and you know what? It's got to be both. I don't.
there's no extraterrestrial genome being introduced into the human genome. There's just Adam's genome and Eve and the seed of the woman, which covers for the sins of Adam, and that's it. It can't. There's no covering for anything else. It's only for the sins of Adam. That's what I believe.
I'm undecided right now. I'm kind of torn. Part of me wants to think it's like the bloodline of Cain. Part of me
No,
wants
but see, then you have to. If
they
that's true,
evidence for giants.
another problem with that, if that's true, is that you have to demonize people and label people as being descended from fallen angels, which is not the gospel. Everyone is human. Everyone can believe in God. Nobody is
Right.
predetermined to go to hell, even though God knows who will go to hell or who will be saved. Nobody is. It's not set in stone. And as a matter of fact, that we have the Word of God to bring to people. That is the only thing that can save people anyway, is the Word of God and His Holy Spirit. So that's what our responsibility is, to bring the Word of God to everyone. This Word that we have handled, the Word of life, and we're not to be discriminating as to who we bring the Word of God to. You see the problem? If you have lizard people, or if you have descendants of fallen angels, then you have people that you're going to think are cursed and hopeless, and that's not the gospel.
Well, I don't know, bro. I'm still undecided, but I'm not prepared to debate you on the topic. I just
Yeah,
think
because
there's a lot of
and
proof for, like,
and
if you
the
look at
and the
mythology,
other thing,
there's a lot of proof. Well, not proof, but I should say there's a lot of mythology.
because
Zeus and
because you could also say
deities
that
or whatever. And Hindu has a bunch of different mythologies that's supposed to live around here. So I don't know, bro.
because you could also
can come down and talk to you, and people seen angels and they thought they were persons. So who's to say what these angels could or could not do? I don't know, bro. But whatever.
because you could also label people as hopeless by their genome too, like the descendants of.
I'm not here to say if you're born something, then you can't go to heaven. Obviously, like you
But
said,
like
go to heaven. But
people could get the idea.
Even if you were bloodline of whatever, you still have your own free will. You still choose to love
Right.
Jesus.
Right. People could get the idea that if you're descended from Nimrod, that there's no hope for you. But another thing I wanted to share with Sal is that there's a tribe in South America. They're called the Waorani people, and they were the most violent tribe on earth. Somebody is on record as saying that they were the most violent tribe on earth. They had like a 60% murder rate, homicide rate in their own tribe. So these are the Waorani people, or the outsiders call them Auca Indians in South America. And it turns out they have a CY chromosome from Nimrod. But the amazing thing is that there were 5 missionaries that went in to bring them the gospel, and they killed the 5 missionaries. And
was that Jim Elliott, and then Saint?
Yeah.
His name is Saint, and then 3 others.
Yeah, that's them. And they have a CY chromosome from Nimrod. But then the rest of the story. The wives went in and with their kids and everything, and they received and accepted the gospel. And one of the murderers that killed, I guess Steve. His name is Ming Kai, and he went around the world evangelizing the world with Curtis Chapman or Stephen Curtis Chapman or somebody. But anyways, it's just so that proves right there that nobody's cursed, that everybody can receive the gospel and be saved.
Well, I never gave this topic much thought, so I really can't contribute much. There's also a reason that I'm not involved in genetic studies. There are some things that I've looked into that may indicate youth in a lot of things, not say 6,000 years, but there is some indication the most recent common ancestor of each major species might not be older than a few million years. That's a speculation I put on the table, and it dealt with coalescence models. I just haven't had the time to pursue it because there's so much on my plate right now.
Yeah, I wish I could learn everything too.
Yeah.
Physics, electronics.
There are definitely specialties that I don't go into, like dinosaur bird transition or trying to critique that. My focus has been very narrow on a few select proteins, and then the eukaryotic transition, and then origin of life, and that's been about it.
Yeah.
That's actually quite hard enough, and then a few things in biophysics, a few select things in population genetics, but to be able to argue something really well, at a level that you can publish and at least have a chance of being accepted in the secular world, one has to be very specialized.
Right.
I almost feel like we spend too much time focusing on the secular people because, believe it or not, only like 3% of the people don't believe in God. 97% of people believe in a God, whether it be Satan or Lucifer or Ra or freaking Buddha or whatever religion or whatever deity, Zeus or freaking Thor or whatever these people worship. But everybody believes in some type of God, bro. And it's crazy. We spend too much time. It's only because they control the mainstream narrative. That's why we think we're going to make a difference if we change their mind. But we're not going to make a difference. They already know the truth. They're not going to change their mind. They already want to just push like the atheist religion is the most popular thing in the world, but it's not. Nobody believes in that. Nobody. It's like 3 to 10% looking at various data or whatever. But in the U.S., I think it's 3%, but worldwide,
Well,
it's 10%.
even atheists aren't atheists.
I know.
People,
Yeah, it's weird. When I first opened up my channel, bro, there was so many atheists, and they were like gun ho. Man, now it's like they're so far and few between, and it's the same ones over and over again. We get T jump or
Iger, I wanted to mention to you, Baptist Chad is inviting you to his stream.
yeah, man. But I'm about done, man. I kind of like hanging out with you guys. I think Baptist chat as well, and I try not to talk to minors online because why? You know what I mean? Like why?
yeah, no, that's
So, and it's late for me, so I'll probably just head to bed. And maybe if he was in here, I would talk to him, but I'm not just gonna run off and talk to him. And I wish him nothing but the best. He's a very smart kid. We don't always see eye to eye. Obviously, I don't see eye to eye with anybody in this world because I think it's geocentric. I think vaccines are bad for you. I think it's a one world government, a one world currency, a one world religion, also known as the synagogue of Satan, mentioned in the Bible at least 3 times. So I don't particularly see eye to eye with just anybody. So
I thought he was Hispanic, but
but
he's
it's okay because I know that God's gonna judge me one day, and
he's French.
we're all gonna see each other on top of this glass ceiling. According to Revelations, there's a glass ceiling up there, and we're all gonna sit on it for Judgment Day. So I'll see you guys eventually up there. But whatever you think this world is, it's not what Bill Nye told us. It's definitely not what Neil the Snake in the Grass Tyson is telling us, and it's not what the 6 corporations that run all media.
Don't get dizzy looking at the North Star.
All right, that was a good rant, bro. My bad.
Don't get dizzy looking at the North Star, Iger.
What was the question? I forgot the question, guys.
Don't get dizzy looking at the North Star.
Bro, it doesn't move. How am I gonna get dizzy looking at something that doesn't move? Don't get dizzy.
It's spinning around. Isn't it spinning around?
Miles here and the 6,000 there and the 1,000 here, and don't get this thing about all the different stuff in a book.
I shouldn't have got you started. I shouldn't have got Okay, go on.
Don't get dizzy. Think about how the fish turned into a freaking reptile, and the reptile to a bird, and the bird to a amphibian. Don't get dizzy and all that, bro. You know what I mean? It's all nonsense. You get caught up in a nonsense rabbit hole, and they'll suck up all your life for a year or 2. And here I know that the moon is 237,000 miles away, but it's not. It was.
That's the thing. We don't have much time on Earth.
Moon landings. They went 6 times from 1969 to 1972. And what good does that? That it's all bull crap, anyways, bro. Why do I need to have all this information in my head? It was such a waste. I wasted like 3 years of my life looking into the. It was good. Honestly, I shouldn't say I wasted 3 years of my life, but man, I got so much nonsense in my head. It's
That's why we got to specialize.
Obviously, but obviously. But you know what I mean? It's just nonsensical, bro. I can't believe we believe all this nonsense. And the Bible's right there. We should just pick it up and read some. You know what I'm looking into is the medicinal benefits of plants, Jungle Durgan. All these weeds here, man. On the Bible, it says God gave us the weeds for health, and these people, you can't patent nature, so they're not going to tell you, oh, this weed cures cancer. Ken Hobbins said it on his Creation Seminar 1. There was apricot seeds, B17, lysyl something or other it's called, and they've been arresting people for telling people that cures cancer, and it's crazy. It's crazy the world we live in, bro. Where you can't say the truth anymore, and you're always getting deleted or censored or even getting arrested or who knows. You know what I mean? It's just an insane world we live in, and it's becoming obvious. That's why I said earlier to Snake that it's so obvious. It's blatantly obvious nowadays. All truth is being censored. Devil's taking on the media at least, because in reality he doesn't control you. But In a way, he does. If you can't go see your family, you're stuck at home, bro. Then yeah, he's definitely can. It's a big trick going on. Tricks are for kids, bro. Tricks are for kids.
Well, we gotta pray for guidance and wisdom.
I like the Serenity prayer, bro. My favorite prayer.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have much time, so we gotta make the best use of our time. We gotta specialize in what God leads us to do, what God teaches us. Because from the very beginning, God always taught people to do things, learn how different abilities and, metallurgy and all that stuff. It's all God teaching us.
Bro, if Walmart shuts down, half of the population in the United States is gonna starve to death. We don't know how to build any tools. We don't know how to. We couldn't. Man, most people don't know how to build anything nowadays, bro. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, it could be dangerous in the city. If you're in a populated area and something happens, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
So
it could be dangerous if you're in the woods, bro. It's all dangerous.
and it could be dangerous for other people too.
For sure.
I mean, at this time, this transition election time, it can be dangerous for people.
Yep. Well, if the tribulation is coming up and this vaccine is the mark of the beast, then it's definitely going to be one of the most dangerous times in all of history. According to the Bible, even it says that the tribulation is so bad that God has to come down and step in Himself. So it's going to be crazy. So we do got to pray for guidance and wisdom, my friend. You were right about that, Jimbo. Again. Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
I'm trying to find my cable here. Hold on.
What?
Charge cable.
Oh. What's up, Sal? It's what, like
there's still 18 people watching. I can't believe that they
for you, bro.
They are. The first part of the show was actually really, really interesting. I wish that the discussion between Cronin and Tour wasn't so sped up. I could hardly understand what they were saying, and I thought that was pretty substantive. So that's the first time I saw that exchange, and that was it was really great having Cy Gart here and also James Carter, two PhD biochemists, and Speed of Sound, who doesn't even have a college degree, came in here and just started saying, "You jokers don't understand anything." I'm just like, Speed, you don't know it. You don't know the crowd that you're dealing with here right now. For him to just be teeing off on all of us that way, and this illustrates something that's changed in the creationist community. I'm seeing more and more highly qualified scientists that are sympathetic to intelligent design or creationists. So I think Cy Gart is like a theistic evolutionist, but he's obviously very critical of origin of life theories. And I don't know where his position is on that, but I think that's if he's favorable to some sort of miracle for abiogenesis, it's like good on him. I think that's great. So I found that to be really, that's one reason I joined the show. The philosophical stuff, my eyes just rolled and I just started doing something else. When Danny came on board, I told Danny I'd like for him to come on my channel and just talk about pure philosophy, since he is a philosophy teacher. There are things like, there are terms I'm not familiar with, like abductive, inductive, and deductive. Now I was a student of math, never used any of those terms. Lena says, I think most people have fallen asleep in front of their laptops. So this just kind of keeps my mind active while I'm typing something else. So I just wanted to say I'm really glad that there was a show on the Lee Cronin and the James Tour exchange. Now, I thought it was a little too contentious between Tony and Snake. I mean that can help for theater, but I don't know. That's just, I prefer something a little bit more pointed. And I kept trying to think, how can I counter what Snake is saying rather than just insulting him? I mean, it's easy to insult people, but to actually come up with arguments that are hard hitting, that actually takes some thought and study. So, yes, Danny's a philosophy teacher, and Baptist Chad says, we are on my stream. So good luck to you, Baptist Chad. And yes, Danny threw some terms at me, and I really mean, I think he's a nice person, but it says in Colossians not to be taken away by taken captive by empty philosophy. Let me see where that is. And I argued with another philosopher. I said, why are you wasting your time on all this? Because the thing that's bothered me about it is, let's see, empty philosophy. I'm Googling it now. See to it that no one takes you captive through philosophy and empty deception. And
Hey Sal, what's the verse where or Jungle one of the gospel says or was it Timothy? I think it was Timothy. He says professing to be wise they became fools. Or there's another one too where something about science false so called. I don't know, man. It's crazy, but hey, I'm sorry.
First off, I wanted to straighten something out. I think Snake was very cordial. I didn't mean to implicate Snake. I actually should have been more direct. It's kind of hard for me to criticize a brother, but I thought Tony was being really rude, unnecessarily. So if you want to just go insult people and not reason and just dismiss them, then, I just don't think that moves the argument forward. What moves the argument forward are books like what Rob Stadler and Change Tan wrote. I mean, those are pretty heavy hitting, and that will change minds. The reason I point that out is I know science students who are biology students who are creationists, and they're struggling with this. That sort of just insulting and talking down to people, that's not very persuasive. That's not very encouraging to people that might be dealing with doubts as they're going through undergrad and graduate school in science. It's just, it just doesn't encourage them where they need to be encouraged. They need books like Change Tan's book, and then they'll see things. They need to hear the things like what Cy Gart and Dr. James Carter said. Those are the things that will really make it for them. Just throwing insults doesn't help, and losing your temper. So I thank Lena for pointing out that Snake is very cordial. I had a quasi debate with him.
Hey, good night, I
really appreciated the way he conducted himself.
Okay.
Hey, good night, Jungle. It was nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna give you guys serenity prayers. God grant us the serenity for the things we cannot change, the strength to change things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. In your Son Jesus' name, amen. And for the atheists in the chat that were here earlier and might come back and watch this, dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust you and follow you as my Lord and Savior. Amen. I'll talk to you guys next time. It's been real, man. God bless y'all and your families.
I agree.
God bless. So, referring to the verses, Colossians 2:8 says, "See to it that no one takes you captive through philosophy and empty deception." And then 1 Timothy 6:19 through 21. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings in opposition of science, falsely so called.
Yep.
And see what else it has to say.
Falsely so called. So I just wanted to say that I can't find my cable, so whenever the battery goes out, it goes out.
All right. Well, it says here, O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust. Why don't I read the whole passage? Laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, that they may hold on eternal life. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called, which some professing have erred concerning the faith. Grace be with thee. Amen.
It was like they were fighting the same thing that we're fighting.
Fighting.
Science.
Okay. Falsely
So called.
And then also empty, captive through philosophy and empty deception. And, there's this been whole argument that's been going on about apologetics, the best way to defend the Christian faith. And some are just really heavy on philosophy. And it never really helped me to study philosophy. It didn't help my faith. It just seemed to confuse the issues. But there's some people that in Christendom that have just said, yeah, that's the way to go, and presuppositional apologetics. In my personal private group that studies apologetics and evidence and reasons for the Christian faith, I'd say 90% is about evidence, about the works of God. And then I've been reading through the Psalms recently. It says, I'll declare the works of God. There's not a lot of talk about philosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see anything where they said, let's praise God, let's study philosophy and just praise God because of that. We praise God for his works. And so in the 21st century, the reason we've had so much material in my private study group, we've had like 100 meetings in just slightly over a year. That's a lot of meetings. And we are just astonished how much physical evidence there is. So first in creation science, and then archaeology, and then in the testimony of people's lives.
Yeah.
We hardly ever talk about philosophy, maybe 5%. 5% is kind of important for certain things. And I think the thing that bothered me about learning philosophy, like if I wanted to, if I went to chemistry school, let's say I was studying chemistry, it's like, okay, what, they'll say, they'll show you the periodic table and says this is, how the atoms react. But when I go to philosophy class, it's like, okay, well, tell me what you believe is true. You'll get so many different answers. I said, why should I waste my time here?
Right.
If you guys can't even agree what's true, why should I believe that I can find truth here? At least, even if someone's wrong, I can go there and they can say, hey, this is at least what we believe and why. But I can't get a straight answer like that. I've never been able to, and that really bothers me.
I got a straight answer in philosophy, and it's that only your creator can recreate you. Nobody else can. That's my philosophy. Only your maker can perfectly cover for you himself and remake you again from the inside out by the power of his true word, as no one else can.
Oh my goodness. Lena said, in my humble opinion, presuppositional apologetics is a lot of babbling and non sequitur. Oh my goodness. Amen. I'm glad that's the only person I've known who's just that bold, because there's certain schools and Presbyterian seminaries, it's like they just swear by presuppositionalism. And I'm just like, oh man.
To me, it's lazy. It's a lazy way of trying to share the gospel. and it does damage too.
It does damage. It does.
Yeah.
And you know, the reason I have kind of a bitter taste about it, as I said, I had been. Hang on.
Yeah, my battery is going out. Let me see what the chat says. Oh.
Sorry, Mom is having a nightmare. She was crying out in her sleep, but she's fine. She'll be fine. So I was saying, when I was struggling with my Christian faith, the thing that hurt, didn't help, maybe even hurt, was the study of presuppositional apologetics. It was evidential apologetics. And Jesus is justified by Jesus himself. He said in John 10:38, if you don't believe my words, believe the works. And that turned it for me, because people have said, well, it's really important to have the right worldview. And that's not actually what John 10:38 says. Let me read John 10:38.
Yeah, it has to be real in your life.
Yeah, John 10:38. And because they said you have to have the right presuppositions to perceive truth, and I'm just like, no, I don't think that's what the Bible teaches. It says in John 10:38, but if I do, though ye believe not in me, believe the works, that ye may know and believe that the Father is in me. Apologies for the King James. Maybe I'll read John 10.
Yeah, and it says these things are written so that you can, believe or know the truth, know that you have eternal life.
It says John 10:37, do not believe me unless I do the works of my Father. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I in the Father. And so some of the things that we study is Christian testimony, where we see these changed lives. And I'm like, yeah, that's one reason to believe. And then there are enough people that I've met that have said they've seen miracles happen and answered prayers. And that's kind of hard to run away from. Maybe some of it we might say is a coincidence, but then there's some that are just like, yeah, no, that's a little too hard to attribute to coincidence. But then all the evidence that has been left for the origin of life and the origin of the universe. And I'm like, yeah, that has helped me believe. And there's one other thing that has really struck me, is that Jesus said, you've hidden these things from the wise and learned and revealed them to little babes, to little children. And so one reason that there is a difficulty, why we even need the discipline of like studying evidence and reasons for the Christian faith, is that God himself has done a lot of hiding. And his people are called, if they're needing to find faith, they have to study and seek. Because he makes it really easy for people that don't want to believe. He's going to make it really easy for them not to believe.
Yeah, but then again, there's some passages that say, "My yoke is easy and my burden is light," and it is easy if you're not weighed down with sin. It's easier to understand, and if you're honest and humble, and if you draw near to God, and then He'll teach you by His Spirit. But I mean, and then when you see it, it seems so easy. When after you learn what the truth is, it's so not complicated.
I mean, that is an interesting verse. My yoke is easy, and one wise pastor said, it's amazing. At first, you think the Christian life is hard, and then you realize it's not that. It is a yoke, but it's light. And then you realize the burden that non-believers are under.
Right.
that's just unimaginable. And it's kind of sad. I see people that are really unhappy and they have nothing to turn to except like alcohol, substance abuse,
Right.
all the other forms of escapism that end up causing a lot of damage to their personal lives.
Right.
So,
And the sin really does weigh people down a lot, you know.
Yeah.
It complicates life a lot.
yeah, yeah. And so there is that paradox that God is often hidden, but he can be found. It's not like he's so hidden that you can't ever find him, but he
Right.
extends enough grace.
And it's clear from scripture that it's our sin that separates us from God, and it's the deceitfulness of sin. Talks about the deceitfulness of sin, where people are drawn away and misled by their sin, by their misunderstanding. I mean, the more you sin, the more misunderstanding you're going to have.
So anyway, as I was sharing, what may go on in typical internet shouting matches, that's just really not for me. And not just me in particular, but really the people I want to reach out to, and that is the college science students, the graduate students, even the professors. And actually, for my first 6 years, 6.5 years working for Dr. Sanford, our outreach was to college professors and to deans and faculty heads. And there are probably only 30 people that really understood what we were writing even. It was really kind of frustrating. And so this year has been my first year that I've been actively trying to reach out. And even then, I feel like I'm still working in a very tight niche of the college science students. So I was surprised that people were asking me to like debate T-Jump and Matt Dillahunty because these are more level people. So
Yeah,
it's going to
that'll
be
be interesting. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. So, I do the debates partly because I was asked to. When James asked me to, I said, I'll help because he helped me with my first debate, and I want to help his channel, and I want the Christians to be. I want to do whatever I can to represent the Christian faith as best as I can. And so I was very flattered that he asked me to debate Matt Dillahunty. He said, "You pick the topic, Sal."
Well, it looks like my battery's going out now, so I'm probably going to be kicked off here pretty soon.
All right. Well, good night, and then I'll probably just give a short monologue and say goodbye to everyone. So, oh my goodness.
It was great. Yeah, it was great chat.
Merry Christmas.
I got to
And
get
I
some
did have a
sleep
question
too.
about mechanical stuff, but I never got around to remembering what I was supposed to ask you. So maybe another time, jungle jargon.
Okay. All right.
So, good night.
All
So
right, good night.
tomorrow, good night.
See you.
Just to update everyone, I may be doing a talk with Peter. I'd given 2 lectures, one on Mueller's limit and the other on Fisher's theorem, and he had a whole bunch of questions. So that's what's next on my agenda. And that I may air that tomorrow. And after that, I may not. I don't know. I have a lot of other things on the docket, so to speak, that I need to work on. But maybe in 2021, I'm going to be opening up another channel that will focus really on the academic side, and that's learning. That's going into some really basic academic things like chemistry and cell biology, because I think that's really important. But I'm going to see if there's a way that it can be taught without having to put someone through 3 years of school to get the essentials. And that I don't think there's anything like that in the creationist world, because I'd like creationists to be very versant in this. And I don't think it's going to take as much schooling as we think. When people go off to learn cell biology and molecular biology and biochemistry, it's almost 3.5 years before they really start to get to that point. That's because they're being prepared to be either medical doctors, dentists, pharmacists, you name it. And to learn what's needed for defending the Christian faith and the creationist ideas, I don't think the essentials need that much education. I actually think that the large amount of time that is spent watching debates, if that same amount of time were actually devoted to studying, people would probably be more effective. Now, it's not going to be as fun. I mean, watching debates is fun, enjoying the theater. You don't have to think as much. You don't have to memorize terms, because that's one of the challenges, is to really learn something, you start to have to memorize a few things, and that does take some mental energy. So even for me, when I was looking through the import-export of the eukaryotic nucleus, it's like, oh my goodness, it would be kind of nice if I could remember some of the proteins that were mentioned. The only ones that I still remember are importine and exportine, and that's kind of embarrassing. I really should expose myself to more of that and trying to memorize it. So that's what'll be coming up in 2021, God willing. And so we'll see what the next week holds. I had a very busy, a lot of YouTube output for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and then the day after, partly because I promised some people that I would do this, but maybe for the next week, I'm going to try to take a little bit of a break. But I showed up tonight because the topic was so compelling. When I heard about Tour and Cronin, and that Snake was right, was talking there. So we'll just see where it goes. And as I think, as I said, I don't like debates, but it's probably one of the better ways to advertise one's work. And I'm hoping every time I've had a debate, I've gotten a few more people subscribing to my channel, which I'm really grateful for. So anyway, let's see.
God bless everybody. God bless everybody in the chat. Gavin, Lena, Chad.
Take care. So there's Jungle Jargon here, Baptist Chad, Lena, Spooky Bedir, and Lena, and Gavin. Gavin, it's really nice to see you. And I had you're talking about your missus, who is Filipino. I had it. If we were in a backstage, if we're ever backstage, I had a family photo I wanted to share, so you could see my mother and father and my sister back in the 1940s, 1948. So I since you seem so interested in Filipino culture, so I don't share the family photos in general publicly, just among private friends. So if we ever are backstage in a after a live stream, I'll share some of my family photos. So that's all I have to say. It's getting to be about 6 a.m. here Eastern time. I do keep late hours, but then I do have to try to get up before noon tomorrow so I can just take care of business. And I have I'll be recording an upcoming show on how to define biological function without appeal to purpose, so we could calculate probabilities. So that's going to be really interesting. So I'd like to thank everyone who's been a part of the show today, and everyone in the chat. Take care, and God bless you.
God bless. Oh, ciao. The battery's still going, but it's gone anyway. God bless everybody. Keep a clear conscience. Stay true to God.